शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणा चल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala 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 Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the 125th celebrations of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. I am Mohan Ramaswamy from Arunachala from New York. Welcome all. We have got a long day of program to get completely immersed in the bliss of Bhagavan. The program will start from UK, then it will go to Arunachala Ashram, and then Washington, DC, Ottawa, Ohio, Michigan, Tampa. Then we'll have a Spanish satsang, North Carolina, Georgia, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, San Diego, Vancouver, and France. And we will have Swami Ishwarananji, the head of the Chinmaya mission in Los Angeles, is going to speak for about an hour. And it comes back to Arunachala Ashram at 7 p.m. And we will have the pleasure of listening to Dr. Anand Ramanan, president of Sri Ramanashramam, around 7:25 p.m. Now we will start the program from the UK satsang. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
an account of Murugan. This is an account of Murugana's first visit to the ashram, as recorded by David Godman in the second volume of his Power of the Presence, in which he presents it very well. His introduction begins as follows. Murugana, who lived for 80 years from 1893 to 1973, is widely regarded as being one of the foremost devotees of Bhagavan. He was instrumental in getting Bhagavan to compose the verses that comprise the Uladu Narpadu and Upadesa Undiyar, two of Bhagavan's major philosophical poems. And he composed thousands of poems of his own that either praised Bhagavan, recorded his teachings, or expressed gratitude to Bhagavan for having established him in the self. In his earlier life, he was known as C.K. Subramania Iyer, although his parents called him Sambamurti. Before coming to Bhagavan, he was a well-respected Tamil scholar who served on a prestigious committee that compiled the definitive Tamil dictionary. He also worked as a schoolmaster and private tutor. It was a visit by Dandapani Swami, his father-in-law, that prompted him to go to Tiruvannamalai in September 1923. Dandapani Swami showed him the Aksharamanamali, Bhagavan's 108 verses in praise of Arunachala. Murugana immediately recognized that Bhagavan was the guru he had been actively seeking. So he decided to pay a visit to Tiruvannamalai and see him. On the way there, he composed 11 verses in the Arunachaleswara temple. Most of these verses, addressed to Bhagavan as Shiva, contained pleas for grace. Murugana himself has described his first visit and the background that led up to it in two of his poetical compositions. Will I, an unworthy, ignorant one, ever be accepted as a devotee by Lord Shiva, who as the divine guru with a wealth of grace showed clearly to the world the greatness of Manikavachaka? And even if I get such a chance, will I be able to sing the glories of his grace-showering feet in the same way as in the Tiruvachakam? Like many other thoughts that arose in my mind, this thought, a long time ago, appeared and disappeared like a flash of lightning manifesting in the sky. Then I heard from devotees who had redeemed themselves by taking as their support the grace of the one at Tiruvannamalai, who is the embodiment of true jnana, and who shines like the flame of true tapas. When they spoke of the greatness of his grace, they melted in joy, and hearing them, I was lost in admiration and unceasing joy. The compassionate Supreme One, who is endowed with jnana, then decided in his heart to be my Lord and Master. There was in me a thirst, an intense longing to subside into the self that was prompted by the thought of the divine feet, which abound in grace. So like one who is suffering from thirst, who comes across a Ganges of cold water on an auspicious day, a golden day for my thirst, I went to Ramana Maharshi with 11 verses that began, leaving Mount Kailash, and so on, and met the excellent sage, the Jnana Guru, the ocean of Mauna, the bestower of Jnana. In the same way that wax melts on encountering a fire, on seeing his feet, my mind dissolved and lost its form. Like a calf finding its mother, my heart melted and rejoiced in his feet. The hairs on my body stood on end. Devotion surged in me like an ocean that has seen the full moon. Through the grace of Chitsakti, my soul was in ecstasy. With an unsteady and quivering voice, I read the 11 verses and placed them at his feet. At that very moment, he graciously looked at me with his lotus eyes. From that day on, the praises given out by my impartial tongue belonged only to him. From the way he bestowed his grace, becoming my Lord and Master, I was completely convinced that he was Shiva himself. As my new owner, he made my I and mine his own. Even if I get submerged in the miry mud of this world, I will not forget the mighty nobility of the bountiful bestower of grace. In September 1923, Bhagavan was still living in a small thatched hut that had been erected over his mother's samadhi. Muruganar felt unsure of the correct way of approaching Bhagavan, so he remained for some time outside the hut. Bhagavan solved the problem by coming outside and saying, "Ina, what?" In Tamil Nadu, this is the standard way of ascertaining what business a new visitor has. In response to this query, Muruganar began to sing the praises that had been composed by him in the temple, but emotion got the better of him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he was unable to proceed. "Can't you read?" asked Bhagavan. "Give it to me, I shall read it myself." Bhagavan then read out the poem. Until this time, Muruganar had been very particular about annotating his poems with a specific raga or melody, since it was traditional that particular meters or themes had to be sung in a particular way. After this first encounter with Bhagavan, he was never able to sing his poems again. Though he had clearly arrived in a state of intense devotion, this first visit did not go smoothly. B.V. Narasimha Swami interviewed Bhagavan while he was researching his biography, Self-Realization. This is what Muruganar told him in February 1930. 2 or 3 days after my arrival, I was given some medicine. I do not know what it was, but it excited me and overpowered me. I sat in front of the Maharshi and concentrated my mind on his person. After a few minutes, I had a vision of brightness. It was a suffused brightness all over his body and around it. The body was, however, distinct from the surrounding light. How long it lasted, I do not know. So wholly lost was I in contemplating the vision. Kunju Swami, Dandapani Swami, and Arunachala Swami were present while this was going on. Maharshi then appeared to me as Christ, for whatever reason I cannot say, and again as Muhammad, and as other great souls for similarly inexplicable reasons. I lost my former personality during this period, for it was submerged and lost in a huge ocean wave of a new state of spirituality. I was feeling that all my experience was dreamlike, vague, insubstantial, and mysterious, in spite of the feeling that I was still in the waking state. I was obsessed by the fear that my former worldly waking state was being smothered, and my former self plundered of its sense of reality and individuality. I felt that as a consequence, I might be perpetually held down to this strange life in Tiruvannamalai and forever be lost to my mother, who I adored and whose sole support I was. So I bawled out some words to the effect, "Here are a band of robbers called Siddhis, at whose head this Ramana Maharshi is. They are all intent on capturing souls who approach them in the waking state and rapidly charming them into this mysterious Siddha's way of life and adding them to their group. As it would not be within the power of my mother or anyone else to take me back from their iron clutch, I must start off from here at once. I also added, looking at this bright, dazzling figure of Maharshi and addressing him, so here I am, unable even for a few moments to endure this light. How wonderful it is that a woman, your mother, should have carried her in your womb for 9 long months. In this highly strung state, and in this unique strain, I went on haranguing for over an hour, punctuating my remarks by repeated prostrations to Maharshi. After that, I wandered about here and there with Kunja Swami and Arunachala Swami, mostly around Palitirtham and in the Chengam Road until about 3 a.m. I felt that all attempts to escape from the ashram were futile, as the whole of Tiruvannamalai was giving me the same oppressive feeling, submerging my personality. I felt that Tiruvannamalai and the Maharshi were coextensive and synonymous. A few days later, during the same trip to Tiruvannamalai, I had no medicine to excite me. I sat again before the Maharshi and had a similar experience. Once again, the figure of the Maharshi became brilliant, and my sense of personality was again submerged. Again, my fears were aroused that should I continue in his presence for any longer, I would be lost to my mother. So at midnight, I hurried from the ashram into the town and spent the night in the house of one of my pupils. In the succeeding months, I came to visit on many occasions. I used to listen to people's queries as to the Maharshi and his replies to them. I was gradually influenced by him, and my outlook on life was getting altered. After my mother died in 1924, I left my job in July 1926 and came to live in Tiruvannamalai. A few days later, during the same trip to Tiruvannamalai, when I had no medicine to excite me, I again sat before the Maharshi and had a similar experience. Once again, the figure of the Maharshi became brilliant, and my sense of personality was again submerged. Again, my fears were aroused that should I continue any longer in his presence, I would be lost to my mother. So at midnight, I hurried from the ashram to the town and spent the night in the house of one of my pupils. In the succeeding months, I came to visit on many occasions. That's more or less it, but I'd like to conclude by reading a footnote which David Godman adds as follows. I asked Kunju Swami what he remembered of Murugan's first visit. He replied, "We didn't know what the problem was. He was babbling incoherently and seemed very agitated. Bhagavan asked us to keep an eye on him because he didn't look as if he was capable of looking after himself. Bhagavan's darshan did sometimes have a very dramatic effect on new visitors. But we knew that nothing bad could happen to a visitor while he was under Bhagavan's protection, so I wasn't really alarmed by Murugana's behavior. He just needed someone to look after him for a few hours until he calmed down." That's about it. I would just like to add that apart from the most important works, which, as David Godman indicates, Murugana was instrumental in getting out of Bhagavan, as it were, the 40 verses, the Upadesa Saram. The other major work for which we're forever indebted to Murugana is his great and magisterial Guru Vachaka Kovai, which is all of Bhagavan's carefully collected teachings arranged in in sections according to their subject matter, and which Sadhuam helped him to prepare. In fact, Sadhuam was largely responsible for the way in which it finally appeared. And Sadhuam also said that of all of Bhagavan's works, the 40 verses, the Upadesa Saram, and the Guru Vachaka Kovai are probably the most important. So there we are. Thank you for listening, if you have been.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya Om Arunachala Shivaya 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 Arunagiri Bhagavan Ramana Arunachala Panchagamaniye Tam Bhavarunantu Aditam Vande Adiyatita Rajima Rajadabharu Jandayin Narivayam Paramatu Manarunachala Ramanam Parivalunam Gurudhanala Paranam Vidayam Harivam Vidiravam Vidam Harivaya Vidayam Vardhavan Arunachala Vandaya Vardhapaya Vaitu Vivanchatu Vardhavan Madhamaram Vardhapadam Mangalam Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachalam, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ayane. 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 Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru, Ayane. Arunachala Shiva, Ramanam, Ramanam, 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 Arunachala Shiva, Ramanam, Arunachala Shiva, Ramanam, Arunachala Shiva, Ramanam, Ramanam, Arunachala Shiva, 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 Ramanam, Arunachala Shiva. Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo 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 Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, 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 Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo Ramanaya, Namo, Namo Ramanaya, Namo
We now have a talk for about an hour by Michael James. And Michael James spent about 20 years at the foot of Arunachala, mainly with Sadhu Om, where he learned Tamil, and he has a website and has studied and translated many of Bhagavan's works and is one of the main authorities these days on the meaning of Bhagavan's teachings. So now I think it's time for Michael to join us.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Namaskaram. During the Bhagavan's Aradhana celebrations, I talked about how he clarified the practice of Advaita. And one of the ways in which he clarified the practices of Advaita was by clarifying the nature of ego. So in continuation of that, what I talked about on that day, today I'm going to talk about how he clarified the nature of ego. In all the old texts on Advaita, what is diagnosed as the central problem is what is called avidya. Avidya means ignorance. In this context, ignorance of our real nature. Bhagavan clarified that that ignorance is nothing other than ego. That ego itself is that ignorance, that avidya. He made this clear in so many ways. One example of how he indicated this in the early days, I think maybe around 1912, or maybe it was even earlier, maybe 1908 or so, he was asked to translate Vivekachudamani into Tamil. That is, there was an existing translation in verse form, and but that wasn't currently available in print. So a devotee asked Bhagavan to translate it. So Bhagavan translated the whole of Vivekachudamani, one of Adi Shankara's works, into Tamil prose. And when writing that, he wrote a Mangalam verse, that is a benedictory verse at the beginning of his translation. What he says in that benedictory verse is, Ahamena mula avidye ahandrida, ahamaha allum pahalara, aham oli atma devan padatinil, aham mahilvaha anisam ramikave. What this means is the meaning of the whole verse is, so that the root ignorance called I may depart, may we always delight as inner joy in the feet of Atmadeva, who shines without night and day in the heart as I am I. That is the term he uses here for root ignorance or original ignorance is mula vidya. So in the first line, he talks about mula vidya, that is the original ignorance. He says it is called I. Thereby he clearly indicates that avidya is what is called ego, that the ego itself is avidya. Before I go on to talk more about that, I'll just talk a little bit more about this verse. In Tamil, the word aham has, there are two words, aham, in Tamil. One is a word of pure Tamil origin, which aham means inside, interior, and therefore it comes to mean heart, mind. It can also mean home, depending on the context. So that is the Tamil word. Also in Tamil, the Sanskrit first-person pronoun, I, aham, is also used in Tamil. So Bhagavan often likes to play on this double meaning of the word aham in Tamil. And of course, though they're two quite distinct words, one is a word of pure Tamil origin, one is a word of Sanskrit origin. Their meaning is very closely related because what is inside is only I. So it's a very happy coincidence, and Bhagavan often played on this. So here he uses in the first line when he says aham enam mula avidya, that is aham there means I, mula avidya called I. In the second line, aham aham aha means as I am I. Again, he's using this in the Sanskrit sense of I. Aham aham means I am I. Though often in English, aham aham or nan nan is translated as I hyphen I. That is not, that's not very clear what I means. What it actually means is I am I, because in Tamil, it's, if you want to say A is B, you just say AB. The is understood there. So, for example, nan idu, I this means I am this, or nan I who means who am I. So the copula, the verb to be, is understood if in such a sentence. So aham aham means I am I. That is, as Bhagavan clarified, the nature of ego is I am this or I am that. Ego is always identifies itself with some object, something other than itself. So nan idu, I am this, or nan adu, I am that, is ego. Whereas that is a false identity of ourselves. Our real identity is only I am I. That is, we are nothing other than ourselves. I is nothing other than I. So that is the significance of that term that Bhagavan often used, he used both in Tamil and in Sanskrit. Aham aham is the Sanskrit version, and nan nan is the in Tamil, but even when writing in Tamil, Bhagavan sometimes used the Sanskrit words as he did here, aham aham. And then in the third line begins aham ole atmadevan. There, aham means heart. Atmadevan, which shines in the heart. Atmadevan means self-God, we can take it, but Deva has Deva means God, but the root meaning of Deva is from the verb div, which means shining. So God is that which is always shining. He is that which is Swayam Prakasa. In that sense, God is referred to as Deva. The word Deva is also used to mean to refer to gods, inhabitants of the heavenly worlds, because they are said to be shining beings. But when it's referring to God, it's referring to God because God is that which is always shining by its own light, which is Swayam Prakasha, which is shining in our heart as I. So Atma Deva means God who is shining in our heart as our own self. That is the implication. So it's a beautiful term, Atma Devan. And then in the final line, Bhagavan uses, when he says, aham, it wouldn't be aham mahirvu, it's aham mahirvu. But the inner joy, Mahavu becoming joy or happiness. So as I say, the whole meaning is, so that the mula avidya called I may depart, may we always delight as inner joy in the feet of Atmadeva, who shines without night and day in the heart as I am I. Here indirectly, Bhagavan is showing the means by which we can get rid of this mula avidya. How to get rid of this mula avidya? By always joyfully abiding in the feet of Atmadeva. The feet of Atmadeva are that which shines without night and day in the heart as I am I. So to always be, as he says in the first Mangalam verse of Ullajunapadu, Ullate, Ullapadi, Ullade, Ullav. being in the heart as it is meditating on it. So to being abiding joyfully in the feet of Atmadevam. Those feet are that which is shining without night and day. That is without coming and going, without darkness, beyond all pairs of opposite, beyond all dualities, in the heart as I am I. But the main reason I wanted to talk about this verse today is because of the first line in which he says, ahamena mula avidya. That is, he's clearly indicating here that what is called avidya is nothing other than ego. Avidya is the opposite of vidya. Vidya means knowledge. So it is often said that avidya can only be dispelled by vidya. But though avidya means ignorance, Bhagavan clarified it's ignorance in a very special sense. That is, we are never actually ignorant of ourselves. We always know ourselves. But what is called avidya is not actually not knowing what we are. It is knowing ourselves as something other than what we actually are. That is, we are always aware I am, but instead of being aware of ourselves as just I am, we're aware of ourselves as I am this or I am that. We're aware of ourselves as we have limited ourselves to a name and form of a body. So that false awareness, I am this body, which is ego, that itself is avidya. So it's not, this is a very important thing Bhagavan said, because if we were actually ignorant of what we are, then the knowledge of what we are would be something to be newly attained. Whatever is newly attained, as Bhagavan said, if jnana was something to be attained anew, it would also be lost, because whatever comes has to go sooner or later. But jnana is our very nature. Vidya or jnana is our very nature. That which is always shining in our heart as I, that is jnana. That is vidya. So this avidya is not a lack of knowledge of our existence. It's a lack of knowledge of, that is, we are aware that we exist, I am, but we are not aware, we are aware of ourselves wrongly. Instead of being aware of ourselves as just I am, we're aware of ourselves as I am this body. So here, by pointing out that ego itself is avidya, Bhagavan has that is the very pointing out of this is beginning to clarify what is meant by avidya. Avidya isn't complete ignorance in the sense of not knowing. It's ignorance in the sense of knowing wrongly, knowing ourselves as something other than what we actually are. So in order to get rid of avidya, we need to understand the nature of avidya. So by pointing out that avidya is nothing other than ego, Bhagavan has opened the door to giving us a great deal of clarification about the nature of avidya. Because if we understand the nature of ego, we thereby understand the nature of avidya. And if we understand the nature of ego, we will also understand how to get rid of it. So that is what I'm going to be talking about today. Bhagavan has revealed a lot about ego. That is in many of the verses of Ulunaptu, Bhagavan refers directly or indirectly to ego. But the verses in which he talks most, in which he focuses most on the nature of ego are verses 23, 24, 25, and 26. But today I will begin from 24. I won't talk about 23 today, though it's an important verse. It's not essential to talk about it today. We can begin our investigation of ego from verse 24. What Bhagavan says in verse 24, in the first sentence he says, Jada udal nane nadu. The jada means that which is not aware. The jada body does not say I. What does he mean when he says it does not say I? This is a metaphorical way of saying the body is not aware of itself as I. And then in the next sentence, he says, Satchit udiyadu. Satchit does not rise. Satchit Sat is being, Chit is awareness. Sat Chit is that fundamental awareness of our own existence, I am. That is what is referred to as Sat Chit. And that is what is real. And that never rises. It never comes into existence nor ceases to exist. It always shines as it is, as I am. That is our fundamental awareness. Throughout all the three states, waking, dream, and sleep, the one thing that we are aware of in all three states is our own existence, I am. So that Sat Chit is the one fundamental awareness. That is the one underlying reality. That is what is called Brahman or Atma Swarupa or whatever. But here Bhagavan refers to it as Sat Chit, being awareness. So Sat Chit doesn't rise. So on the one hand, we've got the body, which isn't aware of itself as I. On the other hand, we've got Sat Chit, which doesn't rise. But in between, something else rises. That's what he talks about in the third sentence. Udalalava, nan ondru udikum ideal. Ideal means in between. Again, he's using in between here metaphorically, because obviously there can't be, Sat Chit is the one substance. There can't be any, just like there can't be any space between gold and gold ornaments. That is, the gold ornaments are nothing but gold. So there's no space between the gold, the substance, and the form. There's no space between Sat Chit and the body. But when Bhagavan says here ideal, in between, he's using this term metaphorically. There are two significances of this word in between. Firstly, that is that I that rises between Sat Chit and the Jada body. That is the link between these two. That is why it is called, as he says in the next sentence, it is Chit Jada Granti. It is the knot that seemingly binds Chit and Jada together. Of course, Chit is ever unbound. Chit is never bound. But from the perspective of ourself as ego, as this Chit Jada Granti, we seem to be a knot formed by this mixture of Chit and Jada. Of Chit means Sat Chit, the real awareness, the pure awareness I am, and this body which we take to be ourselves. So that's one implication of ideal. That this is the link between Sat Chit and the body, and consequently the link between the body and all phenomena, because it's only in the view of ego that all other things exist. That's one implication of ideal. Another implication is that this I that rises between Sat Chit and the body partakes of the properties of both of them. So, for example, if you have read a story in a newspaper and you're not sure whether it's true or not, and you ask someone, is it true? Or is it true or false? That person may tell you it's neither true nor false, it's somewhere in between. What does that mean? It is not entirely true, it's not entirely false. There are elements of truth in it and there are elements of falsehood in it. In exactly the same way, ego is neither entirely real nor entirely unreal. It's got an element of reality and an element of unreality. The element of reality is Sat Chit, the fundamental awareness I am. The element of unreality is Jada, the body, what we take ourselves to be, the adjuncts that are mixed and conflated with I am. So there's this very simple word, ideal, in between. Bhagavan has implied so much in this word. So in between, for poetic reasons, in between comes at the end of the sentence, but actually logically, in between comes at the beginning of the sentence. So in between, Udalalava, as the extent of the body, nan ondru, one thing I, udikum, rises. Because it is because it's I is the first person pronoun I, always refers to that which is aware. That is, we can say, what is the basic referent? What is that thing which I basically refers to? It refers to that which is aware. Now we refer to our body and to our mind as I. I am sitting, I am talking, I am thinking, and so on. We refer to them as I, but what I is actually referring to is that which is aware. And because we're aware of this body and mind as ourself, we refer to them as I, but what I actually refers to is only awareness. That's only that which is aware can be aware of itself as I. So I always refers to what is aware. So this I, it is awareness. So it's not the body, which is jada, which it isn't, as Bhagavan says, jadodul nanadadu. Sentient body doesn't say I. It's not aware of itself as I. So this I is not the body. It is also not the satchit, because satchit udiyadu. Satchit doesn't rise, but this I, this one thing called I, udikum, it rises. So it is neither this nor that, but it rises in between, and it rises as it's I, so it's got an element of awareness in it, but it limits itself as the udalava, as the extent of a body. So this is ego. So this, what he goes on to say in the next sentence is, Idu chit jadagranti. This is chit jadagranti. This is the knot that binds chit and jada together as if they were one. That is the chit element is I am, the jada element is the body. Of this false awareness, I am this body, that is chit jadagranti, and that is ego. So he first said this is chit jadagranti. Then he said bandham, it's bondage. That is, there's no bondage other than this false awareness, I am this body. What we actually are, the pure awareness I am, is free, because there's nothing, it is ekameva advaitiyam, it's one only without a second. So since there's nothing other than it, there's nothing to limit its freedom. So our true nature is infinite freedom. But when we limit ourselves as the extent of a body, we seem to be bound. So it's called bandham. Jivan, that is jiva, the jiva means soul or life. Not life in the sense of prana, but in a deeper sense, so we can take it as soul. The original meaning of jivan is life. Jiva here means the soul, so it's what is referred to as jiva. Nupame. Nupame means subtle body. It's a Tamil term, but it's equivalent of the Sanskrit term sukshma sarira. Here, Bhagavan is giving a rather unconventional meaning to the term subtle body. The reason Bhagavan refers to ego as the subtle body is it is generally said, what is it when this physical body dies, what is it that the idea is transmigration. We leave this body and we go to some other body, as if these bodies were something independent of ourselves. But that's the general understanding of samsara, of birth and death. But the subtle body leaves one body and it goes and it takes birth in another body. But what actually takes birth is only ego. And even it's not moving from one body to another body, as Bhagavan clarified, they say every life is just a dream. So it's not that we are migrating from one body to another body to another body. We dream a dream. When one dream comes to an end, we fall asleep, and then again we start dreaming again. So all the numerous births are nothing but a long series of dreams. And what is common to all these dreams is only ego. But when ego goes from one dream to another dream, what it takes with it is its vasanas. Those vasanas are what are sometimes, vasanas collectively are what are sometimes referred to as the karana sarira or anandamaya kosha. But that is those vasanas are the seeds that give rise to all vishayas. So the other four sheaths, the intellect, the mind, the prana, and the physical body, they are all carried over in seed form. So those same seeds that have now projected this body and mind will project another body and mind. In each dream, those seeds are projected as a body and mind. So, and as indeed as the whole world. Bhagavan said the Vishaya Vasanas, Vasanas means the inclination. So the inclination to be aware of Vishayas, those inclinations are the seeds that give rise to everything. So the whole universe is nothing but a projection of our Vasanas. So what goes from one body to another body, from one dream to another dream, is only ego. That's why Bhagavan refers to it here as subtle body, because of the general belief that it's the subtle body that migrates from one body to another. That's why he refers to ego here as subtle body. So we should subtle body. If you read the normal textbooks on Vedanta, they'll say subtle body consists of the pranamaya kosha, manamaya kosha, and vijnanamaya kosha. And these in turn are separated into, further subdivided into 17 parts, the 5 pranas, the 5 sense organs, the 5 organs of actions, and the mind and the intellect. So the pranamaya kosha is split into 15, and this manamaya kosha and vijnanamaya kosha. But all these, we shouldn't confuse what Bhagavan is saying here with that. That is, Bhagavan is using a subtle body here in a special sense, because this is what is carried over from one life to another. Then the next term he uses is ahande. Ahande is a Tamil word that Bhagavan uses a lot. Though it's a Tamil word, it's a Tamil form of a Sanskrit word. The original Sanskrit word is ahanta. Ahanta means I-ness. But ta is the equivalent of the English suffix ness. So ahanta means I-ness. So sometimes Bhagavan used the term ahankaram, but generally the term he used to refer to ego is ahande. So this is Chichara Granti, bondage, jiva, subtle body, ahande, and then he says ichamsara, this samsara. So what Bhagavan is indicating here is that the whole of samsara is in essence nothing but ego. Ego itself is what expands as all this vast samsara in which we all seem to be caught up and seem to be for so many countless janmas. So this samsara is nothing but ego, and it is also manam. That is, as Bhagavan clarified in verse 18 of Upadesha Undiyar, for example, enangale manam. Thoughts alone are mind. That is, generally, we use the term mind as a collective term to refer to all thoughts. However, as he says there, enangale manam, sorry, I'll just get the verse, sorry. Enangale manam, yavinam, nanenam enname moolamam. Of all, that means of all the thoughts that constitute the mind, the thought called I is the root. What he refers to here as the thought called I, that is ego. That often Bhagavan used this term thought called I as a synonym for ego, because ego is nothing but a thought. But of all thoughts, it's the first thought, it's a root thought. Why is it the root thought? Because unlike all other thoughts, ego is the only thought that is endowed with awareness. So all other thoughts exist only in the view of ego. So without ego, there can be no other thoughts. So he says of all thoughts, thought called I is the root. And then he concludes that verse by saying, Yanam manameno, what is called mind is only I. That implies what is called mind is only ego. That is, as what the mind essentially is ego. So that's why he says here this one thing called I that rises between the body and Satchit. That is not only is it ego, it is also mind. And he ends with the word "en," which means no, this. So the meaning of the entire meaning of the verse is the insentient body does not say I. Satchit, being awareness, does not rise. In between, one thing, I, rises as the extent of a body. Know that this is Chichara Granti, bondage, jiva, subtle body, ego, samsara, and mind. So here Bhagavan has clarified what is the nature of ego. It is neither Satchit, nor is it the body. It's some spurious entity that rises in between the two. Does this mean then, okay, I'll talk about this later. I mean, one wrong inference we could make from this verse is, oh, there are two things. There's Satchit and there's a body, and in between something else rises. There are no two things. What actually exists is only Satchit. The Jada Udal, the insentient body, exists only in the view of ego. That is, the body doesn't exist independent of ego. When we rise as ego, we project the body and take it to be ourselves. And that will be clarified in the next two verses. So in the next verse, verse 25, this is a very, very important verse. I will start with the last line, because in the last line of this verse, Bhagavan, but what he's talking about, he says in the last line. The last line is Urupatra Peyahande or. Or means know or investigate. Uruvatra Peyahande means formless phantom ego. Why does he say it's formless? Because ego has no form of its own. And why does he say it's a phantom? Because it's got no substance of its own. It borrows its form from the body, and it borrows its substance from Satchit. Substance means its existence and awareness. It borrows from Satchit. So what it actually is only Satchit. But it borrows its form from the body. So it's neither Satchit nor the body, but a confused mixture of the two, a conflation of these two. So that's but as I say, he said this is in the last line that he says Uruvatra Peyahande, because in verses you don't have to put things in the logical prose order. But that is in the last line. How he begins, so that is what he's talking about in this verse. In the first line, it begins by saying, Urupatri undam, Urupatri nekam. Urupatri undam means it comes into existence grasping form. It here means that formless phantom called ego. That this formless phantom ego comes into existence grasping form. That is, it has no form of its own. But it cannot exist without grasping a form. Here, the form that it grasps, as soon as it comes into existence, is the form of a body. So as soon as we rise as ego, we project a body and experience that body as ourself. We can see this from our experience in dream. As soon as we begin dreaming, we seem to be a body in that dream world. So that dream body obviously doesn't exist before we start dreaming. As soon as we rise as ego in dream, we project a dream body and take it to be ourselves. And so it's only it's only when we grasp a body as ourselves that we come into that ego comes into existence. So though ego has no form of its own, it cannot come into existence, cannot seem to exist without grasping a form as itself. So Urupatri undam, grasping form, it comes into existence. Urupatri nikam, grasping form, it stands. That is, so long as we remain as ego, we continue to grasp the form of the body as I. That's why Bhagavan said, ego is nothing but this false awareness, I am this body, as he described in the previous verse, as he implied in the previous verse. That is, that false I, but rises at the extent of a body. That is the false awareness, I am this body. So without grasping a body, ego cannot come into existence and it cannot stand. And having grasped the body as I, it then through that body, through its five senses and through the mind of that body. Because when Bhagavan talks about body, it's very important to remember, as he says in verse 5 of Uludunaptu, Udal Panchakosa Uru. The body is a form of five sheaths. Because we never experience only a physical body as ourself. Whenever we experience a physical body as ourself, that physical body always seems to be alive. No one has ever experienced a dead body of themselves. And it also seems to be awake. So Because it's alive, the pranamaya kosha is there. And because it's awake, the manamaya kosha, the mind, that's the grosser functions of the mind, the vijnanamaya kosha, the intellect, and the anandamaya kosha, the will, all of these seem to exist within that body, and we experience them collectively as ourself. So long as we grasp this form of 5 sheaths as ourself, through the 5 senses we perceive what seems to be an external world, and within the more subtle of the sheaths, we experience an inner world, a mental world of thoughts, feelings, emotions, perceptions, memories, reasoning, desires, likes, dislikes, and so on. These are all the subtle, the manamaya kosha, the vijnanamaya kosha, the anandamaya kosha. These all these. This internal world is consisting of these 3. Having grasped this form of a body, we then become aware of so many other things. We become aware of what seemed to be a physical world outside. So many physical objects seem to be there. And so many mental objects are there. So many thoughts, feelings, emotions, desires, attachments. So all these, there's a whole inner world of mental world. These are all forms. Why are they forms? Because anything that can be distinguished from any other thing is a form. So every thought is a form, every feeling is a form, every desire is a form, because we can distinguish one thing from another. So when Bhagavan talks about form here, he's using the term form in a very broad sense. So having said that ego comes into existence grasping form, it stands grasping form. Then in the 3rd sentence, he says, Urupatri undu mika ongum, grasping and feeding on form, mika ongum, it flourishes abundantly, it grows abundantly. That implies that ego is fed and nourished and flourishes by grasping form. All the forms it grasps are things other than itself, because ego itself is a formless phantom. Ego is the subject. All objects are forms. Objects of all types are forms. So whether it's physical forms or mental forms, whether it is also events, anything that happens, that is also a form. It's something that's distinguishable from something else. So by attending to things other than ourselves, ego feeds itself and flourishes. And since it cannot stand without grasping form, if it leaves one form, it grasps another form. So in the next sentence, he says, Uru vittu uru patram. This we can take it as from moment to moment, the mind is constantly flitting from attending to one thing to attending to another thing. We can take it in that sense. We can also take it in the sense that when we leave one body, we grasp another body. That is when we fall asleep and begin to dream, we've left this body of the waking state and we project some other body in dream. And then when we wake up from that dream, we leave that body and we grasp this body. And likewise with death, when this body, the life of this body comes to an end, we leave this body and we go and grasp some other body. So Uru Vittu Uru Patram covers all of those. Uru Vittu means leaving form. Uru Patram means grasping form. So leaving form, it grasps form. But then the most important sentence of all in this verse is Tedinal otam pidicum. Tedinal means if it seeks, very, very literally, if it seeks, but there's no clear subject there. But it's because in English we can't say, we can't form a sentence, we can't form an active sentence without having a subject. So it's easy, the sense of Tedinal is best conveyed in English, though it's an active verb, it's best conveyed as a pattern, if sought. If sought, otum pidicum. Otum means running. Pidicum means grasping. So it grasps running. In other words, otum pidicum is an idiom in Tamil, very similar to the English idiom, it takes flight. In other words, it runs away. That this is a metaphorical way of saying, but if we investigate ego, it will subside and disappear. Why will it subside and disappear? Because we seem to be ego only so long as we're grasping form. If we try to grasp ourselves, because we are a formless phantom, we will subside and dissolve back into our source. So, Teidinal here, if sought, who is to do the seeking and what is to be sought? Well, obviously, what is to be sought is ego, and who is to do the seeking? It is ego. So, if ego seeks itself, so it's not though the verb means seek, what it implies here is if ego investigates itself, if ego, instead of attending to things other than itself, if ego tries to attend to itself, it will subside and dissolve back into its source. It will take flight. So in this verse, Bhagavan reveals something about ego that I don't think has ever been revealed so clearly. But the nature of ego is to rise, stand, and flourish by attending to things other than itself. That's what the first two lines imply. But if instead of attending to itself, instead of attending to other things, if it tries to attend to itself, it will subside and disappear. In other words, we seem to be ego only so long as we're looking away from ourselves at other things. If we look back at ourselves to see what we are, this ego will subside and disappear because ego is a formless phantom. It doesn't actually exist. It's got neither a form of its own, nor has it got any substance of its own. It borrows its form from the body and it borrows its substance from Sat Chit. So if we look at it, when we turn our attention away from other things, back towards ourselves, we are thereby letting go of the body, because body is one of the forms that ego is grasping. If instead of grasping the body, if we try to grasp ourselves, what remains when we separate ourselves from the body, what remains is only I am. And since I am doesn't rise, because I am is Sat Chit Udiyadu, by grasping I am, we subside back into our source. So when we investigate ourselves, though ego, as Bhagavan said, it is a false awareness, I am this body. Even this we need to, what's it mean when Bhagavan says that ego is a false awareness, I am this body? It is that which is aware of itself as I am this body. So that which is aware of itself, if it tries to catch itself, it has to let go of the body. And when it lets go of the body, what remains for it to grasp? Only I am. So that's why in Maharshi's Gospel, in one place where Bhagavan's explaining about this practice of Atma-vichara, he says, in your investigation into the source of the Ahamvritti, Ahamvritti is a Sanskrit term, but means I thought. So it's the Sanskrit equivalent of what Bhagavan called Nananum Ninebu, the thought called I. In other words, it's ego. So Ahamvritti means ego. So Bhagavan says, in your investigation into the source of the Ahamvritti, you take the essence, or he explained just before that ego is Chitjadagranti. And so he says, in your investigation into the source of the Ahamvritti, you take the essential Chit aspect of ego. That is, we don't try to investigate the body, which is Jada. We try to investigate the Chit element of ego. That is, I am. So when we are investigating ourselves, we are trying to hold only on to I am. When we try to hold on to I am, we thereby subside and merge back into our source. There's no separate thing as ego to be found. If we look to find ego, it's like if we are walking on a path with Bhagavan in the dim light of dusk, and we see something lying on the path ahead of us, we take it to be a snake. Bhagavan assures us, no need to fear. It's not a snake, it's just a rope. But still, to us, it very much looks like a snake. So we continue to, we are not able to dispel our fear all at once. So what does Bhagavan say? He doesn't say, believe me, because merely believing is not going to dispel our, he says, look at it and see for yourself. Look closely. If we trust in Bhagavan's words, we will look very closely at that snake. And what will we see? oh, it's not a snake, it's only a rope. Likewise, if we look very closely at ego, what do we see? We see it's only that pure awareness I am. So just like the snake takes flight, if you look at it, ego takes flight if we look at it. What remains when you look, if you look at this snake very carefully and it takes flight, what remains then is just a rope. Likewise, if we look at ourselves very carefully, ego will take flight, and the underlying reality of ego, the pure awareness I am, such it alone will remain. So the Bhagavan here, he's revealed the nature of ego, and this verse, if we understand this verse, it'll be clear to us why Bhagavan emphasized that self-investigation is the only way to get rid of ego. Because so long as, if we're not attending to ourselves, we're attending to something else. If we're not attending either to something else or to ourselves, we subside in laya, in sleep, or in nirvikalpa samadhi, or whatever it's called, or any state of manolaya is just because when we go into manolaya, we go into manolaya through some means other than attending to ourselves, simply by withdrawing our attention from other things. Ego will subside in manolaya. But in order to bring about manonasa, the destruction of ego, it's necessary to let go of everything else. As Bhagavan says in verse 16 of Upadesha Undiyar, Veli videngle vittu, leaving external phenomena, manam tan oliuru ordale undipara, unme unachiam undipara. The mind knowing its own form of light alone is real awareness. So here he says, what is to know its own form of light? It's the mind. In other words, in laya, whether in sleep or in nirvikalpa samadhi, ego has already subsided, and then only the pure awareness remains. But in order to bring about, so because ego is absent there, that pure awareness, which shines alone in the state of manolaya, doesn't destroy ego, because ego is absent. So we need to bring about that experience of pure awareness here in the waking or dream state. That is, we as ego need to experience ourselves as pure awareness. So that's why he says the mind knowing its own form of light. As soon as the mind knows its own form of light, mind here means ego, as soon as ego knows its own form of light, that is its pure awareness, it ceases to be ego or mind, because it's ego or mind only so long as it knows itself as I am this body. But when it attends to itself so keenly that it thereby leaves all external phenomena, it thereby merges back in its source. And that state in which the mind knows its own form of light, it knows itself as pure awareness, and is thereby swallowed by pure awareness, that alone is real awareness. So all these verses, that Bhagavan has explained this in so many ways, and these are all so closely connected. So in this verse, Bhagavan reveals to us what is the nature of ego. The nature of ego is to rise, stand, and flourish by attending to things other than itself. So if our spiritual practice entails attending to anything other than ourselves, that may help to purify the mind if it is done with love. But it cannot bring about the destruction of mind, because ego is being sustained so long as we are attending to anything other than ourselves. In order to bring about the dissolution of ego, the permanent dissolution of ego, ego needs to cease grasping form by grasping itself. It needs to grasp itself. That is the key to the practice taught by Bhagavan. Ego needs to attend to itself. If ego attends to itself, Tedinal autum pidicum. If sought, it takes flight. It will subside and dissolve back into its source. And what will then remain is only its source, which is that fundamental awareness I am, that Satchit that Bhagavan referred to in the previous verse. So when we read this, we may come to the conclusion, so there are, the previous verse, Bhagavan talked about the ego rising between body and Satchit. And here he says it comes into existence grasping form. So does this mean that the forms exist independent of ego? The forms are there and Satchit is there, and in between something called ego called rises. No, it's only when we rise as ego that everything else comes into existence. That is, the forms exist only in the view of ego. As soon as we rise as ego, we project and experience these forms. So this is made clear by Bhagavan in verse 26, the next verse. What he says in verse 26 is, Ahande undayan. If ego comes into existence, anetum undahum. Ego comes into existence, everything comes into existence. Everything here means all forms, all phenomena, everything other than ourselves, everything other than the fundamental, than Satchit, which never rises or subsides. That is what is permanent. But when ego rises, all other things, all phenomena, all forms, all names and forms, all objects come into existence only when ego rises. Why is that? Because all other things exist only in the view of ego. So without ego, nothing else exists. So if ego comes into existence, everything comes into existence. Ahande indrail indruanatum. If ego doesn't exist, everything doesn't exist. But why? As I say, because ego is the subject. Without the subject, there cannot be any objects. Objects appear only in the view of the subject. So ego is the subject. All other things are objects. So they appear only in the view of the subject. So without the subject, other things don't exist. Then he says, Ahandeye yavamam. Ego itself is everything. Why is ego everything? Because it is everything else seems to exist only in the view of ego. So it borrows its semi-existence from the semi-existence of ourself as ego. So what we as ego see as all other things, as all the thoughts and feelings and memories and perceptions and the whole world, is nothing but we are seeing ourselves as all these things, just as in dream. In dream we see a whole world with people and bodies, and inside our mind we are aware of thoughts and feelings, and we have desires for certain things and aversion for certain things, and we experience likes, dislikes, and fear. When some monster comes, we want to run away. So we experience all these things, but when we wake up, we realize all those existed only in our own mind. So it was nothing but ourself, our own mind, but we were seeing as all these things. So this is the sense in which Bhagavan says, Ahande yavamam. Ego itself is everything. That is, ego is the substance that appears as all these, all phenomena. Just like gold is the substance that appears as so many ornaments, ego is the substance that appears as all these. So the subject is what appears as all the objects. The objects have they borrow their existence from the existence of the subject. The subject means ourself as ego. So everything depends upon ego. Without ego, there's nothing else. And then he concludes this verse by saying, Adalal, Yadu idu endru nadale, ovadal yavamenao. Therefore, investigating what this is giving up everything. Why is it giving up everything? Because when he says Yadu idu refers to ego. So when we investigate what this ego is, that is investigating what this ego is itself giving up everything. Why? Because to the extent to which we attend to ourselves, to that extent ego subsides. And to the extent that ego subsides, everything else subsides along with it. So if we attend to ego keenly enough, ego will Tedanalotum Piticum. It's thought it takes flight. It will subside and dissolve back into its source. When ego dissolves back into its source, everything else that exists only in the view of ego will subside along with it. So investigating what this ego is giving up everything. So this is, Bhagavan taught us the ultimate path of renunciation. Bhagavan never asked us to take sannyasa or Bhagavan wasn't interested in external renunciation. Bhagavan said, if it is that all the external life goes on according to prarabdha. If it is our prarabdha to be married and have 10 children and have a responsible job and so many things, that is going to happen whether we like it or not. We can want to run away from it, but if it's our destiny, we have to experience it. On the other hand, if it's our destiny to be a sannyasi, we'll be a sannyasi. So all these things are to do with prarabdha. ultimately, it doesn't matter whether we're a sannyasi or we're a householder seemingly in the midst of samsara. Whether we are aware of ourselves as I am a sannyasi or I am a grahastha, I am a renunciate or I am a worldly person, what is common is only I am. Holding on to I am, that is true renunciation. Because if we hold on to I am, everything else will drop off. So Bhagavan teaches the path of renunciation, but not merely the path of outward renunciation. He teaches the path of inward renunciation. And it's up to us. Do we want to renounce or not? If we have sincere love to know and to be what we actually are, we will turn our attention within and thereby give up everything. But we can't have our cake and eat it. So long as we are attached to anything other than ourselves, we are not going to be willing to turn within and surrender ourselves completely. So complete surrender means surrender of ego. When ego is surrendered, everything else is surrendered with it. So we need tremendous love to follow this path that Bhagavan has shown us. Bhagavan's path, though it is often considered to be the path of jnana. Yes, it is the path of jnana, but it's also the path of bhakti. This is the ultimate bhakti. That is the greatest form of bhakti is surrender, because what greater love is there than to give oneself? So self-surrender is the pinnacle of the path of surrender, of the path of bhakti. And the pinnacle of the path of surrender is atma-vichara, because we cannot surrender ego entirely without investigating it. Because as Bhagavan said in the previous verse, the nature of ego is to rise, stand, and flourish by grasping form, and it will subside and disappear only by grasping itself. That is why in the 13th paragraph of Nana, Bhagavan begins by pointing out the oneness of self-investigation and self-surrender. What he says in the first sentence of that 13th paragraph of Nana is Anma chintane tavira, vera chintane kalambavadaku, satram idum kodamal, apmanishta paranai iripate, tanne isanaku adipadam. What that means is being atmanishta paran. Atmanishta paran means one who is firmly fixed as oneself, one who is abiding as oneself, being what we actually are. So being atmanishta paran, giving not even the slightest room to the rising of any chintana, any thought, except atma chintana. Atma chintana literally means thought of oneself. It implies self-contemplation or self-attentiveness. In other words, self-investigation. That alone is giving oneself to God. So the whole sentence is being atmanishta paran, giving not even the slightest room to the rising of any thought other than self-attentiveness, alone is giving oneself to God. In other words, we need to be so keenly self-attentive that we thereby give no room to the rising of any other thought. That is surrender. So though Bhagavan sometimes talked about self-investigation and self-surrender as if they were two alternative paths, because they're actually just two ways of presenting the same thing. Some people are more attracted to the idea of investigating and knowing what they actually are. Other people are more attracted to the idea of surrendering themselves wholly to God. Actually, they are both one and the same. So when we get down to the practice, we cannot surrender ourselves to God without holding firmly to self-attentiveness. And that is the true bhakti. Why? Because God is that which is shining in our heart as I. So Bhagavan's teachings are so simple, so complete, and so coherent. Every element of Bhagavan's teaching ties in with every other element, whether it's Arunachala Stuti Panchakam or Uludunapadu or Nana. There's so many, the same themes are woven into all these works. For example, Uludunapadu, Bhagavan ends by saying, destruction of ego is mukti. And he begins Aksharam like Arunachala mena ahamenine pava ahatever arupaya Arunachala. Arunachala, you root out the egos of those who meditate on you in the heart as I. That is, the word ahame there has two meanings. It can mean both heart. So ahame can mean in the heart. Ahame can mean only I, who know that Arunachala is only I. So those who think of Arunachala as I, that you root out their ego. So whether it's Arunachala Stuti Panchakam or Uladunapadu or Nana or whatever it is, Bhagavan has one aim and one aim alone. That is eradicating, rooting out ego. That is the aim of Bhagavan teaching, and that can be achieved only by self-investigation and self-surrender. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks to Bhagavan.
Sorry, I ran a little over time, but
Thank you, Michael.
thank you. Well, all thanks to Bhagavan. That's Bhagavan's words I've been talking about.
Thank you, all of you from the London Satsang. This is Mohan from Arunachala Ashrama. Now we will start Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now Srimati Sushila Ramanan and Aruna Shankaran are going to chant the Arunachala Akshamalai. Aruna.
Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Taruna Runamani Kirandavali Nigadaruma Saramana Magimale Terunadiya Tiradiya Teruman Teliya Paravudal Murulaga Karuna Karamuni Ramanariyal Muvagainar Choliyadu Gadiyaga Arunachalamena Agame Arivodum Alva Sivanulagalvare Arunachala Ketra Aksharamana Malai Shatra Karuna Karaganapatiye Karamaruli Kapaye Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Arunachalamena agame ninaipavar agattai verarupai Arunachalam Aragu sundaram polahamum niyum otravinam irupum Arunachalam Agam boham titun agagogai sirayai amarvitadengol Arunachala Arukayane ஆண்டனை அகற்றி அகிலம் பழித்திடும் அருணாச்சலா இப்பழித பொனை ஏனினை பீத்தாய் இனி யார் விடுவார் அருணாச்சலா மன்னையர் பெரிதருள் புரிவோய் இதுவும் அருணாச்சலா உனையே மாற்றி போடாதுளத்தில் மேல் ஒருதிய இருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலா ஊர்ஷோற்றுளம்பிடாதுனை கண்டடங்கிட உன்னழகை காட்டருணாச்சலா என்னை அழித்தே போதென்னை கலவாவிடு இதுவோ ஆண்மை அருணாச்சலம்.
இந்த உறக்கம் என்னை பிறவிழுக்க இது உனக்கழகோ அருணாச்சலம்.
ஐம்புல கள்வர் அகத்தினில் புகும் போதகத்தினில் இளையோ அருணாச்சலம்.
உன்னை ஒழித்தவர் வருவார் சூதே இது அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
ஓங்கார பொருள் ஓப்புயர்வில்லோய் உனையாரறிவார் அருணாச்சலம்.
ஓமை போல் எனக்கு உன்னருளை தந்தனை ஆளுவதும் கடன் அருணாச்சலம்.
கண்ணுக்கு கண்ணாய் கண்ணின்றி காணுனை காணுவ தேவர் பார் அருணாச்சலம்.
இரும்பு போல் கவர்ந்தனை விடாமல் கந்தனோடிருப்பாய் அருணாச்சலம்.
கிரி உருவாகிய கிருபை கடலே கிருபை கூந்தருளுவாய் அருணாச்சலம்.
மேலெங்கும் கிளரொளி மணிய கீழ்மையை பாழ்ஷி அருணாச்சலம்.
குற்றமுற்றரு தென்னை குணமாய் பணித்தாள் குரு உருவாயோளி அருணாச்சலம்.
கண்ணியர் கொடுமையில் படாதருள் கூர்ந்தனை சேர்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
கெஞ்சியும் வஞ்சிய கொஞ்சமும் இறங்கிலே அஞ்சலென்றே அருணாச்சலம்.
கேடாகளிக்கும் கேடில் புகழை கேட செய்யாதருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
கையினிற் கனி உன் மேரசம் கொண்டு வகை வெறி கோளாறு அருணாச்சலம்.
கொடியரை கொல்லுனை கட்டி கொண்டெங்கன் வாழ்வேன் அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
கோபமில் குணத்தோய் குறியாயனை கோள குறையன் செய்தேன் அருணாச்சலம்.
கௌதமர் போற்றும் கருணை மாமலையே கடை கண்ணி தாழ்வாய் அருணாச்சலம்.
சகலமும் விழுங்கும் கதிரொளியின மன ஜல ஜமலதி அருணாச்சலம்.
உன்னை சார்புணவாயால் சாந்தமாய் போவன் அருணாச்சலம்.
சித்தம் குளிர கதிரத்தம் வைத்த முதவாயை திராருண்மதி அருணாச்சலம்.
அழித்து நிர்வாணமாய் செய்தருள் சீரை அழித்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
சுக கடல் பொங்க சொல்லுணர்வடங்க சும்மா பொருந்திடுங்கருணாச்சலா
செய்தென்னை சோதியாதி கருணாச்சலா
செப்படி விதைகடி படிமய கோவி ஒருபடு விதை காட் அருணாச்சலம்
சேராயனிமை நீராயுருகி கண்ணீராற்றழிவேன் அருணாச்சலா
செய்யன தள்ளி செய்வினை சுடுமல உய்வகையே தூரே அருணாச்சலம்
சொல்லாது சொல்லி நீ சொல்லரனில் என்று சும்மாயிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
சோம்பியாய் சும்மா சுகமொன்றுறங்கிடில் சொல்வே ரெங்கதி அருணாச்சலம்
சௌரியம் காட்டினை சழக்கற்றதென்றே சலியாதிருந்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
ஞமலியிற்கேடா நானென்றுருதிய நாடி நின் உருவேன் அருணாச்சலம்
ஞானம் இல்லாது உன் ஆசையாற்றளர் ஞானம் தெரித்தருள் அருணாச்சலா
ஏமேறு பொன்னியும் மலந்திலை என்றே நின்றனையன் அருணாச்சலம்
தத்துவம் தெரியாதனையூற்றாய் தத்துவம் இதுவென் அருணாச்சலா
தானே தானே தத்துவமிதனை தானே காட்டுவாய் அருணாச்சலம்
அந்தனை தினமக கண்காள் தெரியுமென்றனையன் அருணாச்சலா
தீரமில்லகத்தில் தேடி உந்தனையான் திரும்ப உற்றேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
பரிவில்லாய் பிறப்பென் பயன் மோத்திடவாயேன் அருணாச்சலம்
தூய் மனமொழிய தோயும் உண்மைய தோயவே அருளன் அருணாச்சலம்
உன்னை சாரவே என்னை சேர மொழித்தாய் அருணாச்சலா
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா
தேடாதோற்றன திருவருள் நிதியக தீய கௌந்தேதருள் அருணாச்சலம்
அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
தொட்டருட்கைமை கட்டிடாய நிலிய நட்டமாவேனரு அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சலம்
நகை கிடமிலை நின் நாடிய எனையருள் நகையிட்டு அருணாச்சலம்.
நாடிலை நாடிட நானாயொன்றி காணுவானின்றனை அருணாச்சலா.
நின்னெறி எரித்தனை நீராக்கிடுமுன் நின்னருள் மழை பொழி அருணாச்சலம்.
நீலானர புலி நிதங்களிமயமாய் நின்றிடு நிலை அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நுண்ணொரு உனையான் விண்ணொரு நன்னிட எண்ணலை ஏறுமென் அருணாச்சலம்.
நூலறிவறியா பேதைய என்ற மாலறிவரு தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
நேக்கன குருகியான் போகிட உனை புக நக்கனா நின்றனை அருணாச்சலம்.
நேசமில் எனக்கு உன் ஆசையை காட்டி நீ மோசம் செய்யா தருள் அருணாச்சலா.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலா.
நைந்தழிகனியா நலநிலை பதத்தில் நாடி உட்கொள் நலம் அருணாச்சலம்.
திடாதுந்தனை வந்தனை கொண்டில்லை அந்தானி என கருணாச்சலா.
நோக்கிய கருதிமை தாக்கிய பக்குவம் ஆக்கினி ஆடருள் அருணாச்சலம்.
பற்றி மாவிடங்களையூற்றிரு முனமர் பற்றிடாருள் புரி அருணாச்சலா.
பார்த்தருள் மாலர பார்த்திலையனினருள் பாருணக்கால் சொல்வ அருணாச்சலம்.
விட்டுனை நேர்ப்பித்த நாட்டினை அருள் தீர்த்தம் தெளி மருந்தருணாச்சலா.
வீதியில் உனை சார் வீதியில் என்னை சேர் வீதி உந்தனகேன் அருணாச்சலம்.
புல்லறிவேதுரை நல்லறிவேதுரை புல்லிடவே அருள் அருணாச்சலா.
பூமட மாமணம் பூரண மணங்கோள பூரண மணமரு அருணாச்சலம்.
நிலைத்திடவே பிடித்திழுத்தனை உன் பெருமையாரறிவார் அருணாச்சலம்.
பேய்த்தனம் விட விடா பேயாய் பிடித்தனை பேயன கிணையன் அருணாச்சலம்.
கைகொடியானான் பற்றின்றி வாடாமல் பற்று கொடாய் கருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்.
பொடியான் மயக்கியன் போதத்தை பறித்தூன் போதத்தை காட்டினை அருணாச்சலம்.
போக்கும் வரவுமில் பொதுவெளி நிலருள் போராட்டம் காட்டருணாச்சலம்.
போதிக மாமுட பற்றற்ற நாளும் பவிசு கண்டுர வரும் அருணாச்சலம்.
மலை மருந்திட மலை திடவோ அருள் மலை மருந்தாயொளிர் அருணாச்சலா
மானம் கொண்டுருபவர் மானத்தை அழித்த விமானம் லாதொளிர் அருணாச்சலம்
கெஞ்சிடும் கொஞ்சவரிவனியா அஞ்சியாதருளனை அருணாச்சலாம்
மிகாமல் இல்லாமல் மாகாற்றலைகளும் ஆகாமல் காத்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்
அடி காணாமுடி விடுத்தனை நேர் முடிவிட கடனிலை அருணாச்சலம்
மூக்கிலன் முன்காட்டு மூகுரமகாதனை தூக்கியணைந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்
யகத்தின் மனமென் மலரணையினாய் கலந்திட அருள் அருணாச்சலாம்
மேன்மேற்றாழ்ந்திடும் மெல்லிய சேந்தினி மேன்மையுற்றனையன் அருணாச்சலம்
மைனயனி தருள்மையினால் உனது வசமா இணை அருணாச்சலாம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலாம்
மொட்டையடித்தனை வேட்ட வெளியில் நீ நட்டமாடினையன் அருணாச்சலம்
மோகம் தவிர்த்து உன் மோகம் வைத்து மோகம் தீரா என் அருணாச்சலாம்
மௌனியாய் கல் போல் மலராதிருந்தால் மௌனமிதாமோ அருணாச்சலம்
யவனன் வாயில் மண்ணினையாட்டி என் பிழை பொழித்தருணாச்சலாம்
யாரும் அறியாதென் மதியினை மருட்டி எவர் கொலை கொண்ட தருணாச்சலம்
ரமணன் என்றுரைத்தேன் ரோஷம் கொள்ளாதென்னை அமித்திட ஜெயவாருணாச்சலாம்
ராப்பகலில்லா பெருவெளி வீட்டில் ரமித்திடுவோவா அருணாச்சலம்
லட்சியம் வைத்தருளாஸ்திரம் வீட்டனை பட்சித்தாய் பிராணனுள் அருணாச்சலாம்
லாப நீக பர லாபமிலனையுற்று லாபமென்றோற்ற அருணாச்சலம்
படி சொல்லிலை வந்தன் படியள வருந்திடும் தலை விதி அருணாச்சலம்
வாவென்றகம்புக்குன் வாழ்வருளென்றே என் வாழ்விழந்தேன் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
வீட்டினில் கஷ்டமாம் விட்டிடாதுனை உயிர் வீட்டிட அருள் புரி அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம்
வீடு வெட்டி துள வீடு புக்கு பையவும் வீடு காட்டினை அருணாச்சலம்
செயல் வெறுத்திடாதுன் வீட்டனை காருணாச்சலம்
வேதாந்தத்தே வேரற விள விளங்கும் வேத பொருள் அருணாச்சலம்
வைதலை வாழ்த்தா வைத்தருள் குடியா வைத்தனை விடாதருள் அருணாச்சலம்
அம்புவிலாலிபு அன்புரு நிலனை அன்பா கரை தருள் அருணாச்சலம்
அருள் கண்டிப்பட்டேன் அருள்வலை தப்புமோ அருணாச்சலம்
சிந்தி தருள் பட சிலந்தி போல் கட்டி சிறையில் உட்டுண்டனை அருணாச்சலம்
ஒரு நாமங்கிழன்பர்தமன் பரு கண்பனாய் அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
ஐயன் போலும் தீனரை இன்புற காத்து நீ என்னாலும் வாழ்ந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம்
ஒரு கண்பர்தமின் சொற்கொள் செவியும் பொன்மொழி கொள அருள் அருணாச்சலம்
பொறுமயம் பூதர பொஞ்சொலை நஞ்சொல ஒரு தருள் ஈட்டம்பின் அருணாச்சலம்
மாலை அழி தருணாச்சல ரமணாய மாலை
அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம் மாலை அளித்தருணாச்சல ரமணயன் மாலை அணிந்தருள் அருணாச்சலம் அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சலம் அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல சிவ அருணாச்சல அருணாச்சலம் வாழி அன்பர்களும் வாழி அக்ஷரமணமாலை வாழி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
Thank you, Sushila Mami and Aruna. Welcome to the 125th Advent to Arunachala celebrations. We started celebrating on the Zoom. I think we started with the global Jayanti celebrations, probably the Advent followed by the global, the Aradhana, and now we are celebrating again the Advent. It is Bhagavan's grace that we have been all able to do together with so many different satsang groups in North America, Canada, France, and the United Kingdom. We started the program from UK. It was such a wonderful one. And we will continue for the entire day, probably till 8:15 or 8:30. And there will be an address from Dr. Anand Ramanan around 7:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today being the advent of Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi to Arunachala, I will read an extract from Ramana Leela from Krishna Bhikshu, who wrote it in Telugu. During Bhagavan's time, 3 biographies were written, one in English by B.V. Narasimha Swami, and one by Krishna Bhikshu in Telugu, and Bharati in Tamil. I will start from the farewell that leads Bhagavan leaving the house and his experience to reach the Arunachala. Chapter 9, Farewell. There is no time to waste. I must reach the lap of the Arunagireshwara Arunagireshwara how to do. Won't he show the way? Thought Venkataramanan, and got up at once. His brother asked him where he was off to. I have a special class on electricity at 12. I have to attend it, replied Venkataramanan. The brother said, very well, there are 5 rupees in the box. In downstairs, take the keys from aunt and pay my college fee. After all, the college is close to your school. The brother was not at all aware that he was facilitating the journey of Venkataraman, who must have thought that his father was coming to his help. It also confirmed his feeling that his departure was at the command of his father. Venkataraman went down hurriedly, ate the meal served by his aunt, and took the amount as directed by his brother. How was he to know the way? He didn't feel like asking anyone, nor could anyone have guessed his plan. Years later, Bhagavan's class fellow Ranga Iyer had his darshan, prostrated before him and asked, how is it that you didn't even tell me that you were leaving home? The reply was, I myself didn't know till I actually left the house. He consulted an old atlas and noticed that Tindivanam on the Villapuram Madras railway station section was the nearest railhead to Arunachala. Actually, Tiruvannamalai station was in the Villapuram Katpadi railway station, laid about 4 years earlier, but it was not shown in the atlas. The fare from the Tindivanam was 3 rupees. He took that amount and replaced 2 rupees in the box. He wrote a brief note addressed to his brother and placed it prominently in the box and embarked on his journey. That was, he wrote, I have, in search of my father and in obedience to his command, started from here. This is only embarking on a virtuous enterprise. Therefore, none need grieve over this affair. To trace this money, no money need be spent. Thus, he wrote a PS, your college fee has not been paid, 2 rupees are enclosed. This letter, say some, is evidence of the steadily increasing self-knowledge. But was it so? The I at the commencement is no indication of Venkatraman's identification with the body. To say is to belittle his realization of the distinction between the body and the self already acquired. His not signing the letter was not due to the absence of any individual doer. After all, he was in any case writing the letter. He was immersed in the formless entity. Therefore, it does not appear correct to assume that he had no consciousness of Venkatraman the individual. In the phrase, your fee, the distinction between me and you is obvious enough. The only things that are clear from the letter are Venkatraman's knowledge of the self as distinct from the body, actions taking place without any particular intention, and his anxiety to see that his relations were not inconvenienced on his account, a noble trait in itself. Had the train arrived at the scheduled time of 12 noon at the station that day, Venkatraman would have missed it. It came 1 hour late, which was why, though he took time in walking the distance from home, he did not miss the train. Venkatraman thought it was further proof of God himself attracting him like a magnet and resolving all inconvenient situations on the way. He bought a ticket to Tindivanam, paying a little less than 3 rupees. Had he seen the fare table a little below, he would have noticed the Villapuram Katpadi line and the Tiruvannamalai station thereon. His mind was centered entirely on Arunachala, and so he could not notice anything other than his goal. He didn't want to ask anyone else as that could be a giveaway. He was in a state of excitement and had no interest in any contact with others. He got into the train on its arrival and sat quietly, not speaking to anyone. The train sped on. He didn't turn to look back at the beautiful city of Madurai, nor at all at those dear places where he had played since his childhood. Venkatraman sat, eyes closed, oblivious of his physical body, or was it that his body was flying in the inward sky? Along the banks of the south-flowing Vaigai were green fields, coconut and mango groves, all presenting a picture of nature's bounty. Was not this beautiful earth a manifestation of the Ishvara? A little later came the Dindigul fort, where Venkatraman played about his younger days. There was only one game left for Venkatraman thereafter. This was to dwell in the ocean of blissful nectar. Such was Venkatraman's state. How could he look at nature's beauty or his favorite haunts of the bygone days? Chapter 10, The Great Journey. The sun was setting. A Maulvi was seated in the same compartment, was narrating the stories of different stages to his fellow passengers, who were absorbed in his narration. But this young man was indifferent, did not even open his eyes. Curious, the Maulvi approached him and asked, Swami, where are you going? Venkatraman, Tiruvannamalai. Maulvi, I am also going there. Venkatraman, is it so? Maulvi, not exactly, but to Tirukoilur, the station adjacent to it. Venkatraman, surprised, is there a train to Tiruvannamalai? Maulvi, of course. To which did you buy your ticket then? Venkatraman, to Tindivanam. Maulvi, oh my, why to Tindivanam? You have to get off at Villupuram and take another train that goes to Tirukoilur and to Tiruvannamalai. The father was lending a hand to lead his son. If not, why did the Maulvi get into that very compartment? Why did he accost him and give him so many details? Maybe the one with the matted hair, Shiva guided him. Gladdened, Venkataraman resumed his meditation. By the time he reopened his eyes, darkness had enveloped all around. The train had reached Tiruchirappalli station. Quite strangely, the Maulvi who said he was going to Tirukoilur was not to be seen. Equally strangely, until then Venkatraman was not hungry at all. It was dinner time, and then he felt hungry, as if he was duty-bound to feel so. He bought 2 country apples and began to eat. He just had 2 bites, by which time he felt full. This again was quite strange. Normally he had a substantial meal, but on that occasion, a meager meal sufficed. He fell into meditation again. At the early hours of the next day, the train reached Villupuram. Venkataraman got down and began looking for the way to Tiruvannamalai. He was hesitant to ask anybody. Yet his father carried on his duty. As Venkataraman walked along, he saw several guideposts, one which pointed towards Mambalapattu. But he did not know what Mambalapattu was on the way to Tiruvannamalai. He roamed about hungry and tired and reached a hotel where he was told that the meals would be ready only by noon. He decided to wait and sat there and fell into meditation. The owner of the hotel was observing the lad, who was bright, very fair, and thick, dark hair, earrings without any luggage, and lost to the world. Who could he be? By noon, the food was ready. The hotel owner woke up Venkataraman and served him Venkataraman offered to pay for it, but the hotel owner declined to take it on learning that Venkataraman had very little money. Maybe that was the Lord's way of showing his grace. With a meager amount, Venkataraman could buy a ticket to Mambalapattu. He traveled by train up to that point and then began walking. He walked on till it was quite dark. Aryanallur, also known as Shivalankapuri, is a great pilgrim center. On a small hillock near the village is situated the temple. The great poet saint Gnanasambandar sang in praise of the Atulya Natheshwar. He also consecrated an image of Arunachaleshwara there. When Sambandar sat in meditation, Arunachaleshwara appeared first as a column of light and later as an old Brahmin. But Sambandar could not recognize him and made inquiries. The visitor replied that he belonged to Arunagiri and that he visited the temple every day to collect flowers for Arunachaleshwara. Sambandar asked the Brahmin to take him also to Arunagiri, to which he agreed. On the way, the Brahmin disappeared. A band of robbers surrounded Sambandar and his retinue and robbed them of their belongings. Sambandar was taken aback and prayed to the Lord, who revealed himself and told Sambandar that the robbers were part of his retinue, the Ganas. He promised to take him across if Sambandar stayed back as his guest for dinner, and also offered to return all the articles stolen. Normally, Sambandar never ate without serving some guests, but on that occasion, himself became a guest of Ishvara. How Sambandar reached Arunachala and sang in praise of Arunachala Ishvara is a different story. Tired and exhausted, Venkataraman reached the temple, only to find the doors closed. As the priest had not arrived, he waited till the priest came. The priest went in and got involved in the puja. Venkataraman walked in and settled down in a corridor, shut his eyes, opened his heart, and began his mental puja of Ishvara. It was at that very spot that Gnanasambandar saw the column. Samandar was also barely 16 when he had the same experience. All of a sudden, a bright light from a source unknown to Venkataraman enveloped him. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but bright light all around. He thought it could be the light of the deity and walked towards the sanctum sanctorum. But the time he reached it, the light vanished. The sanctum was dark. The light could not be from there. But where had it come from? Did his Atma Jyoti shine forth from his heart? Or did Arunachaleshwara come to invite him, just as he invited Gnanasambandar? Did Ishvara, whom Venkataraman always meditated upon, grant him the knowledge of the self? Did not Chokanatha appear in the form of the Maulvi and promise to accompany Venkataraman till Tirukoilur? After all, this was a part of Tirukoilur. Possibly there his jurisdiction ended and that of Arunachaleshwara commenced thereafter. Possibly also he came in this form and assumed the responsibility of protecting Venkataraman thenceforth. Venkataraman returned from the dark sanctum to his former place in the corridor and resumed his meditation. The temple priest completed his puja and called out, "Who is there? It is time to close the doors of the temple. Get up and go." Venkataraman came out of his meditation and pleaded for a little prasad. The priest said, "There is no food ready for you here. All right, at least let me rest here for this night," asked Venkataraman. The staff of the temple intervened and said, "Killur is about a mile from here. You have a Virateshwar temple there. Maybe you can get some prasad there, come along. Venkataraman accompanied them. At the temple, he fell into meditation as long as the puja was going on. After the puja, the priest who was distributing prasad flatly refused to offer him any. One of the temple musicians took pity on the boy who was tired and suggested to the priest that his share of prasad might be given to the lad. Someone took Venkataraman to a nearby house for water. By the time Venkataraman reached that house, he fainted. Nobody knew whether it was due to weakness or sleep or meditation. He revived a little later and noticed that he was at a different spot. All the food was scattered on the ground and a crowd gathered around him. Watching him, Venkataraman picked up the food, drank some water, and slept on that street. The following day was the Gokulashtami, August 31st, 1896. He was still hungry and still had to go 20 miles. As Venkataraman was walking down the street, he saw the door of one house ajar, but nobody was seen to be seen inside. He went in and asked the owner, Muthu Krishna Bhagavatar, who was taking his bath in the backyard, for food. The Bhagavatar had a widowed sister who looked after the house. But at that moment, she had gone to the nearby river to fetch the water. There were no other female members in the house. The Bhagavatar asked him to wait till she returned. In due course, she came and seeing the boy asking for food, looked upon him as Krishna himself, coming in the form of a Brahmin youth and seeking the food. She saw the hungry look on his face, and though she commenced cooking, she felt the lad could not be able to withstand the delay. She said to him, "Come along, I shall serve you some leftovers for the present." Venkataraman had barely 2 morsels when his hunger vanished, but the lady would not leave him till he ate that was served. Venkataraman had no energy left to walk any further, nor did he have any money to purchase a train ticket. What if he sold a ruby earring? But come along, I shall. Venkataraman had no energy left to walk any further, nor did he have any money to purchase a train ticket. What if he sold a ruby earring? But he had no experience in such deal. Finally, he thought it best to raise a loan and approach the Bhagavatar. He answered all the Bhagavatar's questions and added for good measure that he had lost his luggage in the train. He gave his real address also, in the confidence that at a distant place, there was no chance of the news reaching any of his relatives. The Bhagavatar examined the earrings and was satisfied with the quality. He estimated that the earrings would cost 20 rupees at least, whereas the lad was asking only for 4 rupees. He saw no reason to suspect anything wrong and gave Venkataraman the money he wanted. By then the food was ready. The lady of the house invited both of them and served them a sumptuous meal. It being a festival day, her joy knew no bounds, as she thought that her guest was none other than Krishna himself. She also prepared several sweets to offer Krishna that evening. She gave a packet of them to her guest even before offering the sweets to Krishna. How blessed she was. Venkataraman promised the Bhagavatar to take back his earrings as soon as possible. He collected the packet of sweets and set out for the station. At a little distance away from the house, he tore to pieces the slip of paper containing the Bhagavatar's address. Was he to get involved in the worldly affairs anymore? He reached the station and slept there that night. The train was to arrive in the early morning. Venkataraman purchased a ticket for Tiruvannamalai. We have spoken several times about Venkataraman's hunger. It is true, he experienced hunger. His body felt weak and on several occasions would faint. But when he attempted to eat, even a little food would suffice. No reason could be given for this. Chapter 11, the goal. They were the early hours of the day. The darkness was slowly fading away right from the moment he boarded the train. Venkataraman was eager to see Arunachala. His cherished goal was nearing. His excitement mounted, at first hazily, a little later more clearly, and finally explosively, the peak of Arunagiri. Its middle, its foothills, and its base, with the temple towers touching the stars, all this came into view. Venkataraman's heart was immersed in an ocean of joy. His body quivered, his eyes brimmed with tears, which came in the wake of his beholding his beloved Arunachala to his heart's contents. Soon after the train reached the station, Venkataraman walked swiftly to the temple, almost running. In those early hours, except the wind god, nobody was paying obeisance to the Lord. Even the rustle of that wind faded away from Venkataraman's earshot. It was the hour when the temple remained closed. Till 8 o'clock, nobody would come to the temple nor open the doors. But unusually, that day, all the doors were wide open. Was it a moment when the father gave a secret upadesha to his son? Or did he feel that the inspired son deserved nothing less than a private audience? Or did he instruct the son, "You were searched for me in the depths of your heart, you shall find me"? Venkataraman walked straight into the sanctum sanctorum. Having done so, he reported to the Lord, "Father, I have come according to your bidding. I offer myself to you." The emotional upsurge which flooded his heart vanished. The conflict of emotions abated. The peace reigned. That experience transcended both joy and sorrow. It would be appropriate to describe it as pleasurable. Tears flowed down his cheeks. The burning sensation had gone. There was no agony of any kind. An overwhelming happiness drowned him. The son, who till then was playing different parts in this world, was no longer going to leave the Father's presence. All connection between him and the world snapped. Let the Lord give his benediction to the world. For Venkataraman, Arunachaleshwara was the sole refuge. Never would he leave his lap. He obtained that, having obtained which, there was nothing else to desire. Farewell to the turmoil of this world. Welcome to the absolute peace. Henceforth, whatever he did, physically, mentally, or by any other means, was to be offered to the Father only. To whom did he offer himself? To his father, Ishvara. Who was Ishvara? Was it the stone linga in front of him, or Arunachala, the hill beyond? Neither. He was different from the body. He was the spirit. The body was its sheath. The hill and the linga were the sheets enveloping his father. Else how he could have the immeasurable and omnipresent one be limited to these tiny things? They were the mere symbols of this limitless substratum of this universe, the source of all the power and the acts in the universe, the all-pervasive truth. Venkataraman was established in it. What was the nature of his father? What was the relationship between his own ego and this universal, all-supporting, all-destroying, authoritative, secret nature? How was he to ascertain this? Everyone should find out the truth for himself. This is what Varuna enjoined on Bhrigu too. He said, learn by the tapas. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Now, Lavanya Hari and Ananya Hari are going to chant.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Umai Vanangum Muttamartham Mahakankan Tamai Niruthu Atma Vazhikapu Arunai Mamuni Ramanar Varga Karunai Katum Kanda Varga Tirumuha Guhai Tiruve Varga Uruvaru Varu Iru Sivame Varga Uru Malaradane Vondrayange Irumulai Naduvena Iruviral Valate இருப்பாய் புரித்த இதயம் என்றே பொருளது தவம் தினமுள்ளதாய் வாழ்க ஒன்றிலே அனைத்தும் ஒன்றி இன்றி பன்முக வடிவம் பற்றி கொண்டு ஓடும் எண்ணம் ஓடியாட காடும் மாறும் காவி அணிந்து போன இடத்தில் புண்ணியமில்லையே மோன உளத்தில் மோகம் மறுத்து தானே தானே தத்துவம் எனவே தானே காட்டி தந்தாய் வாழ்க மூச்சினில் கவனம் மூற்றும் வைத்து பேச்சில் ஆசை பற்றாதிருந்து புத்தர் கூறிய புது வழியதனை பக்தர் யாவரும் பயில எளிதில் நானாரென்றே நல்கி இங்கே தானாம் தன்னை காட்டி எந்தை ரமணரெனும் மொழி வடிவில் தந்தாய வழி தகமை வாழ்க வந்த வினையும் வந்து போக தந்த கண்மம் தாமே போகும் சிந்தை தன்னை ஜீவன் தன்னில் எந்த நேரமும் எளிதாயிருப்பில் தந்த மோன தத்துவன் வாழ்க தாயை ஊய்க்க தன் கை கொண்டு மாயை நீத்து மௌனம் தந்து முன்வினை அனைத்தும் முற்றிலும் அகற்றி பின்வினையவையும் பற்றா வண்ணம் முக்தி அழைத்து ஒன்றாய் கூட்டி சித்தி அருளிய குஹனே வாழ்க முன்னாள் தந்தைக்கு முக்தியின் வடிவம் ஒன்றாம் அந்த ஓமென பொருளும் பின்னாள் அன்னை பக்தி பண்ண அன்பின் வடிவில் அண்டம் வந்து துன்பம் துடைத்த தூயவன் வாழ்க அன்பே ஓத்த அழகே வாழ்க கடலில் தேங்கும் ஓடம் போல உடலில் பொங்கும் உணர்ச்சியாவும் வந்து போகும் வந்தால் போனால் சிந்தையற்ற சீற்றமற்ற வந்த புத்தியும் மனமும் அடங்கி எந்த பற்றும் எய்தா பாங்கு துறவு என்றே தூய் தோய் வாழ்க அறநெறி நிறை மனாமுதம் வாழ்க வாய்மொழி மொழிந்து வாசகம் ஓதி ஓய்ந்த மனதை ஒன்றாய் பார்க்க மந்திர ஜபமும் உள்ளே செய்து மந்த பூதி மலர்ந்த பின்னே மனதை தோற்றும் மூலம் தன்னை முனைப்பாய் பார்த்தால் முன்னே தோன்றும் ஓரிடமுள்ளம் ஒன்றாய் ஒடுங்கி பேரில்லா ஓருளி பெருமான் வாழ்க. ஆன்மா கேள்வி அகுதே உண்மை தான் தான் என்ற தன்மை வாழ்க. துக்கம் சோகம் தூவும் ஆசை சேக்கி உள்வரும் சிறுமை தள்ளி மனதில் கூர்ந்து ஆன்ம விசாரம் தினமே போகும் தொல்லை எல்லாம் தாமே செல்லும் தந்தாய் வாழ்க. நாமே நம்மில் நாமாய் வாழ்க. நானே செய்வேன் நாச்சியாகந்தை தானே வீட்டு தானா எங்கே சும்மா இருவன உமது போதம் அம்மாதுவே ஆழம் வாழ்க. அதுவித செயல் அதுவே உத்தமம் முக்தி நித்தம் சக்தியின் வாழ்க. கேட்டு பாடி கண்ணாய் நினைத்து தோட்டு திருவடி துதித்து தொழுது நட்புற நடந்து நன்றே செய்து ஏட்டு பக்தி என்கிற வழியில் உன்னில் உள்ள உண்மை உணர ஆன்மா பக்தி அகத்தில் தேடு நவமே பக்தி கண்மம் நியாயம் தவமே தன்னில் தினமும் வாழ்க. வருவது அதுவே வரட்டும் போவது சருகாய் போகும் அதுவே சரணம் கருமம் தானாய் அருளால் நடக்கும் பொறுமை என்றாய் குருவே வாழ்க. பக்தரின் பக்தராய் உனது பக்தரின் பக்கமே பணிவிடை பக்தி பாங்கில் சுத்த சேவை செய்யும் உறுதி நித்தம் எனக்கு நன்கு சொல்ல பித்தம் தவிர்க்கும் மூத்தனே வாழ்க. அத்தம் பக்தர் அனைவரும் வாழ்க. பேய அகந்தை பெரிதாய் நின்றால் மாய மனது மறைத்து நிற்கும் காயம் வளரும் காமம் கூடும் நாயாய் செல்லும் நயந்த மனதை சேயாய் எம்மை சேவே தருளி தாயாய் வந்த தலைவா வாழ்க. குற்றம் யாவும் சூற்றியிருப்பின் குற்றம் காணா காரியம் பணிந்தாய் மாற்ற மாற்று மரபாகவன் போற்றி புரித்தால் புகழே வாழ்க. பக்தர் துன்பம் பார்த்து அறுப்பாய் முக்தி தரு பெரு சக்தி வாழ்க. பக்தி யோதிய பாங்கும் வாழ்க. நித்தம் காக்கும் நின்னருள் வாழ்க. வாழ்க கந்த சக்தி வாழ்க. வாழ்க ரமண பகவான் வாழ்க. வாழ்க வாழ்க ரமண பகவான். சூரிய ஒளியாய் சூத்த ஆத்மா பாரில் வாழும் பரமே வாழ்க. வாழ்க வாழ்க அன்பே வாழ்க. வாழ்க வாழ்க மௌனம் வாழ்க. அன்பர் வாழ ரமண கவச்சம் இன்பம் மோய்க இயற்றும் வடிவு ரமணதாசன் ரமித்து கமழும் முக்தி சீக்கிரம் தரவே. சரணம் சரணம் ரமணா சரணம் 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 ரமணா சரணம் 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 ரமணா சரணம் 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 ரமணா சரணம். Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
Thank you, Lavanya and Ananya. Now, Ravi Ramaswamy is going to chant Sadarshana Bharsha.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Sat pratyaya kim nu vihaya santam hruddesha chintarayito hrudakyah katam smaramastamameyamekam tasya smrutis tatra dhrudaiva nishta mrutyunjayam mrutyubhiyashritanam aham matim mrutyumupaiti purvam अतस्वभावात् अमृतेषु तेषु कथं पुनर्मृत्युधियोऽवकाशः सर्वैनिदानं जगतोऽहमस्य वाच्यप्रभुः कश्चिदपारशक्तिः चित्रेऽत्रलोक्यं च विलोकिता च पटप्रकाशोऽप्यभवत् स एकः आरभ्यते जीवजगत्परात्मा तत्त्वाभिधानेन मतं समस्तम् इदं त्रयं यावदहं मतिः स्यात् सर्वोत्तमाहं मतिशून्यनिष्ठा सत्यं मृषा वा चिदिदं जडं वा दुःखं सुखं वेति मुदा विवादः अदृष्टलोकानिरहं प्रतीतिः निष्ठा विकल्पा परमाखिलेष्टा स्वरूपबुद्धिर्जगदीश्वरे च स्वरूपधीरात्मनि यावदस्ति अरूप आत्मा यदि क प्रपश्येत् सा दृष्टिरेका नवधिर्हि पूर्णा यत्पञ्चकोशात्मकमस्ति देहं तदन्तरा किं भुवनं चकास्ति देहं विना पञ्चविधं तदेतत् पश्यन्ति केवा भुवनं भणन्तो शब्दादिरूपं भुवनं समस्तं शब्दादिसत्तेन्द्रियवृत्तिभास्य सत्तेन्द्रियाणां मनसो वशे स्यात् मनोमयं तद्भुवनं वदामः धिया सहोदेति धियास्तमेति लोकस्ततोधि प्रविभास्य एषः धीलोकजन्मक्षयधाम पूर्णं तद्वस्तु जन्मक्षयशून्यमेकम् भवन्तु सद्दर्शनसाधनानि परस्य नामाकृतिभिः सपर्याः तद्वस्तु निप्राप्त तदात्मभावा निष्ठैव सद्दर्शनमित्यवेहि द्वन्द्वाणि सर्वाण्यखिलास्त्रिपुट्यः किञ्चित् समाचित्य विभान्ति वस्तु तन्मार्गणे स्यात् गलितं समस्तं न पश्यतां सञ्चलनं कदापि विद्या कथं भाति न चेदविद्या विद्या विना किं प्रविभात्य विद्या द्वयं च कस्येति विचार्य मूला स्वरूपनिष्ठा परमार्थविद्या बोद्धारमात्मानमजानतो यो बोधस्य किं स्यात् परमार्थबोधः बोधस्य बोध्यस्य च संशयं स्वं विजानतस्तद्विषयं विनश्येत् निद्रा न विद्या ग्रहणं न विद्या गृह्णाति किञ्चिन्न यथार्थबोधे निद्रा पदार्था ग्रहणेतरा स्यात् चिदेव विद्या विलसन्त्यशून्या सत्यश्चिदात्मा विविधाकृतिश्चेत् सिद्धेत् पृथक् सत्यचितो न भिन्ना भूषा विकारः किमु सन्ति सत्यं विना सुवर्णं पृथगत्र लोके तद्युष्मदोरस्मदि सम्प्रतिष्ठा तस्मिन् विनष्टे स्मदिभूलबोधात् तद्युष्मदस्मन्मतिवर्जितैका स्थितिज्वलन्ती सहजात्मना स्यात् भूतं भविष्यस्य भवत्स्वकाले तद्वर्तमानस्य विहाय तत्त्वं हास्यान किं स्यात् गतभावि चर्चा विनैकसंख्यां गणनेव लोके क्व भाति दिक्कालकथा विनास्मान् दिक्काललीलेह वपुर्वयं चेत् न क्वापि भामो न कदापि भामो वयं तु सर्वत्र सदा च भामः देहात्मभावे न जडौ समानौ एकस्य देहे हृदि दीप्त आत्मा आक्रम्य देहं च जगच्च पूर्णः परस्य मेयं तनुमात्रमात्मा अग्नस्य विघ्नस्य च विश्वमस्ति पूर्वस्य दृश्यं जगदेव सत्यं परस्य दृश्याश्रयभूतमेकं सत्यं प्रपूर्णं प्रविभात्य रूपं विदे प्रयत्नस्य च कोऽपि वादः तयोर्द्वयोर्मूलमजानतां स्यात् विदे प्रयत्नस्य च मूलवस्तु संजानतां नैव विधिर्न यत्नः यदीशीतुर्वीक्षणमीक्षितारम् अवीक्ष्य तन्मानसिके क्षणं स्यात् न द्रष्टुरन्यः परमोहितस्य वीक्षास्वमूले प्रविलीय निष्ठा आत्मानमीक्षेत परं प्रपश्येत् इत्यागमोक्ते सुलभो न भावः नात्मैव दृश्यो यदि का कथेशे स्वयं तदन्नीभवनं तदीक्ष्य धिये प्रकाशं परमो वितीर्य स्वयं धियोऽन्तः प्रविभाति गुप्तः धियं परावर्त्य धियोऽन्तरेऽत्र संयोजनानेश्वर दृष्टिरन्या न वक्ति देहोऽहमिति प्रसुप्तौ न कोऽपि न भूवमिति प्रवक्ति यत्रोदिते सर्वमुदेति तस्य धियाहमशोधय जन्मदेशं देहो न जानाति सतो न जन्म देह प्रमाणोऽन्य उदेति मध्ये अहं कृतिग्रन्थि विबन्ध सूक्ष्म शरीरचेतो भवजीवनाम रूपोद्भवो रूपतति प्रतिष्ठो रूपाशनो धूतगृहीत रूपः स्वयं विरूपस्व विचारकाले दावत्यहङ्कार पिशाच एषः भावेऽहमः सर्वमिदं विभाति लयेऽहमो नैव विभाति किञ्चित् तस्मादहं रूपमिदं समस्तं तन्मार्गणं सर्वजयाय मार्गः सत्यास्तितिर्नाहमुदेति यत्र तच्चोदयस्थानगवेषणेन विना न नश्येद्यदि तन्न नश्येत् स्वात्मैकरूपा कथमस्तु निष्ठा कूपे यथा गाढजले यतथान्तः निमज्य बुद्ध्या शितया नितान्तं प्राणं च वाचं च नियम्य चिन्वन् विन्दे निजाहं कृतिमूलरूपम् मौनेन मज्जन्मनसा स्वमूल चर्चैव सत्यात्मविचारणं स्यात् येषोऽहमेतन्न मम स्वरूपम् इति प्रमासत्यविचारणाङ्गम् गवेषणात् प्राप्तहृदन्तरं तत् पदेदहन्ता परिभुग्नशिष्य अताहमन्यस्फुरति प्रकृष्टं नाहं कृतिस्तत्परमेव पूर्णम् अहं कृतिं यो लसति ग्रथित्वा किं तस्य कार्यं परिशिष्टमस्ति किञ्चिद्विजानाति सनात्मनोऽन्यत् तस्य स्थितिं भावयितुं क्षमकः अहस्फुटं तत्त्वमसीति वेदः तथाप्यसम्प्राप्य परात्मनिष्ठां भूयो विचारो मतिदुर्बलत्वं तत्सर्वदा स्वात्मतया हि भाति न वेद्महं मामुत वेद्महं माम् इति प्रवादो मनुजस्य हास्यः दृग्दृश्यभेदात् किमयं द्विदात्मा स्वात्मैकतायां हि धियां न भेदाः हृत्प्राप्य सद्धाम निजस्वरूपे स्वभावसिद्धेनुपलभ्य निष्ठां मायाविलासः सदसत्स्वरूपः विरूपनानैकमुखप्रवादाः सिद्धस्य वित्तिः सत एव सिद्धिः स्वप्नोपमानः खलु सिद्धयोन्याः स्वप्नप्रबुद्धस्य कथं नु सत्यः सतस्थितः किं पुनरेति मायां सोऽहं विचारे वपुरात्मभावे साहाय्यकारी परमार्गणस्य स्वात्मैक्यसिद्धौ स पुनर्निरर्थो यथा नरत्वप्रमिथिर्नरस्य द्वैतं विचारे परमार्थबोधेत अद्वैतमित्येष न साधुवादः गवेषणात् प्राग्दशमे विनष्टे पश्चाश्च लब्धे दशमत्वमेकम् करोमि कर्मेति नरो विजानन् बाध्यो भवेत् कर्मफलं च भोक्तुम् विचारधूता हृदि कर्तृता चेत् कर्मत्रयं नश्यति सैव मुक्तिः बद्धत्वभावे सति मोक्षचिन्ता बन्धस्तु कस्येति विचारणेन सिद्धे स्वयं स्वात्मनि नित्यमुक्ते क्व बन्धचिन्ता क्व च मोक्षचिन्ता रूपिण्यरूपिण्युभयात्मिका च मुक्तिस्त्रिरूपेति विधो वदन्ति इदं त्रयं या विविनक्तहन्दिः तस्या प्रणाशः परमार्थमुक्तिः सद्दर्शनं द्राविडवान् निबद्धं महर्षिणा श्रीरमणेन शुद्धं प्रबन्धमुत्कृष्टममर्त्यवाण्याम् अनूद्यवासिष्ठमुनिर्व्यतानि सत्तत्त्वसारं सरलं दधाना मुमुक्षुलोकाय मुदं ददाना अमानुषश्रीरमणीयवाणी मयूखभित्तिर्मुनिवाग्विभाति। ओम नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय।
Thank you, Ravi. Now, Maitreyi and Gayatri are going to chant now.
அமுதமா கடல் ஆலம் மருந்தினான் அமுதவன் தமிழ் ஆய்ந்து அறிவினான் அமுதமா கடல் ஆலம் மருந்தினான் அமுதவன் தமிழ் ஆய்ந்து அறிவினான் அமுதவார் கழலாய்பவர் கண்ணிக்கும் அமுதனாம் என்னை ஆண்ட ரமணனே அமுதவார் கழலாய்பவர் கண்ணிக்கும் அமுதனாம் என்னை ஆண்ட ரமணனே பெரியபார் பிறப்பிக்கும் பிரமனும் கரியமேனி கலந்தொழிற் கண்ணனும் பெரியபார் பிறப்பிக்கும் பிரமனும் கரியமேனி கலந்தொழிற் கண்ணனும் எரியுமா மழுவேந்திய ஈசனும் துரியவார் சுயம் ஜோதி ரமணனே எரியுமா மழுவேந்திய ஈசனும் துரியவார் சுயம் ஜோதி ரமணனே காணலாது கலங்குமிருவரும் வேணவாவோடு வேண்டி துதித்திட காணலாது கலங்குமிருவரும் வேணவாவோடு வேண்டி துதித்திட சோனசைலம் ஜோலித்திடு தோன்றலாம் சோனசைலம் ஜோலித்திடு தோன்றலாம் ஆனழகனன் ஆவீரமணனே வந்தடைந்தவர் வல்வினை மாசர எந்த நேரமும் இன்னருள் செய்பவன் வந்தடைந்தவர் வல்வினை மாசர எந்த நேரமும் இன்னருள் செய்பவன் அந்தகார அவிச்சை அவிர் தொழிற் அந்தகார அவிச்சை அவிர் தொழிற் சுந்தரானன ஜோதி ரமணனே பாதமே தோழும் பத்திமையோர்களுக்கு ஏதமற்றிட இன்பமளிப்பவன் பாதமே தோழும் பத்திமையோர்களுக்கு ஏதமற்றிட இன்பமளிப்பவன் வேதமாமுடி மீது விளங்குச்சின் வேதமாமுடி மீது விளங்குச்சின் மோதனின் மலமூர்த்தி ரமணனே சேயின் நன்போடு சேவடி சேர்ந்திட தாயினும் மிக தன்னழி செய்பவன் சேயின் நன்போடு சேவடி சேர்ந்திட தாயினும் மிக தன்னழி செய்பவன் நாயினும் கடையேனது நச்சுள்ளம் நாயினும் கடையேனது நச்சுள்ளம் கோயிலா குடி கொண்ட ரமணனே நேமமோடு நினைந்தெழும் அன்பரே க்ஷேமமோற்ற சிவத்தொடு சேர்ப்பவன் நேமமோடு நினைந்தெழும் அன்பரே க்ஷேமமோற்ற சிவத்தொடு சேர்ப்பவன் சாபமோடன் சழக்குடை புன் சொல்லும் வாமமார்பில் பயகுரமணனே சாமமோடன் சழக்குடை புன் சொல்லும் மாமமார்பில் பயகுரமணனே மாமமார்பில் பயகுரமணனே ஜோதி ரமணனே மூர்த்தி ரமணனே ஜோதி ரமணனே மூர்த்தி ரமணனே ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீ ரமணாய.
Thank you, Maitreyi and Gayatri. This comes to the end of the morning session of the Arunachala Ashram. Now we'll go to the Washington, D.C. Satsang. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to Sri Bhagavan's Advent Day program organized by the DC Area Satsang Group. My name is Uma Subramanian. We will start our program with a talk by Sri Ram Mohan. Sri Ram Mohan is no stranger to our group. He shares his extensive knowledge on Sri Bhagavan's work in his talks and connects them seamlessly with relevant Vedic texts and Tamil spiritual literature. Here is Sri Ram Mohan ji.
Antaryasya Bhirvidhutatimiram Jyotirmayam Saswatam Taram Prapti Virajate Viramatam Ajnana Munmulayan Pasyan Viswamapita Mullasatyo Viswasya Pare Paraha Tasmai Sri Ramanaya Lokagurave Lokasya Hantre Namaha. Anbodu Namenge Lanbardam Anbar Aruna Anbaraya Varun Arunachala. It is the 19th century. The year is 1896. The first day of September. Time is the early dawn, the wee hours of the morning. A boy of 16 arrives at Arunachala in response to the call of his father. In the midst of July, about 1.5 months earlier, the boy had his first encounter with death, simulated death, which resulted in his great leap from mortality to immortality. In the Hindu spiritual lore, we see historical references of saints who did great leap like this from mortality to eternity. Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya, the Upanishad says. Through a direct face-to-face encounter with death, aided by a Guru's Upadesa. 12 years old Nachiketas of Kathopanishad, taught by the god of death Yama himself, transcended death. 16 years old Markandeya, guided by the Saptarishis on conquering death through surrender to Shiva, became immortal by Shiva kicking away the god Yama himself to destruction. In Bhagavatam, Parikshit resolved the problem of death through teaching of Sukha Rishi. But young Ramana's experience here is unique. He had no external guru at all to guide him. By focusing totally on the inner self, the Atma, inquiring who is the one who experiences death, he transcended death directly. In microsecond, he states himself in answer to a question. The last vestiges of connectivity with the phenomenal world melted away on his arrival at the gates of the great temple. This indeed is what we call the Advent Day. Ramana can be seen as the one whose advent initiated a great spiritual revolution in the world. This is one of the greatest events in India's the world's spiritual history. The relationship between Sri Ramana and Arunachala itself is a great mystery. Right from the time of his leaving Madurai in response to his father's call, it is seen as a series of miracles to facilitate the great advent. It is Arunachala who delays the departure of the train at Madurai station to help Ramana board the train. Again, Arunachala appears as the Maulvi in the coach to guide Bhagavan, the young Venkatraman, to reach Tiruvannamalai. Then Arunachala again at Arayana in Allur gives the indication to the boy on the effulgence of Arunachala by appearing as a great effulgent light 28 kilometers away. The mystery deepens further when we see the Lord preparing the perfect ambience in the temple at the wee hours of the morning on the Advent day to welcome his beloved Son, by keeping all the doors open at an unusual hour. The great mystery later is that after leaving the temple premises in a few time gap, Ramana never felt the need to enter the sanctum sanctorum ever again. The real mystery. Cause could be at the very first meeting on the Advent day, the father and the son became one. The boy became the mountain. There's no separation at all. There's no need for him to move anywhere. Bhagavan himself testifies to this in Navamani Malai, 8th verse. In Tiruchuri, the holy abode of Bhuminatha, I was born to Sundaram and Alagammai to rescue me from the miserable mundane life. Shiva raised me to his own state. That the God may so rejoice in the immanence of Shiva to shine forth and the self flourish. Such is Arunachala, the great resplendent. This is what Bhagavan says in Navamani Malai. The blessed Bhagavan feels at the great merger he is expressed in his own words in Arunachala Ashtakam. What happened to him on the Advent? I came here and saw. I watched the disappearance of the seer and the what survived thereon. No thought arose to say, I saw. No body was there left to even saying, I saw or I did not see. This is pure Advaitic realization. Kandavan Yavanana Karutunulnada, Kandavan Nindida Nindra Kande. The great testimony. At the very moment of the Advent, you took a quantum jump from time to timelessness, from space-time constraint axis to all-pervading eternal space, the Chitakasa, the what you call Sarvayapta Paramatma. The great compassion of Bhagavan towards the uninitiated masses is manifest in what he does next after merging with the Lord. After completely dissolving his individuality living in the cosmic consciousness, he continued to in his corporeal frame for the 15 years later more. Why? There's no need for him. He did it. The answer is given by Shankaracharya in Praudhanubhuti. What this Jnani does. Praudha Vijanubhuta Galita Dvaitendra Jalo Guru Satyam Samsmritavan Sachishya Bodhaya Tat. Shankara says, having transcended the deluding magic of the phenomenal world, the Jnani acquires the complete realization, dissolved in Anubhuti. Sadguru continues to live in mortal frame to guide aspiring disciples in the path of revelation. That's what Bhagavan did for the 54 years. Bhagavan is Dakshinamurti himself, who has chosen to settle at the foothill of Arunachala to bestow jnana on all the devotees, all alike. He is the universal Guru. As Shankara again says in Viveka Chodamani, Tirna Swayam Vema Bhavarnam Janaha Ahetanam Anyam Apitarayantaha. Having crossed the great ocean of samsara, bhava, birth and death, he helps the other uninitiated people to cross to the ocean again by themselves. That is his grace. There is no cause for that. He does it through his compassion. He is the great Guru. Uttamut Karuttanai Gunamai Panittal Guru Uruvayurund Arunachala. The Visishtadvaita Guru, Vedanta Desika, addresses Rama as Dandakavana Jangama Parijata. The great Kalpaka Vriksha, the wish-fulfilling tree that moves around Dandakaranya forest to shower blessings on the rishis and seekers to obtain liberation. Ramana can similarly be referred as the Arunachala Jangama Parijata, stationed in Arunachala for 54 years to guide all seekers in the path of inquiry and surrender, to dissolve themselves, their ego, in the infinite. The final mystery relating to Sri Ramana and Arunachala is made manifest by the celestial phenomenon itself. At the time of Mahanirvana, when the brilliant shooting star emanating from the southeast horizon traveled across the sky to merge in the summit of Arunachala. This is the divine sequence from the Advent to the Absolute. Who is Ramana? How do we know this? Bhagavan himself eloquently declares, which we chant every day at the end of the chanting. In the cave of heart lotus of all souls, Aryadi Idara Jeevarkal Agavar Guhayan Arivairami Paramatman. In the cave of heart lotus of all souls, beginning with Lord Hari himself, Arunachala Rama shines effulgently as pure consciousness, Chit. When the mind melts with total love and reaches the cave of heart, in which the graceful Absolute dwells, the eye of consciousness will open. You will realize the eternal truth, which will unravel itself. No effort is necessary. This is what Bhagavan teaches us. Be full of love, give up your ego and dissolve in him. Then it will reveal itself. See, Ramana is the absolute truth, what he says in the song above. Let his advent at Arunachala initiate us on our own advent to the Absolute through his divine grace. அன்போடு நாம் இங்கே நண்பர்தம் நண்பர்க்கு அன்பனாயிடவள் அருணாச்சலா.
Thank you, Ram Mohanji. Next, we have Ramya Vishwanathan and Sahana Komanduri presenting a bhajan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Shambho Shankara Shambha Shiva, Shambho Shankara Shambha Shiva, Shambho Shankara Ramana Shiva, Shambho Shankara Ramana Shiva, Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Gangadhara Hara Gauri Manohara, Shambho Shankara Shambha Shiva, Shambho Shankara Shambha Shiva, Shambho Shankara Ramana Shiva, Shambho Shankara Ramana Shiva, Pranavakara Parama Pavitra, Pranavakara Parama Pavitra, Pranavakara Parama Pavitra, Pranavakara Parama Pavitra, Aruna Vihara Ramaneshwara, Aruna Vihara गंगाधर हर गौरी मनोहर गंगाधर हर गौरी मनोहर शंभो शंकर शांब शिवा शंभो शंकर रमण शिवा प्रणवाकार परम पवित्र प्रणवाकार परम पवित्र अरुण विहार रमणेश्वरा अरुण विहार रमणेश्वरा जय जगदीश्वर जय परमेश्वर जय जगदीश्वर जय परमेश्वर हृदय निवास रमणेश्वरा हृदय निवास रमणेश्वरा गंगाधर हर गौरी मनोहर शंभो शंकर शांब शिवा शंभो शंकर रमण शिवा ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय
Everybody wants to be happy. Bhagavan Ramana says, happiness is our real nature. A pure mind is devoid of restlessness and rests in the self. Bhagavan says, it is not the mind anymore, it is the self. He has also said, all spiritual efforts are only to remove the primal ignorance and remain as the self. The resultant state is called Summa Iruttal or liberation. The person in this state is called a Jivan Mukta. How does one get there? Traditionally, 4 paths or margas are prescribed. They are Jnana, Bhakti, Raja Yoga and Karma Marga. An attempt has been made to explain these 4 paths via Sri Bhagavan's teaching. Bhagavan on meditation or Raja Yoga. Talk 310. Devotee. Work leaves no time for separate meditation. Is the constant reminder, I am, trying to feel it while actually at work enough? Sri Bhagavan. It will become constant when the mind becomes strengthened. Repeated practice strengthens the mind, and such mind is capable of holding on to the current. In that case, engagement in work or no engagement, the current remains unaffected and uninterrupted. Devotee. No separate meditation is necessary? Bhagavan. Meditation is your true nature now. You call it meditation because there are other thoughts distracting you. When these thoughts are dispelled, you remain alone. That is, in the state of meditation, free from thoughts. And that is your real nature, which you are now attempting to gain by keeping away other thoughts. Sri Maharishi continued after a number of questions were asked on this topic. Yes, all kinds of thoughts arise in meditation. It is but right. What lies hidden in you is brought out. Unless they rise up, how can they be destroyed? Therefore, they rise up spontaneously in order to be extinguished in due course, thus to strengthen the mind. Now, we will explain Bhagavan's teaching with a skit.
Every day during the holidays, after I wake up, I pray for some time. Next, I meditate for an hour. Then I eat breakfast. And then, after that, I read the Bhagavad Gita and some other books. In the evening, I chant and meditate again.
Why do you do all this?
Let me explain what happens with meditation. Before you begin meditating, your mind is like a polluted lake, so dirty. With practice, your mind will become like a clear and beautiful lake.
No, I'm so bored. I can't go out and play with my friends. Can I try what you're doing too?
Yes, of course, Arjit. Anyone can do what I'm doing.
I can't understand anything in those big books to read. What should I do then?
I'll read it out loud to you. Even listening is good for you.
Okay, now, I'll start tomorrow. After you wake me up, and then I'll do whatever you do. Now, I have been doing whatever you need for so many days now. I don't even know why to do all this. There is no change. My mind is not calm. I'm always thinking of something.
Before I answer that, I want you to help me. Take this cup, fill it with water, and give it back to me.
Okay. No, this is not the right cup. Let me get another cup.
No, go again. This time, run faster.
This is wrong cup. Let me get another cup.
No, try one last time. This time, run really fast. You'll get water.
This is a waste of time. Nothing happened.
Something has happened. Look at the cup. The first time you got water, it was completely dirty. And after 3 rounds of getting water, it's clean. You think nothing is happening, but something is happening. I'm practicing meditation day after day. Has any change really happened? Yes, slowly and steadily. Meditation is about losing the conditioning, not about gaining.
Participants of this skit were Arjit as brother and Neha as sister. Now, Mrs. Vidya Venkat will present a song composed by Sri Sadhu Om.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Maname Maname Odiva by Sri Sadhu Om. Maname Maname Odiva Mauna Veliyil Adava. Maname Maname Odiva Mauna Veliyil Adava. இனிமேல் அலையா இன்பமுடன் இதயாசனத்தில் வாழவே. இனிமேல் அலையா இன்பமுடன் இதயாசனத்தில் வாழவே. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. ஞான மோகன ஸ்ரீரமணன் நாயகன் அழைத்தான் வாராயோ. ஞான மோகன ஸ்ரீரமணன் நாயகன் அழைத்தான் வாராயோ. ஈன உலகில் என்ன பயன் எம்பெருமானுடன் வாழவே. ஈன உலகில் என்ன பயன் எம்பெருமானுடன் வாழவே. மலமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. பொன்னை மாதரை பூமியை நீ போற்றி அழிந்தது போதாதா. பொன்னை மாதரை பூமியை நீ போற்றி அழிந்தது போதாதா. என்னை ஆளுடை ஈஸ்வர ரமணன் இன்பமடைந்தினை வாழவே. என்னை ஆளுடை ஈஸ்வர ரமணன் இன்பமடைந்தினை வாழவே. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. வெயிலில் ஓடி அயர்ந்தாயே வீட்டில் இருப்போம் ஓடிவா. வெயிலில் ஓடி அயர்ந்தாயே வீட்டில் இருப்போம் ஓடிவா. ஐயன் ரமணன் நகமகமெனவே ஆடிடு நடனங்கானவே. ஐயன் ரமணன் நகமகமெனவே ஆடிடு நடனங்கானவே. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. செய்கையெல்லாம் வீணுனக்கோ தேவையும் வேண்டாம் ஓய்ந்திடுவாய். செய்கையெல்லாம் வீணுனக்கோ தேவையும் வேண்டாம் ஓய்ந்திடுவாய். தெய்வரமணன் சீர்மடி மேலே செல்ல குழந்தையாய் வாழவே. தெய்வரமணன் சீர்மடி மேலே செல்ல குழந்தையாய் வாழவே. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா. இனிமேல் அலையா இன்பமுடன் இதயாசனத்தில் வாழவே. மனமே மனமே ஓடிவா மௌன வெளியில் ஆடவா.
Thank you, Vidya. Now we will have Arjit and Skanda presenting a bhajan for us.
Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramaya. Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Om Ramana, Om Ramana. Upanishad Vandya Om Ramana, Upanishad Vandya Ramana. Udara Leela Om Ramana, Udara Leela Om Ramana. Uttama Purusha Om Ramana, Uttama Purusha Om Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Om Ramana. Vara Ramana, Vara Ramana, Vara Ramana, Vara Ramana. Varada Bhayakara Vara Ramana, Varada Bhayakara Vara Ramana. Vanchita Balada Vara Ramana, Vanchita Balada Vara Ramana. Vachama Gochara Vara Ramana, Vachama Gochara Vara Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Vara Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Vara Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Vara Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Vara Ramana. Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana, Nidhi Ramana. Nishchala Tattva Nidhi Ramana, Nishchala Tattva Nidhi Ramana. Nitya Mahotsava Nidhi Ramana, Nitya Mahotsava Nidhi Ramana. Nirupama Subhaguna Nidhi Ramana, Nirupama Subhaguna Nidhi Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Nidhi Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Nidhi Ramana. Shri Rama Chita Nidhi Ramana, Shri Rama Chita Nidhi Ramana. Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana, Jaya Ramana. Jaya Vara Prada Jaya Ramana, Jaya Vara Prada Jaya Ramana. Jagado जगदोदारा जय रमण जीवन मुक्ता जय रमण जीवन मुक्ता जय रमण श्री रामाचित जय रमण श्री रामाचित जय रमण श्री रामाचित जय रमण श्री रामाचित जय रमण ओम नमो भगवते श्री रमणाय.
Neha will be singing Ananda Swarupa from the Bhaje Ramana Namam collection.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ananda Swarupa Patandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Patandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala. Vidhimadava Vandita Charana Vidhimadava Vandita Charana Pratyaksha Parama Arunachala Pratyaksha Parama Arunachala. Jagadita Karana Virachada Chala Rupa Jagadita Karana Virachada Chala Rupa Vimala Shri Arunachala Vimala Shri Arunachala. Arunachala 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 Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Patandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala. Samsararnavatāraka Murte Samsararnavatāraka Murte Smarane Sakshat Mokshakara Smarane Sakshat Mokshakara. Apita Kuchamba Sameda Murti Apita Kuchamba Sameda Murti Tejo Maya Shri Arunachala Tejo Maya Shri Arunachala. Arunachala 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 Arunachala. Ananda Swarupa Patandava Ashrita Palaka Arunachala. Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala Shiva Arunachala. Arunachala 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 Arunachala. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Now, let us see how Sri Bhagavan answered the question on Karma Yoga. Talk 118. Mr. Rangachari, a Telugu Pandit in Uris College at Vellore, asked about Nishkama Karma. There was no reply. After a time, Sri Bhagavan went up the hill and a few followed him, including the Pandit. There was a thorny stick lying on the way, which Sri Bhagavan picked up. He sat down and began leisurely to work at it. The thorns were cut off, the knots were made smooth, and the whole stick was polished with a rough leaf. The whole operation took about 6 hours. Everyone was wondering at the fine appearance of the stick made of a spiky material. A shepherd boy put in his appearance on the way as the group moved off. He had lost his stick and was at a loss. Sri Bhagavan immediately gave the new one in his hand to the boy and passed on. The Pandit said that this was a matter-of-fact answer to his question. Now, Barbara Croissant will chant the Nirvana Shatkam.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. I'm going to sing Nirvana Shatkam. Mano Budhya Hankara Chittani Naham Nacha Shrotra Jivhe Nacha Krana Netre Nachyavyo Mabumir Natejo Navayahu Chitananda Rupaha Shivoham Shivoham Nacha Prana Sanyo Navai Panchavayur Nava Saptadhatur Nava Panchakoshaha Navakpani Padam Nachopastapayuhu Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Namedve Sharagau Namelo Pamohau Name vai Madonai Vamatsarya Bhava Na dharmo na charto na kamo na moksha Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Na punyam na papam Na saukyam na dukam Na mantro na tirtam Na vedo na yanya aham bhojanam naiva bhojam na bhokta chitananda rupa shivoham shivoham na me mrityu shanka na me jati bedaha Pita naiva me naiva mata na janma na bandhur na mitram gurur naiva shishya chitananda rupa shivoham shivoham aham nirvikalpo nirakara rupo Vibhutvacha sarvata sarvendriyanam nachasangatam naiva muktir nameyaha chitananda rupa shivoham shivoham chitananda rupa shivoham shivoham Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana.
Moving on to Bhakti Marga. Bhakti is the path of love and devotion, worship and surrender. This is usually considered the very antithesis of self-inquiry, since it is based on the presumption of duality, of worshipper and worshipped, lover and beloved, whereas self-inquiry presumes non-duality. Therefore, theorists are apt to presume that if one is based on the truth, the other must be based on error. And in expounding one, they only too often condemn the other. Bhagavan not only recognized both these paths, but guided his followers on both. He often said, there are two ways. Ask yourself, who am I? Or surrender. Devotee, what is unconditional surrender? Bhagavan, if one surrenders completely, there will be no one left to ask questions or to be considered. Either the thoughts are eliminated by holding on to the root thought, I, or one surrenders unconditionally to the higher power. These are the only two ways of realization. Dr. Syed, doesn't total or complete surrender imply that even desire for liberation or God should be given up? Bhagavan, complete surrender does imply that you should have no desire on your own, that God's will alone is your will and you have no will of your own. Dr. Syed, now that I am satisfied on that point, I want to know what are the steps by which I can achieve surrender. Bhagavan, there are two ways. One is looking into the source of the I and merging into that source. The other is feeling I am helpless by myself. God alone is all powerful, and except for throwing myself completely on Him, there is no other means of safety for me. And thus, gradually developing the conviction that God alone exists and the ego does not count. Both methods lead to the same goal. Complete surrender is another name for jnana or liberation. Devotee, I find surrender impossible. Bhagavan, complete surrender is impossible in the beginning, but partial surrender is possible for all. In course of time, that will lead to complete surrender. Now let us listen to Sahana Komanduri sing a song, followed by Pratibhaji performing a song composed by Sri Sadhu Om.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Sharanagati Varana
கதி தருணம் மீது அன்றோம் கருணை நோக்கவே கால ஹரணமாகிடு ஹா 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 என் செய்வே துன்பை நீக்கி என்பை அளிக்க என் அன்பா உலக துன்பை நீக்கி இன்பை அளிக்க என் அன்பா இன்னும் பராமுகம் என தாளாதையா ஸ்ரீவித்யா இன்னும் பராமுகம் என தாளாதையா ஸ்ரீரமணா சரணாகதி. ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய.
அம்மா அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே, அது போல மந்துள செய்யாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே, அது போல மந்துள செய்யாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. இம்மாத்திரத்தின் இருப்பே வலிந்திங்கென்னை இழுக்குதே, ஏதும் நினையாதென் போலிருவென்றென்னுள் ஒலிக்குதே. இம்மாத்திரத்தின் இருப்பே வலிந்திங்கென்னை இழுக்குதே, ஏதும் நினையாதென் போலிருவென்றென்னுள் ஒலிக்குதே. அம்மா அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே, அது போல மந்துள செய்யாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. காண காண கருத்துள் ஒடுங்கி கண்கள் நிலைக்குதே, கண்கள் நிலைக்குதே, கண்கள் நிலைக்குதே. கல்லன்றுயிரை கவரும் காந்த கவர்ச்சி பலிக்குதே. ஆணை பெண்ணை அனைவருள்ளமும் அபகரிக்குதே, ஆசை அளிக்கும் ஆசை பெருக்கி அமைதி அளிக்குதே, அமைதி அளிக்குதே, அமைதி அளிக்குதே. அம்மா அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே, அது போல மந்துளசையாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. உள்ளம் கவர்ந்து கள்வன் ரமணன் ஒளிந்தங்குள்ளானோ, ரமணன் ஒளிந்தங்குள்ளானோ, ரமணன் ஒளிந்தங்குள்ளானோ. உச்சி சிகர வடிவாய் ஒளிரும் ஒற்றை கண்ணனோ, மெல்லனகைக்கும் வெற்புரு ரமணன் வெளியில் வாரானோ, ரமணன் வெளியில் வாரானோ, ரமணன் வெளியில் வாரானோ. விலகாதெந்தன் விழியை கவர்ந்து வேந்தன் ஆனானோ. அம்மா அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே. அது போல மந்துளசையாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை பாராய் சும்மாயிருக்குதே. அது போல மந்துளசையாதிருக்கு ஆசை பெருக்குதே. அம்மா அருணாச்சலத்தை
Jnana is a Sanskrit term that means spiritual knowledge or wisdom. Jnana Yoga builds awareness that the body is inseparable from Brahman, who is our absolute reality and is the ultimate truth. Jnana Yoga is the yoga of self-knowledge. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna describes Jnana as understanding the difference between the body and the knower of the body, the soul. Ramana Maharshi is arguably the best known exponent of Jnana Yoga. He advocated a path of self-inquiry, asking oneself, who am I, as the path to self-realization. Through this type of yoga, he taught that we are not the body, the senses, the cognitive organs, or the thinking mind. Rather, that we are awareness, and that the nature of pure awareness is existence, consciousness, bliss. In Upadesa Saram, Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi explains that all yogic practice culminates in Jnana Yoga, the yoga of knowledge. He shows how aspirants grow and mature from preliminary practices into higher knowledge and finally into self-realization. We will now listen to a song by Mrs. Nitya.
ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டுவே போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டுவே போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, பாடுவோனும் பாட்டு விப்போனும் பாட்டும் நீயே, ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, பாடுவோனும் பாட்டு விப்போனும் பாட்டும் நீயே, ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, கூடுவோனும் கூட்டு விப்போனும் கூடுதலும் நீயே, கூட்டுவோனும் கூட்டு விப்போனும் கூடுதலும் நீயே, சூடுவோனும் சூட்டு விப்போனும் சுடுதலும் நீயே, சூடுவோனும் சூட்டு விப்போனும் சுடுதலும் நீயே, ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, பாடுவோனும் பாட்டு விப்போனும் பாட்டும் நீயே, ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே, ஓடுவோனும் ஓட்டு விப்போனும்
ஓட்டமும் நீயே தேடுவோனும் தேட்டு விப்போனும் தேட்டமும் நீயே ஓடுவோனும் ஓட்டு விப்போனும் ஓட்டமும் நீயே தேடுவோனும் தேட்டு விப்போனும் தேட்டமும் நீயே விடுபடுவோனும் விடுவிப்போனும் வீடும் நீயே விடுபடுவோனும் விடுவிப்போனும் வீடும் நீயே என்றுணர்ந்து ஒடுங்கி நீயே நானாய் எனத் தெளிந்தோய்ந்தடங்கேனோ விடுபடுவோனும் விடுவிப்போனும் வீடும் நீயே என்றுணர்ந்து ஒடுங்கி நீயே நானாய் எனத் தெளிந்தோய்ந்தடங்கேனோ ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே பாடுவோனும் பாட்டு விப்போனும் பாட்டும் நீயே ஆடுவோனும் ஆட்டு விப்போனும் ஆட்டமும் நீயே.
Mrs. Uma and P. Subramaniam ji will chant Arunachala Pancharatnam.
அருள் நிறைவான அமுதக் கடலே விரிகதிராயாவும் விழுங்கும் அருண கிரி பரமான்மாவே கிளருள பூணன்றாய் விரிபரிதியாக விளங்கு சித்திரமாம் இதுதெல்லாம் செம்மலையே நின்பாரே ஊத்திதமாய் நின்றே ஒடுங்கிடுமான் நித்தியமும் நானென்றிதய நடித்திடுவையால் பேர் தானிதயம் என்றிடுவத்தான் அகமுகமாற அந்த அமலமலி தன்னார் அகமிது தான் எங்கெழும் என்றாய்ந்தே அக உருவை நன்கறிந்து முன்னீர் நதி போலும் ஓயுமே உன் கண் அருணாச்சலனே ஓர் வெளி விடயம் விட்டு விளங்கும் அருணேஷா வலியடக்க நிற்கும் மனத்தால் உளமதனில் உன்னை தியானித்து ஓகி ஒளி காணும் உன்னில் உயர்வுறும் உன்னிடத்தில் ஒப்புவித்த உள்ளத்தால் எப்பொழுதும் உன்னை கண்டெல்லாமும் உன்னுருவாய் அந்நியமில் அன்பு செய்யும் அன்னோன் அருணாச்சலாவெல்கும் இன்புருவாம் முன்னிலாண்டே அருணகிரி ரமணன் ஆரியத்தில் கண்ட அருமறை அந்த கருத்தேயாகும் அருணா சலபஞ்சகமணியை தந்தமிழ் வெண்பாவால் உலகுக்கு அளித்தான் புவந்து அறியாதி இதர ஜீவர தகவாரி ஜகுகையில் அறிவ ரமி பரமாத்துமன் அருணாச்சல ரமணன் பரிவாளுள உருகானல பரநாளிடு குகையார்ந்து அறிவாம் விழித்திரவா நிஜமறிவாயது வெளியாம் வாழ்கவான் அருணாச்சல வன்பெயர் வாழ்க அப்பெயர் வாய் துதி பஞ்சகம் வாழ்கவாய் மலர் மாரமணன் பதம் வாழ்க அப்பதம் மண்ணு நல்வன்பரே.
To illustrate the point that there is nothing to be gained, that we are already essentially whole, and that the problem is simply one of ignorance or wrong assumptions, Ramana Maharshi narrates a story about 10 ignorant people who cross a river. Let us see the story enacted by Priya, Sadhana, Guhan, Skanda, Devika, and Gopika.
Ten of us went across the lake this morning. Now I feel leaderless and numbered. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, there are only 9 of us. Where's the 10th person?
This happened. We all went together and came back together. Let me count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Come on, you have all counted wrongly. Let me count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, only 9 have lost 1. Who can it be?
Whoever the 10th person is, he must have drowned. Oh no, we must have lost him.
What happened? Why are you all crying?
10 of us crossed this lake this morning. We went to the temple and came back together. But after crossing the lake, we found one of us missing. We've all counted, but we can't find the 10th person. We have lost him.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now why don't you all stop crying? I may have found the 10th person.
Huh? Yay!
Now let me count this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You are the 10th person.
Me, the 10th person? Yay! Thank God we did not lose anyone.
Thank you for helping me to find myself.
Ramana Maharshi concludes the story with these words. Such is the case with you. Truly, there is no cause for you to be miserable and unhappy. You yourself impose limitations on your true nature of infinite being, and then weep that you are but a finite creature. Then you take up this or that spiritual practice to transcend the non-existent limitations. Hence I say, know that you are really the infinite pure being, the self. You are always that self and nothing but that self. Therefore, you can never be ignorant of the self. Your self is merely an imaginary ignorance, like the ignorance of the 10 fools about the lost 10th man.
Our next performer is Srimati Pratibha Sundaresh. She will be singing a Dhyana Shloka, Dhyayet Sharada, composed by Sri Jagadishwara Shastri, set to music by Srimati Sulochana Natarajan in Raga Malahari. This will be followed by a song, Nayanonka Sitara, composer and music Shri P.S. Dikshit in the Raga Maya Malava Gaula.
ध्यायेच्छारदचन्द्रसुन्दरमुखम् ताम्रारविन्दे क्षणम् भक्ताभीष्टवराभयप्रदकरम् कौपीनमात्रोज्ज्वलम् स्वात्मानन्दरसानुभूतिविवशम् सर्वानवद्याङ्गकम् श्रीमन्तं रमणेश्वरं गुरुवरम् योगासनाध्यासितं ध्यायेत्रमणेश्वरम् 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 रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा नैनों का सितारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा नैनों का सितारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा दीनहीन दुखियों का तू है एक ही सहारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा दीनहीन दुखियों का तू है एक ही सहारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा शांतमूर्ति सिंधु कृपा का योगेश्वर तू प्रिय भक्तों का शांतमूर्ति सिंधु कृपा का योगेश्वर तू प्रिय भक्तों का आनंद रूप में मग्न सुमंगल ध्यान अनोखा न्यारा रमणदेव प्यारा आनंद रूप में मग्न सुमंगल ध्यान अनोखा न्यारा रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा तू शुभदायक तू सुखकारक तू शुभदायक तू सुखकारक वेद परायण तू नारायण वेद परायण तू नारायण मानव को गुरु मंत्र सुना दे हे जगदोद्धारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा मानव को गुरु मंत्र सुना दे हे जगदोद्धारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा नैनों का सितारा स्वामी रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा सद्गुरु रमणदेव प्यारा.
Let us now listen to Mrs. Girija Arakoni singing a song composed by Sri Sadhu Om.
உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ இதில் நல்லதென்றும் தீயதென்றும் வினை பண்ணவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ நாம் ஏன் எண்ண வடிவானோம் இழிவல்லவோ இரவாத பிறவாத இயல்பல்லவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ கனவன்றி நான் இந்த விதமுண்மையோ காமாதி துயரன்றி என்ன நன்மையோ நாம் மனமன்றி அதை காணும் அறிவல்லவோ மறையாத குறையாத மகிழ்வல்லவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ நரவேடமுடன் பூவில் நடமாடினான் ரமணேச திருநாம மலர் சூடினான் அவன் பரமோன உபதேசம் பலமல்லவோ பரமோன உபதேசம் பலமல்லவோ பனி போன்ற அகங்காரம் அதை வெல்லவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ தவமின்றி புவி வாழ்வு சுகமாகுமா தன்னை நாடல் தனின் வேறு தவமாகுமா அவனன்றி அணுவேனும் அயலாகுமா அவனன்றி அணுவேனும் அயலாகுமா அருளன்றி உலகாதி பொருளாகுமா உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ மறையாத உபதேச உரை ஓதினான் மனமாயம் அரும் ஞான குழலுதினான் அறிவான ரமணேசன் அகமல்லவோ அறிவான ரமணேசன் அகமல்லவோ அறியாமை அறியாத சிவனல்லவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ இதில் நல்லதென்றும் தீயதென்றும் வினை பண்ணவோ உடல் நான் என்றும் எனதென்றும் இனி என்னவோ.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. From At the Feet of Bhagavan by T.K. Sundaresha Iyer. Bhagavan never made distinction between bhakti, devotion, or jnana, knowledge, provided this true state is thereby obtained. Quote, in that state, bhakti is no other than jnana nothing else but bhakti. End of quote. This is Bhagavan's experience of them both. Once someone placed the Periya Puranam in Tamil prose in Bhagavan's hands, and he began reading out of it. Now, Bhagavan was a past master in storytelling, and he used to tell stories in hundreds. His solo acting was ever the admiration of his devotees. Bhagavan began to read out the life of Kanapar, the great devotee saint. He told how Kanapar worshipped the Shiva Linga with water carried in his own mouth, flowers taken from his own hair, and the well-cooked and tasted beef prepared for his own meal, knowing no better and having no better to offer his beloved Lord. The way in which the ordained priest, Shiva Gocharyar, resented the intruding defiler of the sacred Shiva Linga was characteristically brought out by Bhagavan. Then came the scene of scenes, when the Lord in that Shiva Linga tested Kanapar and incidentally revealed to Shiva Gocharyar from a place of hiding the intensity of the forest hunter's worship. He saw the unexpected trickling of blood from one of the eyes on that Shiva Linga. He saw Kanapar running to and fro for herbs and treating the Lord's eye with them. Then he saw how, finding them all useless, Kanapar plucked out one of his own eyes and applied it to that in the Shivalinga. Then, seeing the treatment was effective, he ran into ecstasies of joyful dance. When Bhagavan came to the story of how Kanapar was plucking out his second eye to heal the second of the Lord, and of how the Shivalinga extended a hand to stop him, saying, "Stop, Kanapar," Bhagavan's voice choked. His body perspired profusely. His hair stood on end. Tears gushed out from his eyes. He could hardly utter a word, and there was silence, pin-drop silence in the hall. All were dumbfounded that this great jnani could be so overpowered by emotion and ecstasy at the great hunter saint's devotion. After a while, Sri Bhagavan quietly closed the book, dried the tears in his eyes with the ends of his towel, and laid aside the book, saying, "No, I can't go on any further." His blossomed heart had in it the perfect warmth of devotion, no less than the supreme light of knowledge. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya.
அரியதரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை அரியதரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை அரியதரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை கரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை அறிய கரமாமோ கரியமாலும் கமலபவனும் கரியமாலும் கமலபவனும் கரியமாலும் கமலபவனும் காணக்கரிய கடவுளை சற்றும் அறிய தரமாமோ கரியமாலும் கமலபவனும் காணக்கரிய கடவுளை சற்றும் அறிய தரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை அறிய தரமாமோ ஆற்றின் மணலை ஆழி புனலை அளக்கலாமோ ஆற்றின் மணலை ஆழி புனலை அளக்கலாமோ காற்றின் நிறத்தை கண்ணால் கண்டவர் யாரும் இங்குள்ளரோ காற்றின் நிறத்தை கண்ணால் கண்டவர் யாரும் இங்குள்ளரோ மாற்றொன்றறியா மணி சுடரே கூற்றை உதைத்த கோபக்காரரே மாற்றொன்றறியா மணி சுடரே கூற்றை உதைத்த கோபக்காரரே சாற்றி உன்னை போற்றுயல்ல சேற்றில் உழலும் ஸ்ரீராமன் தன்னலறிய தரமாமோ சாற்றி உன்னை போற்றியல்ல சேற்றில் உழலும் ஸ்ரீராமன் தன்னலறிய தரமாமோ அருணிரமணனை அறிய தரமாமோ ஓ
Next, Skanda will be chanting the Upadesha Saram.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Katturagneya praptade balam karma kim param karma tajadam kridi mahodadau padana karanam balama shashvatam gadi nirodagam ishwararpitam nechaya kritam chitta sodagam mukti sadagam कायवान्मनः कारमुत्तमं पूजनं जपास् चिन्तनं क्रमात् जगदईषदि युक्तसेवनम् अष्टमूर्तिबृहद् देवपूजनम् उत्तमस्तवद् उच्चमन्दत चित्तजं जप ध्यानमुत्तमम् आजदारया स्रोस्तसासमं सरलचिन्तनं विरलतत्परं वेदभावनात् सोऽहमित्यसौ भावनाभिता पावनीमता भावशून्यसद् भावसुस्थिति भावनाबलाद् भक्तिरुत्तमा हृत्स्थले मनः स्वस्थता क्रिया भक्तियोगभो दाक्षिणिस्थितं वायुरोदनाल् लीयते मनः जालपक्षिवद् रोदसाधनं चित्तवायवस् चित्क्रियायुता शाकयोर्द्वयी शक्तिमूलका लयविनाशने उभयरोदने लयगतं पुनर्भवति नोऽमृतं प्राणबन्धनाल् लीनमानसम् एकचिन्तनान् नासं यत्युत नष्टमानसो कृष्टयोगिना कृतमस्ति किं स्वस्थितिं यत दृश्यवारितं चित्तम् आत्मनः चित्वदर्शनं तत्त्वदर्शनं मानसं तु किं मार्गणे कृते नैव मानसं मार्ग आर्जवत् वृत्तयस्त्वहं वृत्तमाश्रिता वृत्तयो मनो विद्यहं मनः अहमयं कुतो भवति चिन्वत ऐपतत्यहं निजविचारणम् अहमिनाशभा जयमहं तया स्फुरति हृत्स्वयं परमपूर्णसत् इदमहं पदा बीकमन्वहम् अहमिलीनके पिलयसत्तया विग्रहेन्द्रिय प्राणदीतमा नाहमेकसत् तज्जडं ह्यसत् सत्त्वभाषिका चित्ववेतरा सत्तया हि चेत् चित्तया ह्यहम् ईशजीवयोर्वेषदीपिता सत्त्वभावतो वस्तु केवलम् वेषहानता स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनम् स्वात्मरूपता आत्मसंस्थिति स्वात्मदर्शनम् ईशदर्शनम् स्वात्मरूपता आत्मसंस्थिति स्वात्मदर्शनम् आत्मनिर्भयाद् आत्मनिष्ठिता ज्ञानवर्जिता अज्ञानहीन चेत् ज्ञानमस्ति किं ज्ञातुमन्तरम् किं स्वरूपम् इत्यात्मदर्शने अव्यया भवा पूर्णसित्सुखम् बन्धमुख्यति तं परं सुखम् विन्दति हजि वस्तुदेविक अहमपेतकं निजविभानकं महदिदं तपो रमणवागियम् Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
We offer our salutations to Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi through this song sung by Devika, Gopika, and Neha.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம் உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம் உண்மை பரம்பொருளே ரமணா மனக்கண் விளக்கிடும் அகக்கண்மணியே உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
பார்க்கும் போதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை பார்ப்பதோடு என்னையும் பார்ப்பவனே ஊக்கம் எனக்களி துய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
கேட்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் என்னுள் இருந்தவை கேட்பதோடு என் குரல் கேட்பவனே ஊத்தமளித்தனை உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
முகரும் போருதெல்லாம் என்னில் இருந்தவை முகர்வதோடு என்னை முகர்பவனே உகந்த பிறம்பினல் உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
எண்ணுவதெல்லாம் அறிந்தனுள் என்னவோர் எண்ணமில்லாதனை எண்ணுவனே உண்ணுவ தன்னை உகந்த ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
அறிபவையாவும் அறிந்தேனே அறிந்தவர் என்றும் அமர்பவனே ஒருந்துயரின்றே உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
தூங்கும் பொழுதனுள் தூக்கம் காணவுமென் தோற்றமுன் கண்டு துலங்குவனே ஓங்கும் அறிவொளி உய்க்கும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
மாயம் உதல் மாயம் மனிதனே வாழ்விட்டு நானே வாழ்பவனே ஓயும் படிக்கென்னே உண்ணும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம்
எல்லா பொழுதிலும் எல்லா இடத்திலும் எல்லாமே என்னுள் இருப்பவனே உல்லாசமாய் உலாவும் ரமணா உனக்கே உனக்கே நமஸ்காரம் 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 Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
This concludes today's program. Thank you all very much. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Over to the Ottawa group.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Ottawa Satsang group is honored to join you all to commemorate the 125th anniversary of Sri Bhagavan's Advent at Arunachala, and we thank Mohan Ramaswamy and Arunachala Ashram in New York for organizing this satsang today. We will hear from Ramya Krishnan, Aparna Ramanathan, and Madhu Padmanabhan, who will be singing the praises of Sri Bhagavan. We are also pleased that Kashvi Dilip will share with us a beautiful solo flute selection. A reading will be given by Darlene Keramanos of Arunachala Ashram in Nova Scotia and by Evelyn Safier from Hammond, New York. This will be followed by a presentation by Ramanathan Kameshwaran of Ottawa. In concluding, the Mangalam will be given by Ananta Padmanabhan from Sri Ramanalayam in Ogdensburg, New York. We are blessed to be able to join you all in offering our praises to the feet of our guide and guru, Sri Ramana Maharshi. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
नीलारविन्द सुहृदा सदृशं प्रसादे तुल्यं तथा महसि तोयजबान्धवेन भ्राम्यां स्थितौ तु पितरं वटमूलवासं संस्मारयन्तम् अचलं तम् अनुस्मरामः संस्मारयन्तम् अचलं तम् अनुस्मरामः अनुस्मरामः। गौरांग अर्धांग गंगातरंगे योगी महायोग कारूपराजे गौरांग अर्धांग गंगातरंगे योगी महायोग कारूपराजे मृगचाल मुण्डमाल शशिबाल करताल मृगचाल मुण्डमाल शशिबाल करताल कान्ति कधिमि धिमिक धिमि डमरुबाजे कान्ति कधिमि धिमिक धिमि डमरुबाजे अम्बार भगम्बार दिगम्बार जटजूट फणिदार भुजंगेश अंगविभूति साजे अम्बार भगम्बार दिगम्बार जटजूट फणिदार भुजंगेश अंगविभूति साजे वाणी विलास त्वदात विधाता वाणी विलास त्वदात विधाता याथा सकल दुःख सदा शिव विराजे याथा सकल दुःख सदा शिव विराजे गौरांग अर्धांग गंगातरंगे योगी महायोग कारूपराजे मृगचाल मुण्डमाल शशिबाल करताल कान्ति कधिमि धिमिक धिमि डमरुबाजे अम्बार भगम्बार दिगम्बार जटजूट फणिदार भुजंगेश अंगविभूति साजे वाणी विलास
पराक्रम गुरुदेवा आनन्दामृत गुरुदेवा आनन्दामृत गुरुदेवा इह पर सुखदा गुरुदेवा इह पर सुखदा गुरुदेवा ईप्सिद वरदा गुरुदेवा ईप्सिद वरदा गुरुदेवा 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 चिन्मय परशिव गुरुदेवा उपमारहिता गुरुदेवा उपमारहिता गुरुदेवा ऊर्जित शासन गुरुदेवा ऊर्जित शासन गुरुदेवा एकादपत्र गुरुदेवा एकादपत्र गुरुदेवा ऐक्यरूपधर गुरुदेवा ऐक्यरूपधर गुरुदेवा 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 चिन्मय परशिव गुरुदेवा ओंकाराधिप गुरुदेवा ओंकाराधिप गुरुदेवा औज्ज्वल्या प्रभु गुरुदेवा औज्ज्वल्या प्रभु गुरुदेवा अम्बुजाक्ष जय गुरुदेवा अम्बुजाक्ष जय गुरुदेवा आहरनाथ शिव गुरुदेवा आहरनाथ शिव गुरुदेवा 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 चिन्मय परशिव गुरुदेवा ॐ रमणा जय गुरुदेवा ॐ रमणा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीरमणा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीरमणा जय गुरुदेवा ॐ रमणा जय गुरुदेवा ॐ रमणा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीरमणा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीरमणा जय गुरुदेवा श्रीरमणा जय गुरुदेवा
ஏறமையில் ஏறி விளையாட முகம் ஒன்று ஈஷருடன் ஞான மொழி பேச முகம் ஒன்று ஏறமையில் ஏறி விளையாட முகம் ஒன்று ஈஷருடன் ஞான மொழி பேச முகம் ஒன்று கூறுமடியார் கல்வினை தீர்த்த முகம் ஒன்று குன்றுருவேல் வாங்கி நின்ற முகம் ஒன்று கூறுமடியார் கல்வினை தீர்த்த முகம் ஒன்று குன்றுருவேல் வாங்கி நின்ற முகம் ஒன்றே மாறுபடு சூரரை வைத்த முகம் ஒன்றே வள்ளியை மனம் புணர வந்த முகம் ஒன்றே மாறுபடு சூரரை வதைத்த முகம் ஒன்றே வள்ளியை மனம் புணர வந்த முகம் ஒன்றே ஆறுமுகமான பொருள் நீயருளல் வேண்டும் ஆதியருணாச்சலம் அமர்ந்த பெருமாளே ஆறுமுகமான பொருள் நீயருளல் வேண்டும் ஆதியருணாச்சலம் அமர்ந்த பெருமாளே கூறுமடியார்கள் வினை தீர்க்க முகம் ஒன்றே குன்றுருவவேல் வாங்கி நின்ற முகம் ஒன்றே.
Namaskaram, my name is Kashvi and I will be playing Lingashtakam on the flute.
Talk number 78. A man from Asula asked the master how to realize the self. Bhagavan. Everyone has experience of the self every moment of one's life. Devotee, but the self is not realized as one would like. Maharshi. Yes. The present experience is viparita, different from real. What is not is confounded with what is. Devotee, how to find the Atman? Maharshi, there is no investigation into the Atman. The investigation can only be into the non-self. Elimination of the non-self is alone possible. The self, being always self-evident, will shine forth of itself. The self is called by different names, Atman, God, Kundalini, mantra, etc. Hold any one of them, and the self becomes manifest. God is no other than the self. Kundalini is now shining forth as the mind. When the mind is traced to its source, it is Kundalini. Mantra japa leads to elimination of other thoughts and to concentration on the mantra. The mantra finally merges into the self and shines forth as the self. Devotee, how long is a guru necessary for self-realization? Maharshi, guru is necessary so long as there is laghu. That's a pun on the word guru, which equals heavy, and laghu equals light. Laghu is due to the self-imposed but wrong limitation of the self. God, on being worshipped, bestows steadiness in devotion, which leads to surrender. On the devotee surrendering, God shows mercy by manifesting as the Guru. The Guru, otherwise God, guides the devotee, saying that God is in you and God is the self. This leads to introversion of the mind and finally to realization. Effort is necessary up to the state of realization. Even then, the self should spontaneously become evident. Otherwise, happiness will not be complete. Up to that state of spontaneity, there must be effort in some form or another.
Warmest greetings to all from Sri Ramanachala Mandir in Ogdensburg, New York. This is talk number 80, 3rd October 1935, in which Sri Bhagavan talks about how to overcome grief and the fear of death. A very devoted and simple disciple had lost his only son, a child of 3 years. The next day he arrived at the ashramam with his family. The master spoke with reference to them. Training of mind helps one to bear sorrows and bereavements with courage, but the loss of one's offspring is said to be the worst of all griefs. Grief exists only so long as one considers oneself to be of a definite form. If the form is transcended, one will know that the one self is eternal. There is no death nor birth. That which is born is only the body. The body is the creation of the ego, but the ego is not ordinarily perceived without the body. It is always identified with the body. It is the thought which matters. Let the sensible man consider if he knew his body in deep sleep. Why does he feel it in the waking state? But, although the body was not felt in sleep, did not the self exist then? How was he in deep sleep? How is he when awake? What is the difference? Ego rises up, and that is waking. Simultaneously, thoughts arise. Let him find out to whom are the thoughts, wherefrom do they arise. They must spring up from the conscious self. Apprehending it even vaguely helps the extinction of the ego. Thereafter, the realization of the one infinite existence becomes possible. In that state, there are no individuals other than the eternal existence. Hence, there is no thought of death or wailing.
Meenakshi Pancharatnam Shri Shankaracharya Kritam Udyadbhanu Sahasrakoti Sadrisham Keyurarojvalam Bimboshtim Smitadanta Pankti Ruchiram Pitambaralamkritam Vishnu Brahma Surendra Sevitapadam Tattvaswarupam Shivam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. मुक्ताहारलसत्किरीटरुचिराम् पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभाम् सिञ्जन्नूपुरकिङ्किणीमणिधराम् पद्मप्रभाभासुराम् सर्वाभीष्टफलप्रदाम् गिरिसुताम् वाणीरमासेविताम् मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहम् कारुण्यवारां निधिम् श्रीविद्यां शिववामभागनिलयाम् ह्रीङ्कारमन्त्रोज्ज्वलाम् श्रीचक्राङ्कितबिन्दुमध्यवसतिं श्रीमत्सभानायिकाम् श्रीमत्षण्मुखविघ्नराजजननीम् श्रीमज्जगन्मोहिनीम् मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहम् कारुण्यवारां निधिम् श्रीमत्सुन्दरनायिकां भयहरां ज्ञानप्रदां निर्मलां श्यामाभां कमलासनार्चितपदां नारायणास्यानुजाम् वीणावेणुमृदङ्गवाद्यरसिकाम् नानाविधामम्बिकाम् मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहम् कारुण्यवारां निधिम् नानायोगिमुनीन्द्रहृत्सु वसतिम् नानार्थसिद्धिप्रदाम् नानापुष्पविराजिताङ्घ्रियुगलाम् नारायणेनार्चिताम् नादब्रह्ममयीं परात्परतराम् नानार्थतत्त्वात्मिकाम् मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहम् कारुण्यवारां निधिम् मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहम् कारुण्यवारां निधिम्
Hari Om. Namaskaram. Today I am going to read from a piece that appeared in Mountain Path as editorial titled, Who is a Genuine Guru? Today there is not so much a depth of gurus as a plethora, all claiming that they will help you resolve whatever problem you may have, usually at a fee commensurate with their efforts and expertise. If that is the case, and many of these so-called experts do indeed command some degree of expertise, why then do we come to a guru who apparently cannot be seen or spoken to in the normal course of events? It does seem odd from the conventional point of view. However, this is to miss the point, because although it appears that we choose to come to Arunachala or choose Bhagavan Ramana as our guru, this is not necessarily true. Much more likely it is Bhagavan who selects us. We are attracted to Arunachala or to the photograph of Bhagavan or words that he may have said or written, but ultimately the power which attracts us is not ours to decide. For who are we, with our limited understanding, to comprehend the great force at work in this world that we inhabit? Who are we to appoint Bhagavan as our guru? Bhagavan is not a commodity you can decide to either buy or not according to your special status. He is not for sale on a whim as we are doing him a favor. On the contrary, Bhagavan is a fire, and all who come near with a genuine desire for enlightenment will be burnt clean of their predispositions, vanities, and ignorance. It comes as a shock to realize that we are helpless, and like Isaac Newton, we too stand on the beach of the universe with our small bucket and erroneously think we can fill it with the measureless waters of reality. Likewise, all meaningful contact with Bhagavan will quickly dissuade us from maintaining our misinformed sense of our own worth. This is what a true Guru does: destroys our illusions about who we think we are. It is a painful process, and unless we are ready and strong, we will balk at the prospect. Anyone with a healthy or self-satisfied ego would run at the prospect. But those who realize there is much more than the apparent physical reality in life will heed the call. Bhagavan is always calling, for that is the nature of his being. Like a powerful light, his beam is constantly, impersonally searching the outer darkness for those who are ready to feel and be attracted by his magnetism. Bhagavan is a manifestation of that mighty power, Arunachala, which is not just the obvious pile of inert, sun-blasted rocks, but the masked, invisible, living manifestation of the divine entity that observes our childish ways and whose mystery is beyond our superficial comprehension. We as humans have been in awe of Arunachala for millennia. To some people who come here, the hill speaks instantly and irrevocably. They find it hard to tear themselves away. To others, it is never more than a pile of rocks. We have some glimpses in recorded history that tells us of its antiquity. Thirugnana Sambandar, a 7th century Tamil Saivite saint poet, revered Arunachaleswara in the collection of verses included in Devaram as 7th century Tamil Saiva work. Manikavachakar, the great 9th century Tamil saint, came to Arunachala on his pilgrimage around Tamil Nadu and composed a famous song, Tirupambavai, celebrating the devotion of those who lived at its base. It is clear from his poetic outpouring that the mystery and fame of Arunachala was well established. How long, we do not know, but certainly for an eon. Though apparently Bhagavan Ramana came out of nowhere and brought to the attention of the world the glory of Arunachala, if we look more closely, we see that he is firmly in the rich Tamil tradition of the Saivite Nayanmars, and his purpose in this life was to revive the Sanatana Dharma. He made it relevant to our modern age with all its challenges. In doing so, he revealed by his profound devotion and love of Arunachala the easy availability of this mysterious storehouse of living knowledge. Thank you. Namaskar.
Greetings to one and all from Sri Ramanachalam Mandir in Ogdensburg, New York. This is Talk 367, 21st February 1937. It contains 2 examples of Sri Bhagavan's compassion. A Marathi lady, a casual visitor, then taking leave, was almost on the point of bursting into tears She asked, I know that mukti is impossible in one life. Still, may I not have peace of mind in this life? The master looked at her very kindly and said, smiling softly, life and all else are in Brahman alone. Brahman is here and now. Investigate. Devotee, I am practicing meditation for a number of years, yet my mind is not steady and cannot be brought to bear on meditation. Maharshi again looked steadily at her and said, do it now, and all will be right. A young girl of 9 or 10 whose mother is a research scholar in Sanskrit in the University of Madras, accompanied by Mr. Maurice Friedman, met Sri Bhagavan in Palakotu at about 12 noon. Sri Bhagavan, as usual with him, kindly smiled on her. She asked Sri Bhagavan, why is there misery on earth? Maharshi, due to karma. The young girl, who makes karma bear fruits? Maharshi, God. Then the young girl asked, God makes us do karma and gives bad fruits for bad karma. Is it fair? Sri Bhagavan almost laughed and was very pleased with her. Later he was coaxing her to read something on returning to the hall. Since then, he is watching her. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
I will be playing Sita Ram Charitra on the flute.
विश्वेश्वर दर्शन कर चल मन तुम काशी। 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 विश्वेश्वर दर्शन जब विश्वेश्वर दर्शन जब कीन्हो बहु प्रेम सहित। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन जब कीन्हो बहु प्रेम सहित। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन जब कीन्हो बहु प्रेम सहित। काटी करुणा निदान जनन मरण सासी। काटी करुणा निदान जनन मरण सासी। काटे करुणा निदान जनन मरण सासी। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन कर चल मन तुम काशी। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन कर चल मन तुम काशी। पदुमनाभ कमल नयन त्रिनयन शंभो महेश। पदुमनाभ कमल नयन त्रिनयन शंभो महेश। पदुमनाभ कमल नयन त्रिनयन शंभो महेश। भजले हिंदू स्वरूप रहिए अविनाशी। भजले हिंदू स्वरूप रहिए अविनाशी। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन कर चल मन तुम काशी। विश्वेश्वर दर्शन कर चल मन तुम काशी। चल मन तुम काशी। चल मन तुम काशी।
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskar. We will now conclude the 125th anniversary celebration of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi's advent to Arunachala from the satsang groups of Ottawa, Arunachala Ashrama, Nova Scotia, and Sri Ramanachalam, Ogdensburg, New York, with Mangalam slokas of Sri Dakshinamurti Stotram. चित्रं वडतरोर्मूले वृद्धाः शिष्या गुरोर्युवा गुरोस्तु मौनं व्याख्यानं शिष्यास्तु छिन्नसंशया ॐ नमः प्रणवार्ताय शुद्धज्ञानैकमूर्तये निर्मलाय प्रशान्ताय श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। सर्वात्मत्वमिति स्फुटीकृतमिदम् यस्मादमुष्मिंस्तवे तेनास्य श्रवणाद् तदर्थमननाद् ध्यानाच्च संकीर्तनात् सर्वात्मत्व महाविभूति सहितं स्यादीश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्धयेद् तत्पुनरष्टता परिणतं चैश्वर्यम् औयाहतम् ॐ नमो भगवते श्रीरमणाय। ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। ॐ श्री रमणार्पणमस्तु। Namaskar. We will now transport the Advent celebration to the next satsang group in North America. Namaskar to everyone.
रमण भगवत्पादाम्भोजे सदा रमतां मनु रमण भगवद्वक्त्राम्भोजे मनः पिबतान्मधुः रमण भगवन् मूर्तिं दिव्यां मुहुः समरतान्मनु रमण भगवत्पादाचार्यो ममास्तु परायणम्. Namo Ramana to all from Bhagavan devotees of Ohio Satsang Group. I am Abhilash Mungamuru, coordinating from Ohio Ramana Center. We are all excited to be part of 125th anniversary of Bhagavan's Advent to Arunachala online celebrations. We would like to start with an offering in Telugu. As part of the Golden Jubilee celebrations of Bhagavan's Advent to Arunachala Day on September 1st, 1946, this Telugu composition was offered at the lotus feet of Sri Bhagavan by Srimati Birdavolu Lakshmi Amma, wife of Sri Birdavolu Ranganatham and the only sister of Griddaluri brothers of Nellore. She never had any formal education, but with her love and devotion to Bhagavan, she penned many compositions in Telugu which were published by Sri Ramanashramam into two books, Sri Ramana Vijayam and Sri Ramana Manasam. Bhagavan himself blessed these printed books and gave them to Srimati Lakshmi Amma. She was very well known at Sri Ramanashramam as Uratta. We are happy to hear the Golden Jubilee offering of Uratta's compositions by her nieces Srimati Ramanaputri, Srimati Ramanabala and Sri Ramana Alimelu.
అమ్మాయన వాక్యం వే అమ్మాయిల్లెడల వెలసెనది దేవకయై అమ్మాయమ్మాయనసును అమ్మా నిను పిలతునమ్మ ఎమ్మారమ్మా. నీవే సృష్టికి కారణం నీవే ఆధారమమ్మ ఈశ్వరుగాంచన్. నీవే కరుణామూర్తివి రావే మా తల్లి మమ్ము రక్షింపదయన్. మాగడు సుతుడుకు చెయ్యలు సాగెడు మీ యొద్దగాది జననీ వినవే. తీగకు కాయలు బరువా రాగతే మా తప్పులుడి బ్రహ్ము రక్షింపదయన్. నీవే సృష్టికి కారణం నీవే ఆధారమమ్మ ఈశ్వరుగాంచన్. నీవే కరుణామూర్తివి రావే మా తల్లి మమ్ము రక్షింపదయన్. రమణేశు పాద సేవయు రమణునియందే మనంబురంజిల్లంగా. రమణ స్మరణము సతతము రమణీ మాకు సర్వమ్మ రమ్యము తోడన్. అమ్మ మా ఘోరగతలను అధిక ప్రేమ మెల్లమెల్లగా చెప్పవే మీ సుతునకు. పలు విధముల విన్నవించియా పరమ పురుష కరుణగల్గజేయవే కన్న తల్లి. కోరరు జ్ఞానము మోక్షము కోరరు జపయోగ భాగ్యములు కోరరు నితరము సద్గురు శ్రీరమణుని పాదములను చింతింతు జనులు. కడుఘోర మాయలో కలతను జంది పడిమూడు తాపాల వలలను జిక్కి. ఆశా పిశాచమౌ అభిమాన వృత్తి పాశంబులన్ బడి పాయగాలేక. తడబడు భ్రమలచే తపిలించి నిల్వ ఎడమింతగానుకాయే మారుచుండు. దీనుల దయచేర్చి దివ్య సన్నిధి తాను కటాక్షించి తన జదానంద. వారిధిలో ముంచి వాసిగా బ్రోచు ధీరుండు రమణుండు దేవదేవుండు.
రమణ గురు రమణ గురు రమణ గురుదేవ. రమణ గురు రమణ గురు రమణ గురుదేవ. కరుణారస పరిపూరిత నిజ దాసక పోష. శరణాగత జనతాశ్రయ వరసుందర పుత్ర. భువినాదుని పురమందున జనించితివయ్యా. అవతారము జనతాపము పొలియింపను వేగ. అరుణాచలమని మానస గుహలోపల వెల్గన్. చిరుబాలకు వయసందున గణనేగితి ఉంటిన్. అచలంబగు అరుణాచలముని వంటి వివేగన్. అచలేశుని గనుగుంటివి ఘనతాపసనిష్టన్. సకలాత్మక సుఖదాయక సుగుణాకర రావా. అకళంకుట సకలాశ్రయ నిజ జీవనదాత. ఉదయించిన నిజ భానుట కరుణించెయుమాకున్. హృదయంబున నిడుమాతమ మృదుపాదము దేవా. జయ మంగళ రమణ జయ జయ మోహన రూప. జయ మంగళ రమణ జయ జయ సుందర పుత్ర. రమణ గురు రమణ గురు రమణ గురుదేవ. రమణ గురు రమణ గురు రమణ గురుదేవ.
జై శ్రీరమణ. తెల్లని కోచిని తీరుగా ధరించి ఒక తుండు భుజముపై నొసగవేచి భస్మంబు నుదుటిపై బాబు మీరగబూసి కుంకుమ బొట్టును కొమరంగబెట్టి కరమున దండంబు కడువింత కాబట్టి మోమున చిరునవ్వు ముద్దుగుల్క మాధుర్యమొలకించు మాటల బల్కుచు కారుణ్యమయములై కన్నులమర బ్రహ్మ తేజమెల్లడల ప్రబలు బరుప భక్తవర్యులచే నిండి భద్రమైన కొలువు కూటంబున గలుడు కూర్మితోడ రమణ భగవానుడాతడే రారే చూడ అనుదినంబును గల్గు ఆయన రక్షాబ్ది వరముల గోలెడు వాంచయేల ఉల్లంబునందు నేనున్నాడనని ఉండ కనజాలనను చింత కలగనేల అడుగడుగునకు వాణి అభయంబునొందుచు భవభీతి వలని కలవరమేల కర్త తానే యవుచు కార్యముల్ నడిపింప నా కర్మ ఎంచు నలగనేల కరుణ నిండిన ఆనంద కలితుడైన పరమదైవంబు మనసున పాదుకొల్పి అన్నిటన్ వాణి కర్పించి అధిక భక్తి సేవ చేసిన భువిలోన చెలుగు సుఖము. రమణార్పణమస్తు.
Now we shall watch a small skit, Why Fear When Bhagavan is With Us, written and directed by Sri Venkat Gavala, acted by children of our center Shraddha Gavala and Ramana Sanat Mungamuru.
Hey my friend, why are you frustrated and sad?
Oh my God, what can I tell you? There's so much homework and each subject projects with 4 voice recordings and 2 assignments to complete today. I am so fearful and worried if I will be able to complete it.
My friend, do not worry or fear. If it happened to me, my fear would have risen up. But immediately, Sri Bhagavan's teachings rescued me. Sri Bhagavan said that leave all the burden on him and get to work. Do not forget that we are children of Sri Bhagavan and need to reach him when we land into such situations. Moreover, in such situations, I remember I always get Sri Bhagavan's classical example of a man traveling in a train. Let me ask you, when a man is traveling in a train with his luggage, where does he keep it?
He keeps it underneath his seat or the luggage compartment.
So he does not carry on his little lap?
None but a fool would do so.
You call him a fool who keeps it on his head. 1,000 times more foolish is it to feel the load of your homework, which is like carrying the luggage on your head and feeling the fear and worry.
So, can I throw all my fear and worry about homework completion, etc.?
Okay, let me add one more example of Sri Bhagavan to get more clarity. Now, look at the picture of a temple tower. There are many statues in it, and there is a big statue, one in each corner. Now I say that the big tall tower is supported by the big statue in each corner, whose hands seem to be taking the load of the tower.
How can that be? What are you drawing up to?
I mean, when you say you cannot throw away your fear about homework, is it not more foolish to mean that you have to fear and worry to get your homework done, rather than letting the burden of homework on the Lord and getting to work? The Lord of the universe carries the whole burden. You imagine that you do. You can hand over all your burden of getting the homework done to His care and start working. Do not think you cannot do it unless you have the fear and worry to complete it. Fear and worry do not give strength to you. The strength comes for resting on Sri Bhagavan.
So, my friends, the above interaction happened with Sri Bhagavan and Sri Kapali. Many such incidents have occurred between them. One such incident is as follows in Kapali Sastri's own words. In 1930, Maharshi asked me to have a look at the Sanskrit rendering of a Tamil work by Lakshmana Sharma. It was very imperfect. After hours of struggle, I could find was only a couple of verses. How to complete the remaining 38 verses or so within the limited time haunted me. In the evening, as soon as the Maharshi came to his seat, he asked me to take up the work. It was amazing that within 2 to 3 hours, I finished almost all the verses. Later, Sundar told me what a magnificent and inspiring sight was to see the Maharshi blaze transfixed on me all. He added that the Maharshi's face and head looked inordinately big. When I came to the last portion, I looked up and the Maharshi asked me with an exclamation of joy, "So, is it finished?" I answered, "Yes, but the last verse does not come off in specific meter." "Does it not come in that meter?" queried the sage. Within a moment, a strong upward movement gushed up beneath me, somewhere from the root of the spine. Involuntarily, a verse came out like a cry from my mouth. It was the verse in the required meter. So, my friends, do not have any worry or fear. Fear and worry do not give strength to you. The strength comes from resting on Sri Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramana.
As part of the Advent to Arunachala celebrations, we would like to chant the 26th Tabakam, Apita Kuchamba Tabakam from Uma Sahasram, composed by Kavyakanta Sri Ganapati Muni. षड्विंशस्तबकः अपीतकुचाम्बा आगमविन्मतिकैरवणीनां बोधमजस्रमसौ विदधानः पातु महेशवधूवदनांशो हासशशी सकलानि कुलानि आयतलोचनचुम्बितकर्णा दानयसोजिततो यदकर्णा शोणनगेशमनः प्रियवर्णः नाशयता जगदार्तिमपर्णा वेदतुरङ्गविलोचनभाग्यं वेदशिरोनिचरैरपि मृग्यं शोकविदारिसुधाकिरणांस्यं शोणगिरौ समलोकिरहस्यम् मुञ्च समस्तमनोरथलाभे संशयमद्य करामलकाभे दृक्पदमापनगेन्द्रतनूजा सोऽहमितः परमन्तरराजा शिल्पविदः प्रतिमां प्रविशन्ति स्वल्पविदां तरणाय चकास्ति सोणधराभृतिसम्प्रति लब्धा हन्तचिरादियमेव ममाम्बा भारतभूवलयेऽत्र विशाले स्वन्तनगानि बहूनि गृहाणि आस्य विगीतसुधाकरबिम्बः सोणगिरौ रमतेऽत्र रमम्बा वारितसंसृतपातकजाला वारिधिवीचिनिरङ्कुशलीला वारिजपत्रविडम्बननेत्रा वारणराजमुखेन स पुत्रा आयतवक्रघनासितकेशी तोयजबाणरिपो हृदयेशी काशसुमाच्चयशः परमैषा पाशविदस्तु तवेन्दुविभूषा पङ्कजसम्भवपूजितपादा पङ्कविनाशनपावननाम किङ्करकल्पलतापरमेयं शङ्करनेत्रसुधाशरणं नः चञ्चलदृक्विनतामरवल्ली पञ्चपृषत्कसरासनझिल्ली काञ्चनगर्भमुखः प्रणुतेयं पञ्चमुखः प्रमदाशरणं नः अम्भविदूयभटान्मदनादि नूपुरनादबिभीषिक ऐषः हन्तजहारबलेन मनो मे शोननगाङ्घ्रिनिवासिनि तेङ्घ्रिः कर्णपुटे कुरु मुग्धममोक्तिं मुञ्चधनाधिषु मानसशक्तिं शोणगिरीन्द्रवधूपदभक्तिं शीलय शीलय यास्यसि मुक्तिम् जीर्णतरे जरयाखिलदेहे बुद्धिबलं च विलुम्पति मोहे हन्त सवित्रितपन्मतिरन्ते सेवितुमिच्छति नाचरणं ते तन्त्रविदो नवयोनितु चक्रं सोणधराधररूपमुशन्ति अर्धमपुष्यवपुर्मदनारे अर्धमगेन्द्रसुते तव गात्रम् अस्तु नगेश्वरनन्दिनि लिङ्गं तैजसमेति दिहापि तवांशः वीतगुणस्य विना तव योगं देवि शिवस्य कुतः खलु तेजः स्थापितमूर्तिरियं तव नम्य पूजयितुं जगदीश्वरि रम्य सोननगार्तमिदं तव रूपं कीर्तयितुं न गजेदुतपापम् सोननगार्ततनो निशमङ्के धारयसे यि गुहं रमणाख्यम् आगतमप्यहामुहरम्बो छाटयसे गणपं ननु कस्मात् अङ्कजुषे रमणाय नुदातुं मानववेषधराय गुहाय सोणनगार्ततनो बहुदुग्धं मातरपीतकुचे हविभासि पूर्णसमाधिवसात् स्वपिषित्वं पीतमपीतकुचेम्ब न वेत्सि अङ्कजुषा रमणेन सुतेन प्रेक्षयदेष्टमुरोरुहदुग्धम् ज्ञानरसाह्वयमम्ब निपीय स्तन्यमसौ रमणो मुनिराट्ते ज्ञानमयो भवदीश्वरि सर्वः पुष्यति येन तनुं हि ददात्मा प्रीतिपदाय पयोधरकुम्भात् पार्वती धीमय दुग्धमपीतात् अस्तु गुहाय शिवे बहुदत्तं किञ्चिदिवेश्वरि धराय मह्यम् प्रौढमिमं यदि वेत्सि तनूजं शैलसुते मदवारिदधानं मास्तु पयोवितरानघवन्नं येन दधानि महेश्वरि शक्तिं स्वार्जितमेव मया यदि भोज्यं सम्मद एव ममाखिलमातः आशिषमग्रतमा मयि दत्वा प्रेक्षयानि जयानि दरिद्रीम् विद्युतिवीक्षविलासा वीक्षितकर्मणि लक्ष्यरहस्या पार्वणचन्द्रमुखी ललिताङ्गी तैजसलिङ्गसखी शरणं नः मातरपितकुचेरणुशैला धीश्वरभामिनि भामहनीये साधु विधाय समर्पयते ते दोदकमाल्यमिदं गणनाथः इति श्रीभगवन्महर्षिरमणां ते वासिनो वासिष्ठस्य नरसिंहसूनोः गणपतये कृता उमा सहस्रे षड्विंशस्तवकः. Now Ishwar Kashyap Kanuri will be reading a letter from the book Letters from Sri Ramanashramam by Suri Nagamma.
The deliverance of Lakshmi the cow, 20th July 1948. In my letter to you under the caption Worship of the Cow, I describe to you
to the grandeur of Lakshmi, the queen of the gods, and the amount of regard Bhagavan had for her. To that queen, as for his own mother, Bhagavan on Friday, the 18th instant gave Videha Mukti, deliverance from the body. That morning, when I went to the ashram, I was told that Lakshmi was seriously ill and would not survive the day. So I went straight to the cowshed without seeing Bhagavan even. The room built for the cows was vacated, cleaned, and Lakshmi was given a bed of straw to lie down upon. As it was Friday, she was, as usual, decorated with turmeric paste, vermilion mark on the forehead, and a garland of flowers around the neck and horns. Venkatratnam was sitting by the side, fanning her. Lakshmi was lying down with her majestic look, spreading luster all around. She reminded me of Kamdenu going to Kailash to do Abhishekam with milk or the great Lord Shiva. When I went to Bhagavan and prostrated before him and got up, he looked at me with a divine look. Taking it as an order, I said I would go and stay with Lakshmi. He nodded his head in assent and I went immediately. Venkatapnan gave me the fan and left. Sitting in that place, I began repeating Ramana Dvasakshari, 12 letters of Ramana Mantra Stotram, 108 names of Ramana, etc. And Lakshmi appeared to hear them carefully. When Bhagavan came to the cowshed at 9:45 a.m., as usual, he came to see Lakshmi. Bhagwan sat on the hay by her side, lifted her hands, lifted her head with both his hands, and passing one of his hands lightly over her face and throat, and then placing his hand on the head, began pressing with right hand fingers her throat right down to the heart. After pressing like that for about a quarter of an hour, he said, addressing Lakshmi, what do you say, mother? Do you want me to stay here alone? I could stay, but what to do? All people could be around you, as in the case of my mother. Even so, why? Shall I go? Lakshmi remained calm, devoid of all the bonds of this world and of the pains of her body, as though she were in samadhi. Bhagwan sat there unwilling to move, and with a heart full of compassion, I was overwhelmed at sight and exclaimed involuntarily, oh, Mother Alagama had the greatest luck. So has Lakshmi now. Bhagavan looked at me with a smile. Brahmanyam, come and said, it seems the doctor will not be coming till 10:30, as there is no immediate danger for Lakshmi. All right, so doctor will not be coming now. Have you brought the medicine for injection? Asked Bhagavan, turning towards Lakshmi and gently stroking her head and neck. He said, what do you say? May I go? Sublakshmi said she will feel happy if Bhagwan is by her side. That is so, but what to do? So saying and looking into the eyes of Lakshmi, Bhagwan said, what? May I go? Won't you tell me? Lakshmi looked at him proudly. What reply Bhagwan got? We don't know, but he got up and went away saying, see that the flies don't get into the mouth. I assured him that he would take due care of Lakshmi, and Bhagwan left the place very Lakshmi and Bhagwan left the place very reluctantly. With the divine touch of Bhagwan, the outer breath of Lakshmi began subsiding, and the movement of her body began to decrease. When the doctor came at 10:30 and gave an injection, Lakshmi remained unaffected, as if the body was not hers. There was no death agony. Her sight was calm and clear. The doctor turned her over into the posture of Nandi, put some medicine on the boils, and went away, instructing us to keep some support for the head. As it was 11:30, by then Venkatratnam came back after having his meal. He asked me to hold up the head, saying he would bring some more hay. The tongue touched me and it was icy cold. The life of Lakshmi reached the feet of Sri Ramana and was absorbed in him. 10 minutes later, Bhagwan came into the shed, saying, is it all over? And squatted by her side, took her face in both his hands as though she were a little child, then lifted it and said, oh Lakshmi, Lakshmi. And then to us, controlling his tears, he said, because of her, our family, that is, ashram, has grown to this extent. When all were praising Praising Lakshmi, Bhagavan asked, I suppose the doctor has not troubled her much. Did he? How did her life change? We told him all that had happened. That is all right. Did you notice this? The right ear is uppermost now. Till yesterday she was lying on her other side. Because of the boil, she was turned to this side. So this ear had to come up. Look, in the case of people who die in Kashi, people say Lord Shiva will whisper in to the right ear. Lakshmi too has the right ear up, said Bhagwan, and showed the ear to all the people there. But by that time, crowds gathered. After a quarter of an hour, Bhagwan got up and said, Ramakrishna has been saying for the last 10 days that the good tomb Samadhi must be built for Lakshmi. Bhagavan then went away to the hall.
We will contemplate on the Upadesha of Sri Bhagavan to Sri Kapali Shastri. For the questions posed by Kapali Shastri to Bhagavan on various occasions. These were compiled by our satsang group devotees, and now we will all contemplate on those Upadesha.
Is self beyond the mind, thought and speech? Sri Bhagavan replied, mind is twofold, pure and impure mind. When in pure mind, the self makes itself feel, so that even in the midst of thoughts, you feel the presence, and the thought waves are felt as clouds passing by. Is Manonasha an absolute destruction of mind?
Sri Bhagavan replied, no. When the mind gets clear of impurities and becomes pure enough to reflect the truth, that is Manonasha. This is impossible when the ego is active and assertive.
The jnani has no feelings of differences, but he feels sweet as sweet and wormwood as bitter, just like me.
Sri Bhagavan replied, yes, I have said that equality is the true sign of Gnani. The very term equality implies the existence of difference. It is unity in all differences, which I call equality. What is essential to know in all these appearances as differences is the one truth, the real, that I call unity.
When earnest quest for self is done. With what certainty can you say this?
Sri Bhagavan replied, when one is sufficiently developed soul, he becomes naturally convinced. The mind always wants certain theory to satisfy itself. Really, no theory is necessary for a man who seriously desires to realize his own true being.
Question. Bhagwan, when you say know yourself, what do you mean? Bhagwan replied, what you call yourself is not the real self. It's neither born or dies. Between self and the body, there is one something called ahamkara, the ego self, which is different from the ever-conscious self and unconscious matter. This ego self partakes of the character of self and the body. Bhagwan continued, hence, know yourself is meant for the ego self. The ego self tries to know itself. The moment ego self tries to know itself, it changes its character and begins to partake less in matter, body or jhana, more and more of consciousness of self, the Atma.
With this offering to Sri Bhagavan, now we request devotees of Michigan Ramana Center to continue the 125th Advent to Arunachala celebrations. Namo Ramana.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you, Ohio Satsang Group. This is Murli from the Michigan Satsang Group. Today, we will start with a reading from the book Words of Grace, Chapter 2, Self-Inquiry by Sharmi Mehta and Shama Mehta. This will be followed by a song, Arunai Malayil by Kalpana, and a reading on Bhagavan's friend Rangan from Ramana Periya Puranam by Sri V. Ganeshan.
Self-Inquiry, Chapter 1, Who Am I? Is not the sense of I natural to all beings, expressed in all their feelings as I came, I went, I did, or I was? On questioning what this is, we find that the body is identified with I because movements and similar functions pertain to the body. Can the body then be this I consciousness? It was not there before birth. It is composed of the 5 elements. It is absent in sleep and it eventually becomes a corpse. No, it cannot be. The sense of I, which arises in the body for the time being, is otherwise called the ego, ignorance, illusion, impurity, or individual self. The purpose of all the scriptures in this inquiry into the self, it is declared in them that the annihilation of the ego sense is liberation. How then can one remain indifferent to this teaching? Can the body, which is insentient as a piece of wood, shine and function as I? No. Therefore, lay aside this insentient body as though it were truly a corpse. Do not even murmur, I, but inquire keenly within what it is that now shines within the heart as I. Underlying the unceasing flow of varied thoughts, there arises the continuous, unbroken awareness, silent and spontaneous as I in the heart, If one catches hold of it and remains still, it will completely annihilate the sense of I in the body and will itself disappear as a fire of burning camphor. Sages and scriptures proclaim this to be liberation. The veil of ignorance can never completely hide the self. How can it? Even the ignorant do not fail to speak of the I. It only hides the reality, I am the self, or I am pure consciousness, and confounds the I with the body. The self is self-effulgent. One need give it no mental picture anyway. The thought that imagines it is itself bondage, because the self is the effulgence, transcending darkness and light. One should not think of it with the mind. Such imagination will end in bondage, whereas the self spontaneously shines as the absolute. This inquiry into the self in devotional meditation evolves into the state of absorption of the mind into the self and leads to liberation and unqualified bliss. The great sages have declared that only by the help of this devotional inquiry into the self can liberation be attained, because the ego in the form of the I thought is the root of the tree of illusion. Its destruction fells illusion, even as a tree is felled by the cutting of its roots. This easy method of annihilating the ego is alone worthy to be called bhakti, devotion, jnana, knowledge, yoga, union, or dhyana, meditation. In the I am the body consciousness, the three bodies composed of the five sheets are contained. If that mode of consciousness is removed, all else drops off of its own accord. All other bodies depend on it. There is no need to eliminate them separately, because the scriptures declare that thought alone is bondage. It is their final injunction that the best method is to surrender the mind in the form of the I thought to him, the self, and keeping quite still, not forget him.
Chapter 2 The Mind. According to the Hindu scriptures, an entity known as the mind is derived from the subtle essence of the food consumed, which flourishes as love, hatred, lust, anger, and so on, which is the totality of mentality, intellect, desire, and ego, which, although it has such diverse functions, bears the generic name mind, which is objectified as the insentient objects cognized by us, which, though itself insentient, appears to be sentient, being associated with consciousness, just as a piece of red-hot iron appears to be fire, in which the principle of differentiation is inherent, which is transient and is possessed of parts capable of being molded into any shape like lac, gold, or wax, which is the basis of all root principles, tattvas, which is located in the heart, like sight in the eye and hearing in the ear, which gives its character to the individual self, and which, on thinking of the object already associated with the consciousness reflected on the brain, assumes a thought form which is in contact with that object through the five senses operated by the brain, which appropriates such cognizance to itself with the feeling I am cognizant of such and such, enjoys the object, and is finally satisfied. To think whether a certain thing may be eaten is a thought form of the mind. It is good, it is not good, it can be eaten, it cannot be eaten. Discriminating notions like these constitute the discriminative intellect. Because the mind alone constitutes the root principle manifesting as the three entities of ego, God, and world, its absorption and dissolution in the self is the final emancipation known as Kaivalya, which is the same as Brahman. The senses, being located externally as aids for the cognition of objects, are exterior, The mind, being internal, is the inner sense. Within and without are relative to the body. They have no significance in the absolute. For the purpose of showing the whole objective world to be within and not without, the scriptures have described the cosmos as being shaped like the lotus of the heart. But that is not other than the self. Just as the goldsmith's wax ball, although hiding minute specks of gold, still looks like a simple lump of wax, so too all the individuals merged in dark ignorance of Vidya, or the universal veiling, Maya, are only aware of the nations in their sleep. In deep sleep, the physical and subtle bodies, though entering in the dark veiling, still lie merged in the self. From ignorance sprang the ego, the subtle body. The mind must be transformed into the self. Mind is in reality only consciousness because it is pure and transparent by nature. In that pure state, however, it cannot be called mind. The wrong identification of one thing with another is the work of the contaminated mind. That is to say, the pure uncontaminated mind, being absolute consciousness, on becoming oblivious of its primary nature, is overpowered by the quality of darkness, tamas, and manifests as the physical world. Similarly, overpowered by activity, rajas, it identifies itself with the body and appearing in the manifested world as I, mistakes this ego for the reality. Thus, swayed by love and hatred, it performs good and bad actions, and as the result, caught up in the cycle of births and rebirths and deaths. It is the experience of everyone that in deep sleep and in a faint, he has no awareness of his own self or of objectivity. Later, the experience I woke up from sleep, I regained consciousness, is the distinctive knowledge born of the natural state. This distinctive knowledge is called vijnana. It shines not by itself, but by always adhering either to the self or the non-self. When it inheres in the self, it is called true knowledge. It is awareness of the mental mode in the self, or perpetual awareness, and when this distinctive knowledge combines with the non-self, it is called ignorance. The state in which it inheres in the self and shines as the self is termed aham spurana, or the pulsation of the self. This is not something apart from the self. It is a sign of the forthcoming realization of the self. However, this is not the state of primal being. The source in which this pulsation is revealed is called prajnana, consciousness. It is this source that Vedanta proclaims as prajnana ghana. The Vivek Chudamani of Shankaracharya describes this eternal state as follows. In the sheath of intelligence shines eternally Atman, the self-effulgent witness of all, making that thy goal, which is quite different from the unreal, enjoyed by experience through unbroken thought current as thy own self. The ever-luminous self is one and universal. Notwithstanding the individual's experience of the three states, waking, dream, and deep sleep, the self remains pure and changeless. It is not limited by the three bodies, physical, mental, and causal, and it transcends the triple relation of seer, sight, and seen. The illustration of how the luminous consciousness of the self, shining by itself, functions as the causal body, 7, in the inner chamber surrounded by walls of ignorance of Vidya, and led by the door of sleep, which is moved by the vital forces due to the lapse of time and according to destiny through the doorway against the interposed mirror of the ego. It passes with the light reflected therefrom into the middle chamber of the dream state. Later is projected into the open courtyard of wakefulness through the passage of the five senses or windows. When the door of sleep is shut by the force of the mind, that is, the vital forces, due to the lapse of time and according to destiny, it retires from the wakeful and dream states into deep sleep and remains merely as itself without the ego sense. It also illustrates the serene existence of the self as different from the ego and from the three states of sleep, dream, and wakefulness. The individual self resides in the eye during the waking state, in the neck during the dream state, and in the heart during deep sleep. But the heart is the chief among these places, and therefore the individual self never entirely leaves the heart. Although it is specifically said that the neck is the seat of the mind, the brain of the intellect, and the heart or the whole body of the ego, still the scriptures state conclusively that the heart is the seat of that totality of the inner senses, which is called the mind. The sages, having investigated all the different versions of the scriptures, briefly stated that the whole truth, that it is the experience of everyone that the heart is primarily the seat of the eye.
அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே கருணை வடிவில் வாழ்ந்த கருவே என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா ரமணா என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா உன்னை அடைய அருள்வாயா அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே கருணை வடிவில் வாழ்ந்த கருவே என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா ரமணா என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா உன்னை அடைய அருள்வாயா அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே உறக்க நிலையிலும் உன்னை நினைக்க இரக்கம் காட்டி அருள்வாயா விழித்த நிலையிலும் உறக்க நிலை போல் உணர்வில் இருக்க செய்வாயா உறக்க நிலையிலும் உன்னை நினைக்க இரக்கம் காட்டி அருள்வாயா பிடித்த நிலையிலும் உறக்க நிலை போல் உணர்வில் இருக்க செய்வாயா வேண்டும் பொருள் எது தெரியா நிலையில் வேண்டி நின்றேன் உன்னிடத்தில் தேவை எனக்கது தெரிந்து நீயே ரமணா தேவை எனக்கது தெரிந்து நீயே புரிந்து அருள்வாயா வேண்டும் பொருள் எது தெரியா நிலையில் வேண்டி நின்றேன் உன்னிடத்தில் தேவை எனக்கது தெரிந்து நீயே ரமணா தேவை எனக்கது தெரிந்து நீயே புரிந்து அருள்வாயா அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே கருணை வடிவில் வாழ்ந்த கருவே என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா ரமணா செய்வாயா உன்னை அடைய அருள்வாயா. அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே, மனதில் கடந்து அருளை உணர்ந்தாய் பிறவி அதுக்கு உன்னில் அடங்கும் விழியின் ஒளியில் உனது மடியில் கலந்து இருப்பேன் காலின் அடியில். மனதில் கடந்து அருளை உணர்ந்தாய் பிறவி அதுக்கு உன்னில் அடங்கும் விழியின் ஒளியில் உனது மடியில் கலந்து இருப்பேன் காலின் அடியில். எண்ணம் கரைக்க என்னை மறக்க ரமணா, எண்ணம் கரைக்க என்னை மறக்க மௌன மொழிய சொல்வாயா. எண்ணம் கரைக்க என்னை மறக்க ரமணா, எண்ணம் கரைக்க என்னை மறக்க மௌன மொழிய சொல்வாயா. அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே, கருணை வடிவில் வாழ்ந்த கருவே, என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா ரமணா, என்னை அறிய செய்வாயா உன்னை அடைய அருள்வாயா. அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே, அருணை மலையில் அமர்ந்த குருவே. Bhagavan's friend Rangan. Rangaiyer, also known as Rangan, lived in Tiruchuri, Bhagavan's birthplace. He was Bhagavan's classmate and childhood friend. Bhagavan's family and Rangan's family moved to Madurai around the same time, and the two boys continued to be close friends until Bhagavan ran away to Arunachala. It was 1903 when Rangan first came to know about Bhagavan's whereabouts in Arunachala. However, being tied down by family responsibilities, he could not come and see him immediately. After a few years, when Bhagavan was at Virupaksha cave, he finally paid him a visit. Sri Bhagavan greeted Rangan with an affectionate gesture of friendship, a punch to his shoulder. At first, Rangan could only view Bhagavan as his friend Venkataraman. He demanded, "Hey Venkataraman, even the evening before you left Madurai, we were playing football. I'm supposed to be your closest friend. Why did you not tell me that you were going away the next day?" Bhagavan replied, "Ranga, did I travel like a normal traveler with baggage and all that? It was a supreme force which drew me that day to Arunachala. Where was there room for any formalities to be observed?" Bhagavan looked steadily at him, and immediately Rangan could see that he was no more just Venkataraman, his friend, his classmate, the football player, or his mate in the swimming pool. Ranga could see this change in Bhagavan. The master had by now become somewhat legendary, and a few devotees had already gathered there. Yet when Rangan came to Virupaksha cave, Bhagavan treated him with the same love. Their relationship was beautiful. It was that of a fully awakened man, a sage of wisdom, and an ignorant man steeped in family sufferings, not spiritually inclined, but with a deep love for Bhagavan. The master appreciated the depth of that friendship and would sit next to his friend by his bedside. Seeing him tossing and turning, weighed down by his problems, Bhagavan would pat him and ask gently, "Hey Ranga, what is bothering you?" One day, Rangan told him about his troubles. "Have you given enough to your family to live on while you have come away here?" Bhagavan inquired. Rangan was silent, too embarrassed to admit his inability to provide for his family. "So, you have some financial problems," Bhagavan surmised. "Is it enough if you get 10,000 rupees?" This was a huge amount in those days, and it surprised Rangan to hear Bhagavan talking about money. Bhagavan pressed on, "Will it solve all your problems if you get 10,000 rupees?" Rangan remained quiet, and after a few days took leave of Bhagavan and went to Chennai. He managed to get a sales job selling trucks and buses. When he got his commission, it was exactly 10,000 rupees. Once, when Rangan was going around the hill along with Bhagavan, he stepped on a thorn. Bhagavan bent over and removed the thorn himself. Rangan had not noticed Bhagavan's feet until then, but after walking for a little while, he saw Bhagavan stepping on a thorn. He cried, "Bhagavan, Bhagavan, there is a thorn in your foot. Please sit down, let me remove it." Bhagavan sat down to oblige his friend. However, when Rangan took a look at Bhagavan's foot, he saw not one, but innumerable thorns. Bhagavan wryly remarked, "Ranga, which thorns are you going to remove? The old ones or the new ones? Let it go." "Bhagavan, how can you walk?" Rangan protested. Bhagavan calmly gestured. "See, when a thorn goes into the foot, just rub it on the earth and everything will be all right." Rangan once had the opportunity to physically embrace Bhagavan. He was again amazed that the master's skin was silky and soft as a lotus petal. When he had known him in Madurai, his skin had been very rough, so much so that if he rubbed against somebody else, it would hurt. He asked Bhagavan in wonderment, "Bhagavan, how come the texture of your skin has changed?" Bhagavan responded with the same reply, "Spiritual perfection changes everything." Another time, as a friend, he took the liberty to ask the Guru, "Bhagavan, why does your head shake all the time, and why do you need a walking stick?" Bhagavan confided in his friend, "Ranga, this is not because of old age. When I came to Tiruvannamalai after the death experience and took shelter at the foot of Arunachala, this head started shaking." "Why?" Rangan inquired, looking puzzled. Bhagavan replied, "Can you imagine a violent, wild, mad elephant entering a small thatched shed? What would happen to the hut is what has happened to this body. It will go to pieces." This is how the immensity of Bhagavan's spiritual experience had affected his body. Once Rangan asked, "Bhagavan, you attained enlightenment while you were still in Madurai, isn't it?" Bhagavan replied, "When I was studying, Arunachala entered me most powerfully, though apparently I was unaware. It is his grace that he revealed himself to me. I felt like my whole body was burning. From that moment on, I was in samadhi. Though I continued to play and talk with you, I was in samadhi all the while. Bhagavan revealed this only to Rangan. Rangan often felt that he could not stand up to the demands of spiritual practice because he was entangled in his worries about his family, money, and other worldly problems. Bhagavan would tell him, "Throw your thoughts out. You will enjoy freedom only in a state where there are no thoughts." Unfortunately, Rangan found it difficult to follow this counsel. Feeling that it was impossible for him to progress spiritually, he asked, "How many times will I be born again before I get jnana?" Bhagavan gave a beautiful answer. In reality, there are no factors like time and distance. In 1 hour, we dream that many days and years have passed by. In a movie, don't you see mere shadows being transformed into vast seas, mountains, and buildings? The world is not outside you. All happens within you, like in the movie show. The small world that is in the mind appears as the big world outside. Rangan complained later, "Bhagavan, your grace is not on me." Bhagavan smiled graciously and replied, "Ranga, you are speaking like one who is standing neck deep in the floodwaters of the Ganges, complaining that he is thirsty and says that he wants water from the tap of his house to be bought to quench his thirst." After coming to the present Ramanashramam, Rangan saw many imperfections in the residents there. Remarking on this, he said, "How is it, Bhagavan, that your devotees have growing egos even though they are living around you?" Bhagavan replied, "How else can the ego be destroyed? It has to come out of the individual. Therefore, this is only a cleansing process, not a growing process." Another time, Rangan asked Bhagavan, "Why do you always extol this stone-filled hill as God?" Bhagavan said, "Do you think Arunachala is merely a heap of boulders? Many holy people and yogis live even now in its caves. Arunachala is God, it is Shiva, it is self, that self which is your heart." One day, when Bhagavan and Rangan were climbing the hill, Rangan told Bhagavan that because he had the good fortune to have Bhagavan's darshan, all his sanchita and agami karma have been burnt away like a bale of cotton caught by a spark of fire, and that only his prarabdha karma was left. Bhagavan replied, "Even prarabdha will remain only so long as the mind remains. If the mind is destroyed, to whom is prarabdha? Think over that deeply." From that, Rangan understood that once the mind is killed and jnana is attained, there is no such thing as prarabdha. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Now we will be handing it over to the Tampa Satsang. Thank you.
Namaskar. This is Rohit Vaidya with the Florida Satsang Group. Our program today will consist of 3 items. We will first have a rendition of Arunachala Ashtakam by Mathi Ratnasamy. That will be followed by a talk by me. And we will conclude with a Sadhu Om composition sung again by Mathi Ratnasamy.
ஓம் நமோ பகவதே ஸ்ரீரமணாய ஸ்ரீரமண பகவான் அருளிய அருணாச்சல அஷ்டகம். அறிவருகிரியன அமர்தரும் அம்மா அதிசயம் இதன் செயல் அறிவரிதார்க்கும் அறிவரு சிறுவயதது முதல் அருணா சலம் மிக பெரிதன அறிவினிலங்க அரிகிலன் அதன் பொருள் அது திருவண்ணா மலையென ஒருவரால் அறிவுற பெற்றும் அறிவினை மருளுரு தருகினில் ஈர்க்க அருகுறும் அமயமிதாச்சலமா கண்டேன். கண்டவன் எவன் எனக் கருத்தினுள் நாட கண்டவன் இந்திட நின்றது கண்டேன். கண்டனன் என்றிட கருத்தளவில்லை கண்டிலன் என்றிட கருத்தழுமாறன். விண்டிது விளக்கிடும் விரலுருவோனார் விண்டிலை பண்டு நீ விளக்கினை என்றால் விண்டிடாதுன்னிலை விளக்கிட என்றே. விண்தலம் அச்சலமா விளங்கிட நின்றாய் நின்னையான் உருவென எண்ணியே நன்ன நிலமிசை மலையெனும் நிலையினை நீதான் உன்னுரு அருவென உன்னிடன் வெண்ணோ குற உலகலை தரும் ஒருவனை ஒக்கும். உன்னுரு உணலற உன்னிட முன்னீர் உரு சருக்கரை உரு என உருவோயும். என்னையான் அறிவுற என்னொரு வேறே விருந்தனை அருணவான் கிரியன இருந்தோய். இருந்தொளிர் உனை விடு தடுத்திடல் தெய்வம் இருட்டினை விளக்கெடு தடுத்திடலே கான். இருந்தொளிர் உனையறி உறுத்திடற்கென்றே இருந்தனை மதந்தொறும் விதவித உருவாய். இருந்தொளிர் உனையறிகிலரெனில் அன்னோர் இரவியின் அறிவரு குருடரேயாவார். இருந்தொளிர் இரண்டர எனதுளத்தொன்றாய் இணையரும் அருணமாமலையெனும் மணியே. மணிகளில் சரடன உயிர்த்தொறும் நானா மதந்தொறும் ஒருவனாய் மறுவினை நீதான். மணி கடைந்தன மனம் மனமெனும் கல்லின் மறுவர கடையனின் அருளொளி மேவும். மணியொளி எனப் பிரிதொரு பொருட்பற்று மறுவுரல் இளை நிழல் படிதகட்டின்வின். மணியொளி படநிழல் பதியுமோ உன்னின் மறுபொருள் அருணனல் ஒளிமலை உண்டோ. உண்டொரு பொருள் அறி ஒளி உளமேனி உளதுனில் அலதில அதிசய சக்தி. நின்றனு நிழல் நிறை நினைவறிவோடே நிகழ்வினைச் சுழலிலன் நினைவொளியாடி. கண்டன நிலர்ச்சக விசித்திரம் உள்ளும் கண்முதல் பொறிவழி புறத்துமோர் சில்லா. நின்றிடு நிழல் பட நிகரருட்குன்றே நின்றிட சென்றிட நினைவிட இன்றே. இன்றகம் எனும் நினைவெனிற்பிற ஒன்றும் இன்றது வரை பிற நினைவெழில் ஆர்க்கு. ஒன்றகம் உதித்தலம் எது என உள்ளாழ்ந்துளத்தவி சுரின்னொரு குடை நிழற்கோவே. இன்றகம் புறம் இரு வினையிரல் ஜன்மம் இன்பு துன்பு இருள் ஒளி எனும் கன இதயம். அன்றகம் அச்சலமா நடமிடும் அருண மலையெனும் எலையரும் அருளொளி கடலே. கடல் எழும் எழிலியால் பொழி தரும் நீர்தான் கடல் நிலை அடைவரை தடை செய்யின் நில்லாதுடலுயிர் உனிலெழும் உனையுருவரையில் உரு பல வழிகளில் உழலினும் நில்லாதிடவெளி அலையினும் நிலையிலை புள்ளு கிட நிலம் மலதிலை வருவழி செல்ல கடனுயிர் வருவழி சென்றிட இன்ப கடல் உனை மறுவிடும் அருணபுதரனே அருணபுதரனே அருணபுதரனே.
Today I'm going to talk about the significance of Bhagavan's advent to Arunachala. I will draw primarily upon Bhagavan's writings, but also on a few other sources. The narrative will include both full quotations as well as individual phrases from Bhagavan's poems. In the interests of maintaining the flow of the narrative, my talk will cite the source only for the full quotations. In general, however, the primary sources of Bhagavan's compositions that I will draw upon include Arunachal Pancharatnam, Arunachal Ashtakam, Arunachal Navamanimalai, Arunachal Padigam, Aksharamanmalai. Other sources include Arunachal Mahatmyam, Arunachal Puranam, and anecdotes from various devotees. Bhagavan's advent to Arunachala marks the beginning of the unfoldment, the revelation, and the full manifestation of the great secret of Arunachala. Now, how do we even know that there is a great secret to Arunachala? Certainly, we have a clear assertion of this in the Arunachal Mahatmyam, when Nandikeshwara says, "It is the heart of the world. Know it to be the secret and sacred heart center of Shiva. In that place he always abides as the glorious Aruna hill." But we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves, and to understand this great secret of Arunachala, we need to start at the very beginning. That is, with the story of the origin of Arunachala itself. While this story of Arunachala is probably well known to most of you, it bears recounting here. This is the story of how the mountain Arunachala first manifested as an infinite column of flame, without top or bottom, to settle a quarrel between Brahma and Vishnu. Agreeing that whoever could find the ends of the column would be the greater of the two, Brahma and Vishnu set off searching. Both returned without reaching either end of this column of flame. According to the Arunachal Puranam, Lord Shiva then said the following: "Since I have granted you both such boons in this holy place, may it flourish to a distance of 3 yojanas all around, as the pure and sacred dwelling place of divine knowledge. This great column of flame, assuming a lesser form, shall become a mountain with the power to grant boons. That mountain, which unfailingly confers the bliss of glorious final liberation, shall be known as Arunaipuri." The Arunachal Puranam continues, "When the Lord had finished speaking, that pillar of fire shrank and became a mountain. When Holy Mal and Ayan, which are names of Brahma and Vishnu, saw how it shone out, spreading its beautiful rays far and wide, they made obeisance to the Lord and said, 'It is not possible for the gods and ourselves to approach and gaze upon its brilliance. Let it be a simple mountain, concealing within itself all those countless fiery rays.'" Here it is important to understand that in the act of manifesting in this spot as a simple mountain, the Lord, who is none other than the Supreme Self, pervades each of the realms and dimensions of being between that infinite Supreme Self and our gross material realm. It is thus that in the Arunachal Mahatmyam, the Lord Shiva says, "Though in fact fiery, my lackluster appearance as a hill on this spot is an act of grace and loving solicitude for the maintenance of the world. Here I always abide as the great Siddha. Remember that in the interior of my heart is transcendental glory with all the enjoyments of the world also. Of crucial significance here is that through every dimension of being, the power and grace of Arunachala Shiva manifests unmediated, unfiltered, and unobstructed by any limitations that typically pertain to each dimension. Bhagavan has given us numerous hints, suggestions, and indeed even explicit testimony to this in his various compositions. So in Arunachala Ashtakam, Bhagavan has sung, "You alone exist, O heart, the radiance of awareness. In you a power mysterious dwells, a power which without you is nothing. From it there proceeds, along with the perceiver, a series of subtle shadowy thoughts which, lit by the reflected light of mind, amid the whirl of prarabdha, appear within as a shadowy spectacle of the world, and appear without as the world perceived by the five senses, as a film is projected through a lens. Whether perceived or unperceived, these are nothing apart from you, O Hill of Grace." In other compositions, Bhagavan has variously described Arunachala as follows: ether, air, fire, water, earth, all living beings and material objects are nothing but you and you alone, O Pure One, all-embracing light. O Mountain of Light, whose spreading rays engulf all things. Like the string that holds together the gems in a necklace, you it is that penetrate and bind all beings and the various religions. Truth at once transcendent and immanent. Subtle ethereal being, expanse of grace more subtle than the ether. Bhagavan has also sung about Arunachala's action as the action of the heart. In Arunachal Pancharatnam he has sung, "As on a screen on a wondrous picture, on you, fair mountain, is all this world formed and sustained, and then withdrawn. Ever as I in the heart you dance, hence are you called the heart." Similarly, in various other compositions, he has described Arunachala as ocean of compassion manifesting as a mountain, embodied love, O bliss that springs from love, nectar welling up in lovers' hearts, soul attracting mountain magnet, life destroyer shining in the heart. Turning now to Bhagavan. As we know, Bhagavan had his death experience in Madurai when he realized his true, essential nature as the Supreme Self. B.V. Narasimha Swami has provided the following account of what Bhagavan said regarding the subsequent days. After the awakening into the new life, I would go almost every evening to the temple. I would go alone and stand before Shiva or Meenakshi or Nataraj or the 63 saints for long periods. I would feel waves of emotion overcoming me. The former hold, alamban, on the body had been given up by my spirit, since it ceased to cherish the idea, I am the body, the Dehatma Buddhi. The spirit therefore longed to have a fresh hold, and hence the frequent visits to the temple and the overflow of the soul in profuse tears. This was God's play with the individual spirit. About 6 weeks after his death experience, Bhagavan left Madurai and came to Arunachala. With reference to this event, Professor K. Swaminathan once observed, "Great things happen when man and mountain meet, and the timeless breaks into time." With this advent, Bhagavan was utterly and completely absorbed by Arunachala. In Aksharamanmalai, he has sung, "To you As to my only God I came, O Arunachala, and me you have totally destroyed. To feed on you I came, O Arunachala, but I have become your food, and am now at peace. As I thought of you, and so got caught in the web of your grace, you like a spider held me tight and consumed me, O Arunachala. We know, however, that the essential unity and identity of Bhagavan and Arunachala as the Self-Supreme had already taken place with Bhagavan's death experience in Madurai. Recall also that we earlier heard Bhagavan relate how, after awakening into the new life, the spirit longed to have a fresh hold or alamban. Now, with Bhagavan's advent, the spirit found its hold in Arunachala. Or rather, there no longer was a need for an alamban with Bhagavan's complete surrender to Arunachala. Bhagavan has described this in Aksharamanmalai and Navamanimalai as follows. The moment you summoned me to the heart and gave me your life to live, that moment I lost my old life, O Arunachala. That moment when as Annamalai you called me and made me your own, you took sole charge of my spirit and my body. This brings us to the revelation of the great significance of Bhagavan's coming to and being absorbed in Arunachala. And that is that the essential unity realized by the death experience in Madurai now had become a manifest unity. That is, Bhagavan's entire being now had merged with Arunachala in complete identity with the pure and total manifestation that is Arunachala. So now, just as Arunachala pervades every level of being through to the gross material form, Arunachala Ramana now too exemplified and manifested that attribute. This is the blessing and grace of Arunachala Ramana to humanity. Indeed, Bhagavan's guidance and grace is not limited to just our gross material level of being, but he is also active in other more subtle dimensions between the Supreme Self and our gross material level. Again, we have Bhagavan's own words to attest to this. In an article in the Mountain Path from April 1973, M. Anantanarayan Rao wrote the following. Some years ago, when Sri Bhagavan was sitting with the devotees in the old hall in the ashram, he described a vision he had. He saw that the Arunachal hill was hollow, and in it stood a beautiful town with tanks and gardens. In one of the gardens he saw a big gathering of sadhus and sannyasis. It was a conclave presided over by a sannyasi. He recognized in the gathering many familiar faces of the devotees who were then sitting in the hall. When he looked at the person presiding over the conclave, he recognized him as himself. More relevant for us, Bhagavan's continued presence in the lives of devotees up to the present day only is further evidence of his action not being limited by any level of being or upadhi. Just as Arunachala can be easily seen and approached by all beings today, Bhagavan too is equally accessible to all beings today. And herein lies Bhagavan's greatness, that his grace is there for all beings. This applies not just to the various dimensions of being, but also to the unique characteristics of each devotee. In his recollections, Devaraj Mudaliar relates an anecdote about how he once was singing a song in praise of Bhagavan, in which he sang, "You reformed me and saved me." In response, another devotee, M.V. Ramaswamy Iyer, said, "You think highly of this song, and are singing this line with great zest. But I don't consider it correctly represents Bhagwan's true greatness and beneficence. Others may reform and then save us, but our Bhagwan saves us as he finds us. He does not wait till we get reformed. Devraj Mudaliar goes on to say, I must say he was right, and that just as he says he found in his experience, so I also found that Bhagwan saved me as he found me, without waiting for my reformation. Each of us is a unique combination of samskaras, vasanas, predispositions, conditioning, circumstance, life experience, personal history. Yet, if our devotion is sincere, and we approach Bhagwan with a pure heart, Bhagwan accepts us as we are, wherever we may be in our samsaric and adhyatmic journey, regardless of circumstance or spiritual stature. He then gives each of us what we uniquely need for the furtherance of our spiritual progress. As Bhagwan himself has said, the Guru is both within and without. So he creates conditions to drive you inward and prepares the interior to drag you to the center. Thus, he gives a push from without and exerts a pull from within, so that you may be fixed at the center. This is the grace of the Guru. This again is testimony to Bhagavan Arunachala Ramana not being limited to any state of being, and his being available to all devotees who approach him with complete sincerity. This is the greatness of our Bhagavan Arunachala Ramana. This is the significance of his advent, the revelation of the secret of Arunachala, and the manifestation of the grace of Arunachala Ramana. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This song is from Sadhu Om Swami. அண்ணாமலை தனிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அரசே, அண்ணாமலை தனிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கும் அரசே, ஆனந்தமான வாழ்வை அடியேனுக்கு அருள் செய்வாய், ஆனந்தமான வாழ்வை அடியேனுக்கு அருள் செய்வாய், அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா. எங்கும் நிறைந்திருந்தே ஏகமாயானவரே, எங்கும் நிறைந்திருந்தே ஏகமாயானவரே, ஏகம் நிறைந்த என்னை இன்பமடைய செய்வாய், ஏகம் நிறைந்த என்னை இன்பமடைய செய்வாய், அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா. சொல்லி விளக்க உன்னை சொற்களுண்டோ உலகில், சொல்லி விளக்க உன்னை சொற்களுண்டோ உலகில், ஜோதியுள் ஜோதியாக ஜொலிக்கும் சுயஞ்சுடரே, ஜோதியுள் ஜோதியாக ஜொலிக்கும் சுயஞ்சுடரே, அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா, செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா அருள் செய்வாய் ரமண தேவா 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 ரமண தேவா.
This concludes the Florida Satsang Group program. Handing over now to the Spanish Satsang Group.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya. Permanezcamos unos segundos en silencio. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Namo Ramana. Humildemente sugiero que atiendan al silencio entre las palabras, entre las sílabas, entre los sonidos, y así descubrir que el silencio no se disturba al hablar o al escuchar. El silencio es la quinta esencia del ser, tu propio corazón, el ser mismo. Descubre que no hay ningún individuo que hable o que escuche, sino que es la gracia de Bhagavan que hace un eco en este momento intemporal. La gratitud es el cielo mismo, escribía el gran poeta místico William Blake. Ahora celebramos la llegada de Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi a su amadísima montaña sagrada, Arunachala. Él finalmente llegó y abrazó el lingam, el Shiva Lingam, que está en el centro, en el Sancta Sanctorum del templo de Arunachaleswara, uno de los templos más grandes y más antiguos de Shiva. Y en ese momento fue una explosión de gracia. Y ese momento es este momento. No fue un momento histórico de profunda revelancia, sino más bien una ola inmensa de gratitud que todavía surge desde lo más profundo del interior en este momento. La llegada de Bhagavan ocurrió en el contexto de que el joven Venkataraman, que así se llamaba Bhagavan en ese entonces, de 16 años, un adolescente que estaba viviendo una vida normal, de acuerdo a las costumbres de ese tiempo, estudiando el equivalente de la preparatoria. Y un día, de una forma completamente inesperada, absolutamente espontánea, mente surgió esta experiencia de que él tuvo un miedo inmenso de morir y no quiso escapar y decirle a sus mayores o ir al hospital, sino que él quiso experimentar, investigar qué es esto que es la muerte. Y él se acostó en el piso y aunque esto no se puede describir con palabras, obviamente, él lo describía como una forma de que él experienció el fenómeno de la muerte, que su cuerpo moría y se iba a llevar al campo crematorio y su mente desaparecía. Sin embargo, él seguía sintiendo la presencia infinita del ser y fue un despertar total. Los días que siguieron, él no podía seguir su vida normal de antes. Le resultaba completamente irrelevante. Y en este contexto él salió de su casa y después de unos días de una aventura en la cual él se despojó de lo que todavía existía de su personalidad, digamos. Él, al llegar a la estación del tren en Tiruvannamalai, él fue inmediatamente al templo y en el camino del templo él tiró al estanque, sus rupias que tenía y todas sus posesiones, incluso su ropa. La quitó y nada más se quitó con un pequeño tela, lo que se llama un taparrabos o copina. Y después de entrar al templo, milagrosamente hubo una lluvia que surgió y lo bañó completamente. Y así fue que él tuvo su baño ritual antes de entrar al templo y a una vida de completa renunciación. Y también de una manera milagrosa, todas las puertas del templo estaban abiertas. Y él llegó y entró al Sancta Sanctorum, donde está el Shiva Lingam. Y así él abrazó y dijo, Padre, he llegado. Y fue como el final de su aventura espiritual. Y el final es el principio en que nosotros entramos también al Sancta Sanctorum, que es el centro del ser. La enseñanza de Bhagavan es básicamente que no hay enseñanza, que todo lo que uno puede percibir o concebir no es lo que va a llevar a la autorrealización. A pesar de que, claro, es importante tener una comprensión intelectual básica, pero una vez que uno entra a la quietud interna, la mente y la actividad mental que se manifiesta en la fenomenalidad es trascendida. En la India hay una costumbre muy bella que uno deja sus zapatos, su calzado en la entrada cuando uno entra a una visita a alguna familia o a su casa o a un templo. Y es una metáfora muy linda que se puede considerar como un gesto de que uno quiere dejar su persona, sus creencias, su opinión, su nombre, su forma, y como un niño con esa inocencia, con esa frescura, entrar al universo de lo desconocido. En esa aventura espiritual, Bhagavan recomendaba simplemente que uno permaneciera en ese sentido del yo soy y preguntarse, ¿quién soy yo? Él decía que este pensamiento de yo soy es el pensamiento primordial, del cual surgen todos los pensamientos. Y desde el sentido del yo soy es el origen de la conciencia misma que se manifiesta en su infinidad de potencialidades. Y así, si uno busca el origen de el yo soy, el origen del yo, entonces uno tiene que descubrir la fuente del ser, aquello que trasciende todo lo que es perceptivo o todo lo que es conceptual. En esta aventura hay varios umbrales, por así decirlo, que uno pasa, porque cuando uno se sumerge en este silencio, después de que uno se pregunta de una manera inteligente y humilde, en la quietud interior, ¿quién soy yo? Y hay un silencio que se profundiza más y más y más. Los pensamientos tienden a regresar, emociones, pero uno en lugar de seguirlos, uno se pregunta, ¿a quién les surgen estos pensamientos o estas emociones? Y entonces la respuesta obvia es a mí, y uno regresa, ¿quién soy yo? Y así, si eso se hace como la más maravillosa consigna de la vida, del verdaderamente descubrir quién soy yo, qué es la verdad absoluta. Bhagavan decía que el misterio más grande es el que siendo la realidad misma, uno busca ganarla. Y hay una resonancia profunda con esas palabras. Y uno al tener fe en el gurú, en las palabras del gurú y devoción, eso hace que este camino sea fácil, en realidad, simple. En ese silencio que surge después de uno preguntarse ¿quién soy yo? Hay un que continúa. La vida y las vicisitudes de la vida vienen a pasar, pero uno permanece en un centro, en un momento fuera del tiempo y del espacio, donde no hay futuro, ni pasado, ni presente, sino un aquí y ahora que es eterno, que no tiene principio ni fin, ni nacimiento ni muerte. Y los eventos que vienen a habitar este presente intemporal se ven como una manifestación de nuestro propio ser. Y al poner atención a cualquier cosa que venga a suceder, es como un florecimiento del amor. El dar atención a lo que está en el presente, enfocado en lo que sucede en este momento, es como una alegría, un amor que florece y la aventura se convierte, la vida se convierte en una aventura maravillosa de descubrirse a sí mismo más y más y más profundamente. Y los umbrales a los que me refería son varios, y a pesar de que nosotros, los devotos de Bhagavan, tenemos una trayectoria diferente desde el punto de vista histórico y geográfico, cultural, etc. El fluir de sorpresas, que es lo que se llama la vida, ha sido similar en realidad, ya sea que uno venga de África o Canadá o México, es la misma vida. Cuando uno reflexiona en nuestra propia vida, uno tiende que realizar que si Dios hubiera diseñado una vida perfecta para despertar a lo que es la realidad, uno realiza que nuestra vida ha sido perfecta. ¿Por qué? Porque nos ha traído a este momento intemporal. Porque nos ha traído a la realización, o de menos a la resonancia, a la certeza absoluta que sí, yo soy ya la realidad libre. Yo soy la libertad misma. Yo soy aquello que no tiene nombre y sin embargo se conoce como Dios o el origen, la realidad absoluta, Sat Chit Ananda. Uno es eso. Y la identificación con eso, que todo lo abraza y todo lo trasciende, surge espontáneamente, porque la identificación con la forma y con el nombre cesa. También espontáneamente, porque uno ve que nunca ha existido en realidad el yo como un individuo separado. Es nada más la conciencia que se identifica con las formas y los nombres para que este juego que se llama lila suceda. Y uno se regocija sabiendo que uno es el origen mismo. En uno de esos umbrales es también la realización de que cuando uno utiliza el lenguaje, uno tiende que utilizar obviamente pronombres personales, yo, tú, él, etcétera, en singular y en plural, y tiene que utilizar verbos en forma activa, pero sin embargo uno sabe que no es que existe en realidad un yo, un tú, un ella, un él, sino que es nada más el yo, que es el ser, que está manifestado en todas las formas y en todos los nombres, en todas las formas biológicas, físicas, celestiales, que uno es eso. Entonces uno utiliza el lenguaje de una manera como si uno pretendiera que eso es. Que existe un juego de como los niños lo hacen de pretender que yo soy un individuo y tú eres un otro individuo y así puede existir comunicación y así puede seguir este lila. Y si uno está identificado con la forma, con el nombre, con su historia personal, con sus atributos, con sus defectos, con sus alegrías, en fin. Entonces uno cambia este lila con el telón oscuro de lo que se llama maya o la ilusión. Entonces nada más hay que ver que la ilusión es simplemente una ilusión, como un oasis, algo que nunca ha existido. El otro umbral que uno viene a realizar de una manera completamente natural es lo que decía Bhagavan y lo que dicen todos los santos, que la vida es un sueño, que no hay diferencia entre el sueño personal y este sueño que parece ser más prolongado. En el sueño uno experiencia lo mismo que uno experiencia en la conciencia cuando hay el despertar. Uno experiencia diferentes estados de vida, diferentes emociones en todo el espectro de emociones humanas. Uno ve el cielo, en fin, uno vive como si uno estuviera despierto. Y cuando uno realiza que esto es un sueño, entonces hay un despertar en el sueño, por así decirlo. Bhagavan viene a este sueño, a despertarnos, a decir, despierta, este es un sueño. Otro umbral que uno cruza es la verdad básica de que como todo lo que existe es la fuente esencial o el ser que trasciende la conciencia y sus manifestaciones fenomenales, el hecho de que uno comprende que no hay nadie que haga acciones. Entonces nada más hay un hacedor que es la conciencia, pero no hay individuos que hagan actos individuales. Y así, cuando hay ese simple entendimiento, entonces no puede existir los sentimientos que son tan pesados a veces del sentimiento de culpa, de vergüenza, de odio, de venganza, etcétera, porque se sabe que lo que pasa es lo que tiene que pasar. Bhagavan decía uno de sus más bellos enseñanzas o upadesas cuando su madre llegó a pedirle que por favor regresara a su casa. Su madre, años después de que Bhagavan, su hijo, digamos, escapó de su casa y fue a Arunachala, él no dijo a dónde iba a ir, y ella eventualmente supo a través de un familiar de él dónde estaba y fue a buscarlo y lo encontró ya a pesar de que seguía siendo un joven, siendo un santo que era reverado por todos. Y le decía, ven, tu función, tu deber es estar con tu familia. Y él, después de varios momentos de no atender a su madre, porque él estaba en un completo silencio, pero una compasión enorme surgió. Y entonces él escribió y él dijo que el ordenador ordena el destino de las almas y lo que tiene que suceder va a suceder. Hagas lo que hagas por evitarlo. Y lo que no está destinado a suceder, no sucederá. Hagas lo que hagas para que suceda. Y así la manera más fácil es el permanecer en quietud. Estoy parafraseando, obviamente, lo que él decía, pero es una enseñanza bellísima, porque uno acepta el devenir de las cosas, lo que sucede, sucede porque tiene que suceder en este juego cósmico, y uno simple y sencillamente observa y participa, pero de una manera desapegada, a pesar de que esté uno íntimamente envuelto con las acciones dependiendo de la función que uno tenga, hay un profundo desapego. Y el significado del desapego es también otro umbral que surge en este camino sin camino espiritual. Este umbral es el que el desapego no tiene nada que ver con el dejar posesiones o el cambiar las circunstancias de la vida, ir a meditar a una montaña o en fin, sino que el desapego es el tener el sentido de presencia, de no seguir ningún pensamiento, de no seguir ninguna emoción. En este ejercicio constante de preguntarse lo que se llama Atma Vichara o autoconocimiento, autoinvestigación. ¿Quién soy yo? Entonces, cuando los pensamientos lleguen, en cuanto surjan, en lugar de seguirlos, uno se pregunta, ¿a quién le surgen estos pensamientos? ¿Quién es el que está sufriendo estas emociones? Y regresar de nuevo. Yo, ¿quién soy yo? Y en este sendero uno adquiere una actitud de gracia infinita. Y aquí es donde las palabras verdaderamente cesan de poder expresar incluso lo que es inexpresable. Algo que se llama Ananda Bhakti, que es la devoción por el Gurú, que es nuestro propio ser. La gratitud de que Bhagavan fue a Arunachala y que su despertar florece en nuestro despertar. La llegada del Hijo pródigo al umbral celestial es nuestra llegada al umbral celestial, a los pies omnipresentes de Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Arunachala Ramanaya.
Welcome to the presentation offered by the North Carolina Ramana Satsang Group. First, we have Ekam Aksharam by Raksha and Rasika Ramanan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. An old devotee, Soma Sundara Swami, once begged Bhagavan to write in his notebook at least an akshara, meaning a single syllable. An akshara also means undecaying and denotes Brahman. Bhagavan wrote a short epigram on the difficulty of writing down the akshara. Rasika will now chant the original verse in Sanskrit, followed by its English meaning.
Ekam aksharam hridi nirantaram bhasate swayam likyate khatam. One syllable shines forever in the heart as self. Who is there anywhere who can write it down? Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Next, Shama Mahesh will offer a song.
Tiranyane Sambandar Devaram Mandiram avadhanire Vanavan mayadhanire Sundaram avadhanire Tudhika paravadhanire Tudhika paravadhanire Tandiramavadhanire Samiyathil ulladhanire Sandurvayumai Pangan Tira alavaya tira nire Tira alavaya tira nire Tira nire Tira nire Tira nire.
Now we have Ramana Puranam offered by Srimati Mangalam Kalyanam and Ranjani Ramanan.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ramana Puranam. Srimati T.R. Kanakammal, in her book Cherished Memories, writes the following about how Ramana Puranam came to be composed. Composition of Ramana Puranam. Ramana Sannidhi Murai of Muruganar has been modelled on the Tiruvachakam of Manika Vachakar. The very first chapter in Tiruvachakam is a very beautiful one, titled Shiva Puranam. But the first edition of the Ramana Sannidhi Murai did not contain an equivalent chapter. Muruganar wanted to correct this inadequacy, and so he started composing the same chapter. He had written some lines when he was suddenly assailed by doubts regarding the appropriate title for this particular chapter. As Muruganar had followed the model of Thiruvachakam, he should have given the same title for this chapter also. But he wanted to name it Ramana Puranam instead of Shiva Puranam, to signify that these songs were in praise of the living God Sri Ramana. He also felt obliged to follow the original in every detail. Unable to come to a decision, Muruganar gathered up the papers of this unfinished chapter and laid the bundle at Bhagavan's feet. He did not say anything to Bhagavan about the confusion in his mind and left the hall. It was evening by the time he returned to the hall again. As soon as Muruganar entered the hall, Bhagavan beckoned him close, gave him back the bundle of papers and said, "Have a look at the papers." Immediately, Muruganar opened the bundle and started reading. One glance was enough. Muruganar was speechless with surprise. He had not mentioned his confusion to Bhagavan. Neither had he asked for Bhagavan's advice. But the master had answered the disciple's unspoken question in the most unmistakable manner. At the top of the page was the title Ramana Puranam. Not only that, Bhagavan had written Ramana Puranam on top of every single page. And moreover, he had added many more lines of poetry to Muruganar's own composition. When the second edition of Ramana Sannidhi Murai was prepared for publication, Muruganar added the Ramana Puranam. While checking the proofs, Muruganar made a mark in the text and added a footnote saying that only a portion of this chapter had been his own work and that the rest of the lines beyond the mark had been composed by Sri Bhagavan himself. After correcting the proofs, Muruganar handed over the copy to Bhagavan and requested him to check it. Bhagavan noticed the mark Muruganar had made and read the footnote. At once he turned to Muruganar and said, "So, only this portion is Bhagavan's, is it?" These words had a shattering effect on Muruganar. He fell at Bhagavan's feet and sobbed. "Bhagavan, what a grave mistake I have made. Please forgive me. I have not done anything at all. It is all your work. Every single line of poetry owes its existence to your infinite grace." The mark and the footnote were removed immediately. This incident is sufficient proof that the Ramana Sannidhi Murai was composed only by the grace of Bhagavan Sri Ramana. Amma and I will now chant the first 74 lines of Ramana Puranam. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Ahattamarai malar meedurai Arunachala Ramanan Nagaittanura virittanara shagarttanyanaduyirrai Migattanarul Shurandhanyana Mugavapuri Murugan Jagattaruya Vahuttan Murai Tiruvashakanigare. Tiruchitrambalam. நமோ ரமணாய நலம் பெற வாழ்க. விமோசனமெய்யன் விரை மலர்த்தாள் வாழ்க. அடிமுடிக்குண்டாய அநாதி தொடர்பின் விடமுடியாமை மறந்து விட்டுழல் புன்னாயேனை பக்திமால் ஏற்றி அகப்பட்டி மனத்து ஊனமரு சுத்தியால் அங்கவடித்து உய்ய சுடர் தோற்றி தவ விரத ஞான தழல் வேள்வி வேட்பித்து அவவிரத நோக்க அமுதாட்டி ஆண்டபிரான் விண்ணாடரும் சுவைக்க வேளவா கொண்டு விழை கண்ணாரமுதக் கடவுள் உமையோடு திருக்கையிலாயத்தில் சிறக்க கொலுவீற்று இருக்கையிலே எய்ந்த 14 கண்களிக்க ஓங்கு பரபக்தி உருத்தெரிய பக்குவர்க்கு பாங்கு பெற நீ போய் பயின்றொழுகிக் காட்டுகென ஆருயர் மாட்டின்ப அருளாற்றல் ஒன்றே தன் காரியமாய்க் கொண்ட அக்கண்ணுதலோன் கூற அவன் சந்நிதியை விட்டு தனவாது தற்பரமாம் தன்னதுயிர் தத்துவத்தை தானறிந்து பேதமறு நேசம் பயில் சகஜனிஷ்டன் குடமுழங்கு நந்தீசனே வாசகனாய் ஏய்ந்து அது கொண்ட அவ்வுழுவல் மூண்ட அழல் போன்று முருகலான் முக்தி நெறிக்கு ஆண்ட கழலன்றி அறியா பரவசத்தில் சந்தனடை சான்ற தமிழ்நாடன் வாசிதர தந்த நிதித்திரளின் தன்ம விசேடத்தால் குருமூர்த்தமாக குலவிய தன் கோயில் பரமார்த்தமென்று அப்பணியில் செலவிடவே கிங்கரால் வேந்தழைக்க கேட்டு மதிமாழ்கலான் சங்கரனாம் தன்னடியில் சார்ந்து குறை சாற்ற விலை மதிக்கலாகா விரிசுடர் மாணிக்கம் சலமனத்தன் கண்டு மகிழ் சாரமுதலுய்த்து நரிதிரளை நாம பரியாக்கிக் கொண்ட அரிமர்தனன்ஷை அருந்தவத்தார் கண்முன் மரகத மாணிக்கம் மயங்கெழிலோடு அம்சொல் துரகதமாய் ஊர்ந்து அரசன் சோத்த மகிழ்ந்தேற்றருளி கொள்ளுகனதான் கையில் மாறி கொடுத்தலும் அந்நள்ளிரவே முன்னை நரிகளாய் அப்பரிதாம் ஊரை அவலமுறுத்து ஊளையிட்டு கொண்டோட யாரை நீர் மாயம் செய்தீரென்று அடிகளை வேந்து உள்ளம் காய்ந்து ஆற்ற ஒருத்தலுமே வையை கண் வெள்ளம் பாய்ந்து ஊர்மேல் விரைவதனை தட்க அடியார் இறந்த குறை ஆண்டானாம் தன் பொன் முடியால் நிறைவேற்றும் மோததயாமூர்த்தி அனனியமாய்த் தன்னை அடைந்த சரணத்தால் கணனியமச்சான்றோரும் கண்டு தொழத்தக்காள் முதுவந்திக்கு ஆளாய் முயன்ற முடிமேலே மதுவந்த பிட்டுக்கு மண் சுமக்கலுற்று பிரம்படிதான் உண்ட விசித்திரத்தால் தானே வரம்பிலவாம் 8 வழிவாதல் காட்டி அமைச்சர் பெருமை அரசர்க்கு உணர்த்தி தமைச் சிவ வாழ்க்கைக்கே சரிக்க விடுத்து அப்பால் அழகுமலி தில்லை பொன்னம்பலம் சார்கென தழுவு சிவஞான தபோதனரை ஏவி மனவாசகம் கடந்து மத்த மனப்பேயேன் சொனவாசகம் விழைந்த சொக்கப் பெருமான் இகலரும் அஞ்ஞானம் அழிந்து இன்னருளாலெய்தும் புகலரும் மெய்ஞான அனுபூதி வடிவாக குருவே எனத் தடுத்தாட்கொண்ட சிவம் தன்னோடு இருவேறக் கலந்த ஏற்றமிகு அந்த திருவாத ஊரர் திருவாய் மலர்ந்த திருவாசகமும் திருக்கோவையாரும் உலகமறிந்து உய்ய உளம் கொண்டு தக்காங்கு இலகவரைந்திட்ட எழிற்பொலங்கை சீர்வாழ்க பம்பரமாய் எவ்வுயிரும் பாசத்தால் ஆட்டிவிட்டு அம்பரமாய் நிற்கும் அதிசய சீராளன் அனைத்தும் சுழலவும் அவ்வாறு தான் மட்டும் எனைத்தும் சலியா மெய்யுன்புணர்வாம் தாழ்வாழ்க துன்னியர் வெப்பாற்றும் சுரத்து குளிர்மரம் போல் தன்னியல்வில் பக்ஷபாதம் சற்றும் பாராட்டாது ஆடாத அமர்நிலை அச்சாணியாம் தன்னடியில் கூடா நின்றார் பிறவி கொட்பகற்றும் கோள்வாழ்க நால் வீதி அட்டத்தோடு ஏழ் சுற்று வட்டத்தும் கால் வேகமாக பல்கான் மாறியோடி அலை சேர்ந்துழலும் அடியார் பிறவித்தேரை நிலை சேர உய்த்த அருணேசன் நிலை வாழ்க. திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Now we have a reading from Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi by Shekhar Kalyanam.
Talk number 156. Devotee. Is solitude helpful for practice? Maharshi. What do you mean by solitude? Devotee. To keep away from others. Maharishi. Why should it be done? It is actuated only by fear. Even in solitude, there is fear of intrusion by others and of solitude being spoiled. Moreover, how are thoughts to be erased in solitude? Should it not be done in the present environment? Devotee. But the mind is distracted now. Maharishi. Why do you let go the mind? Solitude amounts to making the mind still. This can be done in a crowd too. Solitude cannot efface one's thoughts. Practice does it. The same practice can be made here too. Talk number 172. A visitor. What is the difference between meditation, dhyana, and investigation, vichara? Maharshi. Both amount to the same. Those unfit for investigation must practice meditation. In this practice, the aspirant, forgetting himself, meditates, I am Brahman or I am Shiva. Thus he continues to hold to Brahman or Shiva. This will ultimately end on the residual being as Brahman or Shiva, which he will realize to be pure being, that is the self. He who engages in investigation starts holding on to himself, asks, who am I? And the self becomes clear to him. Devotee. Will the knowledge gained by direct experience be lost afterwards? Maharshi. Kaivalya Navnita says it may be lost. Experience gained without rooting out all the vasanas cannot remain steady. Efforts must be made to eradicate the vasanas, otherwise rebirth after death takes place. Some say direct experience results from hearing from one's master. Others say it is from reflection. Yet others say from one-pointedness and also from samadhi. Though they look different on the surface, ultimately they mean the same. Knowledge can remain unshaken only after all the vasanas are rooted out. Talk number 394. Devotee. How is the mind to be stilled? Maharshi. Looking at the mind with the mind or fixing the mind in the self brings the mind under control of the self. Devotee. Is there yoga, that is a process for it? Maharshi. Vichara, investigation alone will do. Thank you.
Nikita Krishna will now offer a song.
Today I will be singing Yenna Vendum Yenna Vendam, composed by Sri Sadhu Om Swamigal, an ardent devotee of Sri Ramana Maharshi. என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடு நன்கறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே தன்னை வேண்டும் அன்பர் தந்தை தாயுமானானே தன்னை வேண்டும் அன்பர் தந்தை தாயுமானானே பின்னையார் பின் பேக வேண்டும் பிள்ளையாம் நானே என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடு நன்கறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே நான் நினைத்து தீவதென்றால் நியாயமாகுமா நான் நினைத்து தீவதென்றால் நியாயமாகுமா ஸ்ரீரமணனீச்சை அன்றியேண்டும் நல்லதாகுமா தான் நினைத்து தீவன் கேட்போன் தாசனாகுமா சர்வமும் அறிந்தோன் செய்கை தப்புமாகுமா என்ன வேண்டும் என்ன வேண்டாம் என்பதை எல்லாம் என்னை விடு நன்கறிந்தோன் என் பெருமானே என் பெருமானே என் பெருமானே. Thank you.
Next, we will have a reading from Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi by Vijay Iyer.
Talk number 91. A Bengali visitor asked, "How is the mind controlled?" Maharishi: "What do you call the mind?" Devotee: "When I sit down to think of God, thoughts wander away to other objects. I want to control those thoughts." Maharishi: "In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that it is the nature of the mind to wander. One must bring one's thoughts to bear on God. By long practice, the mind is controlled and made steady. The wavering of the mind is a weakness arising from the dissipation of its energy in the shape of thoughts. When one makes the mind stick to one thought, the energy is conserved and the mind becomes stronger." Devotee: "What is the meaning of the strength of the mind?" Maharishi: "Its ability to concentrate on one thought without being distracted." Devotee: "How is that achieved?" Maharishi: "By practice. A devotee concentrates on God. A seeker, follower of the Jnana Marga, seeks the self. The practice is equally difficult for both." Devotee: "Even if the mind is brought to bear on the search for the self, after a long struggle, the mind begins to elude him, and the man is not aware of the mischief until after some time." Maharishi: "So it would be. In the earlier stages of the mind reverts to the search at long intervals. With the continued practice, it reverts at shorter intervals, until finally it does not wander at all. It is then that the dormant Shakti manifests. The Sattvic mind is free from thoughts, whereas the Rajasic mind is full of them. The Sattvic mind resolves itself into the life current." Devotee: "Can one keep the mind away from entering into the phase of thoughts before one experiences the current?" Maharishi: "Yes, the current is pre-existent." talk number 145. Mr. Paul Brunton. Why do religions speak of gods, heaven, hell, etc.? Maharishi. Only to make the people realize they are on a par with this world and that the self alone is real. The religions are according to the viewpoint of the seeker. Take the Bhagavad Gita for instance. When Arjuna said that he would not fight against his own relatives, his elders, etc., in order to kill them and gain the kingdom, Sri Krishna said, "Not that these, you or I, were not before, are not now, nor will not be hereafter. Nothing was born, nothing was dead, nor will it be so hereafter," and so on. Later, as he developed the theme and declared that he had given the same instruction to the sun through him to Ishvaku, etc., Arjuna raised the doubt. How could it be? You were born a few years ago. They lived ages ago. Then Sri Krishna, understanding Arjuna's point, said, "Yes, they have been so many incarnations of myself and yourself. I know them all, but you do not know." Such statements appear contradictory, but still are correct according to the viewpoint of the questioner. The Christ also declared that he was even before Abraham. Devotee. What is the purpose of such descriptions in religions? Maharishi. Only to establish the reality of the self. Devotee. Bhagavan always speaks from the highest standpoint. Sri Bhagavan with a smile. People who would not understand the simple and bare truth, the truth of their everyday, ever present, eternal experience. That truth is that of the self. Is there anyone not aware of the self? They would not even like to hear it, the self. Whereas they are eager to know what lies beyond heaven, hell, reincarnation. Because they love mystery and not the bare truth, religions pamper them only to bring them round to the self. Wandering hither and thither, you must return to the self alone. Then, why not abide in the self even here and now? The other worlds require the self as a spectator or speculator. Their reality is only of the same degree as that of the spectator or thinker. They cannot exist without a spectator, etc. Therefore, they are not different from the self. Even the ignorant man sees only the self when he sees objects, but he is confused and identifies the self with the object, that is, the body, and with the senses and plays in the world. Subject and object all merge in the self. There is no seer nor object seen. The seer and the seen are the self. There are not many selves either. All are only one self.
Shankari Mahesh will now sing Sri Sadhu Om's Unadu Thiruvarul.
உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே. தனதுள்ள அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே எனது நானிலதால் தோன்றா எதுவும் இலை அயலே ரமணா. தனதுள்ள அறிவொளியாய் இதயம் தங்கும் போதினிலே எனது நானிலதால் தோன்றா எதுவும் இலை அயலே. அறிவு வடிவின நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே உறவில் குரு வடிவாய் காணும் உடலோடுலவினையே. அறிவு வடிவின நீ ஆனாலும் அருணாச்சலத்தினிலே உடலத்தினிலே உறவில் குருவடிவாய் காணும் உடலோடு உலவினையே மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே இறைவன் நினதருளால் என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைந்தருளே மறைவில் அறிவொளியாய் வாழும் வழியை அருளினையே இறைவன் நினதருளால் என்னை உன் இயல்பில் இணைந்தருளே ரமணா உனது திருவருளே இந்த உலக காட்சியெல்லாம் மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே மனது வடிவினாய் நீயே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே மாயையும் ஆகுவையே.
Thank you for listening to the North Carolina group's offering. We'd now like to welcome the Georgia Satsang group.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. The Georgia Satsang group is very grateful to participate in this grand Advent celebration. We will start our offering with Sri Bhagavan's Ulladu Narpadu.
உள்ளதளதுள்ள உணர் உள்ளதோ உள்ள பொருள் உள்ளலர உள்ளத்தே உள்ளதால் உள்ளமெனும் உள்ள பொருள் உள்ளலவன் உள்ளத்தே உள்ளபடி உள்ளதே உள்ளல் உணர்வாயே உள்ளே
மரணபயமிக்குளவம் மக்களரனாக மரணபவம் இல்லா மகேசன் சரணமே சார்வதம் சார்வொடுதாம் சாவுற்றார் சாவெண்ணம் சார்வரோ சாவாதவனிட்ட பார்வை சேர்
நாம் உலகம் காண்டலால் நானாவாம் சக்தியுள ஓர் முதலை ஒப்பல் ஒரு தலையே நாம உரு சித்திரமும் பார்ப்பானும் சேர்ப்படமும் மாறொளியும் அத்தனையும் தானாம் அவன் உலகு கர்த்தனுயேர்
மும்முதலை எம்மதமும் முற்கொள்ளும் ஓர் முதலே மும்முதலாய் நிற்குமென்று மும்முதலும் மும்முதலே எண்ணல் அகங்காரம் இருக்குமட்டே யான் கெட்டு தன்னிலையில் நிற்றல் தலையாகும் கொன்னே
உலகுமை பொய் தோற்றம் உலகறிவாமன்றென்று உலகு சுகம் அன்றென்றுரைத்தென் உலகு விட்டு தன்னையோர் தொன்றிரண்டு தானற்று நானற்ற அந்நிலை எல்லார்க்கும் ஒப்பாமூனே துன்னும்
உருவம் தானாயின் உலகு பரமற்றான் உருவம் தான் அன்றேலுவற்றின் உருவத்தை கண்ணுறுதல் யாவனவன் கண்ணலால் காட்சியுண்டோ கண்ணதுதான் அந்தமிலா கண்ணாமே எண்ணில்
உடல் பஞ்ச கோஷ உருவதனால் ஐந்தும் உடல் என்னும் சொல்லில் ஒடுங்கும் உடலன்றி உண்டோ உலகம் உடல் விட்டுலகத்தை கண்டார் உளரோ கழறுவாய் கண்ட
உலகையும் புலங்களுள் உருவேரன்றவையும் புலனையும் பொறிக்கு புலனாம் உலகை மனம் ஒன்றையும் பொறிவாயால் ஓர்ந்திடுத ஆழ்மனத்தை அன்றி உலகுண்டோ அரை நேரே நின்ற
உலகறிவும் ஒன்றாய் உதித்தொடுங்குமேனும் உலகறிவு தன்னால் ஒளிரும் உலகறிவு தோன்றி மறைதற்கிடனாய் தோன்றி மறையாதொளிரும் பூன்றமாமகுதே பொருளாமால் என்றதாம்
எப்பெயரிட்டு உருவில் ஏத்தினுமார் பேருருவில் அப்பொருளை காண்வழியதாயினுமம் மெய்ப்பொருளின் உண்மையில் தன் உண்மையினை ஓர்தொடுங்கி ஒன்றுதலே உண்மையில் காணல் உணர்ந்திடுக வெண்மை
இரட்டைகள் முப்பொடிகள் என்றும் ஒன்று பற்றி இருப்பவாமவ் ஒன்றேதென்று கருத்தினுள் கண்டார் கழலும் அவை கண்டவரே உண்மை கண்டார் கலங்காரே கானிருள் போல் மண்டும்
அறியாமை விட்டறிவின்றாமறிவு விட்டோ அறியாமை இன்றாகும் அந்த அறிவும் அறியாமை மார்க்கென்றம் முதலாம் தன்னை அறியும் அறிவே அறிவாம் அறிவ
அறிவுறும் தன்னை அறியாதயலை அறிவதறியாமை அன்றி அறிவோ அறிவயற்காதார தன்னை அறிய அறிவறியாமை அருமே அறவே
அறிவறியாமையும் மற்றதறிவாமே அறியும் அது உண்மை அறிவாகாது அறிதற்கு அறிவித்தல் கண்ணியமென்றாயறிவதால் தான் அறிவாகும் பாழன் அறிவாய் செறிவாய
ஞானமாம் தானே மெய்ஞானாவாம் ஞானமும் ஞானமாம் பொய்யாம் அஞ்ஞானமுமே ஞானமாம் தன்னை அன்றி இன்றணிகள் தாம் பலவும் பொய்மையாம் பொன்னையன்றி உண்டோ புகழுடனான் எண்ணுமர்
தன்மை உண்டேல் முன்னிலை படற்கைகள் தாமுளவாம் தன்மையின் உண்மையை தானாய்ந்து தன்மையரின் முன்னிலை படற்கை முடிவொற்றொன்றாய் ஒளிரும் தன்மையே தன்னிலைமை தானிடமும் மண்ணும்
நிகழ்வினை பற்றி இறப்பெதிர்வு நிற்ப நிகழ்காலவையும் நிகழ்வே நிகழ்வொன்றே இன்றுண்மை தேராதிறப்பெதிர்வு தேர உணல் ஒன்றின்றி எண்ண உணல் உணர நின்ற பொருள்
நாமன்றி நாளேது நாடேது நாடுங்கால் நாம் உடம்பில் நான் நாட்டில் நாம் படுவோம் நாம் உடம்போ நாம் என்றென்றும் ஒன்று நாடிங்கெங்கும் ஒன்றால் நாம் உண்டு நாடி நாம் ஊனம் ஆமென்.
உடனானே தன்னை உணரார் உணர்ந்தார்க்கு உடலளவே நான் தன் உணரார்க்கு உடலுள்ளே தன் உணர்ந்தார்க்கெல்லையற தான் ஒளிரும் நான் இதுவே இன்னவர் தம் பேதமென எண்ணுவாய் முன்னாம்
உலகம் நையாகும் உணர்வில்லார்க்குள்ளார்க்கு உலகளவாம் உண்மை உணரார்க்கு உலகினுக்கு ஆதாரமாயுருவற்றாருணர்ந்தாருண்மை ஈதாகும் பேதமிவர் கெண்ணுக பேத
விதிமதி மூல விவேகம் இலார்க்கே விதிமதி வெல்லும் விவாதம் விதிமதிகள் கோர் முதலாம் தன்னை உணர்ந்தார் அவை தணந்தார் சார்வரோ பின்னும் அவை சாற்றுவாய் சார்பவை
காணும் தன்னை விட்டு தான் கடவுளை காணல் காணும் மனோமயமாம் காட்சிதனை காணும் அவன் தான் கடவுள் கண்டானான் தன் முதலை தான் முதல் போய் தான் கடவுள் அன்றியிலதாலுயிராய் தான் கருதும்
தன்னை தான் காணல் தலைவன் தனை காணல் என்னும் பன்னூல் உண்மை என்ன எனின் தன்னை தான் காணலவன் தான் ஒன்றார் காண உணாதே தலைவன் காணலவன் ஊனாதல் காணவையும் காணும்
மதிக்கொளி தந்தம் மதிக்குள் ஒளிரும் மதியை உள்ளே மடக்கி பதியில் படித்திடுதல் அன்றி பதியை மதியால் மதித்திடுதல் எங்கண் மதியாய் மதியிலதால்
நான் என்று தேகம் நவிலாதுரக்கத்தும் நான் என்றென்றாரும் நவில்வதில்லை நான் ஒன்று எழுந்த பின் எல்லாம் எழும் இந்த நான் எங்கு எழுமென்று நுண்மதியால் எண்ண நழுவும்
சடவுடனான் எண்ணாது சச்சித்து உதியாது உடலளவானான் ஒன்றுதிக்கும் இடையிலது சிற்றட இறந்தி வந்தம் ஜீவனுட்பமை அகந்தை இச்சமோ சாரமணம் எண்ணே விச்சை
உரு பற்றி உண்டாம் உரு பற்றி நிற்கும் உரு பற்றி உண்டு மிக ஓங்கும் உருவிட்டு உரு பற்றி தேடினால் ஓட்டம் பிடிக்கும் உருவற்ற பேயகந்தையோர்வாய் கருவாம்
அகந்தையாயின் அனைத்தும் உண்டாகும் அகந்தையின் அனைத்தும் அகந்தையே யாவுமாம் ஆதலால் யாதிரென்று நாடலே ஓபுதல் யாவுமென ஓர் முதல் போல் மேவும் இந்த
நான் உதியாதுள்ள நிலை நாமதுவாயுள்ள நிலை நான் உதிக்கும் தானமதை நாடாமல் நான் உதியா தன்னிழப்பை சார்வதெவன் சாராமல் தானதுவான் தன்னிலையில் நிற்பதெவன் சாற்றுதி முன்னர்
எழும்பும் அகந்தை எழுமிடத்தை நீரில் விழுந்த பொருள் காண வேண்டி முழுகுதல் போல் கூர்ந்த மதியால் பேச்சு மூச்சடக்கி கொண்டுள்ளே ஆழ்ந்தறிய வேண்டும் அறிவினம் போல் தீர்ந்துடலம்
நான் என்று வாயால் நவிலாதுளான் மனத்தால் நான் என்றெங்குந்தும் என நாடுதலே ஞான நெறி யாமன்றி அன்றிது நானாமது வென்றுண்ணல் துணை யாமது விசாரமாவதனால் மீமுறையே
நானாரென மனமுள் நாடியுள நன்னவே நானா அவன் தலை நாணமுற நானா தோன்றும் ஒன்று தானாக தோன்றினும் நான் அன்று பொருள் பூன்றமது தானாம் பொருள் பொங்கி தோன்றவே
தன்னை அழித்தெழுந்த தன்மையானந்தருக்கு என்னை ஒழுதன்றியற்றுதற்கு தன்னையலா தன்னியம் ஒன்றும் அறியா அவர் நிலைமை இன்னதென்றுண்ணல் எவன் பரமா பண்ணும்
அது நீ என்றம் மறைகள் ஆத்திடவும் தன்னை எதுவென்று தான் தேர்ந்திராது அது நான் இது ஒன்றன் என்னுரல் மென்மையனால் என்றும் அதுவே தான் அமர்வதாலே அதுவும் அதாவது
என்னை அறியே நான் என்னை அறிந்தே நான் என்னல் நகைப்பு கிடனாகும் என்னை தனை விடயமாக்கி விருதான் உண்டோ ஒன்றாய் அனைவர் அனுபூதி உண்மையாலோர் நினைவரவே
என்றும் எவர்க்கும் இயல்பாய் உள பொருளை ஒன்றும் உலகத்துள் உணர்ந்து நிலை நின்றாது உன்னின் உருவருவன் ஒன்றிரண்டு என்றே சண்டையிடல் மாயை சழக்கொழிக ஒன்றியுளம்
சித்தமாய் உள் பொருளை தேர்ந்திருத்தல் சித்தி பெற சித்தியெல்லாம் சொப்பனமாம் சித்திகளே நித்திரைவே டோர்ந்தால் அவை மெய்யோ உண்மை நிலை நின்று பொய்மை தீர்ந்தார் தியங்குவரோ தேர்ந்திரு நீ கூர்ந்துமயல்
நாம் உடலென் எண்ணினல நாம் அதுவென்றென்னுமது நாம் அதுவா நிற்பதற்கு நற்றுணையே யாமென்றும் நாம் அதுவென்றென்னுவதே நான் மனிதன் என்றெனுமோ நாம் அதுவா நிற்கும் அதனால் அறியா தேமுயலும்
சாதகத்தில் ஏது விதம் சாத்தியத்தில் அத்துவிதம் ஓதுகின்ற வாதமதும் உண்மையல ஆதரவாய் தான் தேடும் காலும் தனையடைந்த காலத்தும் தான் ரசமம் நன்றியார் தான் வித்து போன்ற
வினை முதல் நாமாயின் விலை பயன் உரைப்போம் வினை முதல் என்று வினவி தனையறிய கர்த்தத்துவம் போய் முக்தி நிலையிலே மத்தனாய்
பத்தனான் என்னுமட்டே பந்த முத்தி சிந்தனைகள் பத்தனார் என்று தன்னை பார்க்கும் கால் சித்தமாய் நித்த முத்தன் தான் நிற்க நிற்காதே பந்த சிந்தை முத்தி சிந்தை முன்னிற்குமோ மனது கொத்தாங்
உருவம் அருவம் உருவருவம் மூன்றாம் உருமுக்தி எண்ணில் உரைப்பன் உருவம் அருவம் உருவருவம் ஆயும் அகந்தை உருவழிதல் முக்தி உணரீது அருளமணன்
உள்ளது நாற்பதும் ஒன்று கலி வெண்பாவாம் உள்ளது காட்டும் ஒளி.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This reading is from Sri David Godman's website. It is an introduction to the meaning and commentary on Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam by Sri Michael James. One day in the year 1917, a devotee asked Sri Bhagavan to compose a verse in the Arya meter, which is said to be one of the most difficult meters in Sanskrit. In answer to the devotee's request, Sri Bhagavan effortlessly composed the verse Karuna Purna Sudhabde in flawless Arya meter. Soon afterwards, this shloka was brought to the notice of Sri Kavyakanta Ganapati Muni, who, on seeing it, was wonderstruck, finding that its style possessed all the grandeur and beauty which could be found only in the shlokas of the ancient Veda Rishis. Therefore, he at once requested Sri Bhagavan to compose another verse in the same meter. Sri Bhagavan accordingly composed the verse Tvai Arunachala Sarvam. On seeing this verse, Sri Ganapati Muni asked Sri Bhagavan to compose 3 more shlokas on the subject of the 4 yogas. One on Jnana Yoga, the path of knowledge, then one on Raja Yoga, the path of mind control, and lastly, one on Karma and Bhakti Yoga, the paths of unselfish action and devotion, in order to form a poem of 5 verses. Thus, in continuation of the ideas expressed in the first 2 verses, Sri Bhagavan wrote the next 3 verses as per the request of Sri Ganapati Muni. Unlike the last 3 verses, which were composed on the subjects specified by Ganapati Muni, the first 2 verses were composed without any subject being given to Sri Bhagavan. The first verse is a prayer beseeching Arunachala, the light of self-consciousness, to make his heart lotus blossom fully. In the second verse, he then reveals that the word heart is a name for Arunachala, the real self, which ever shines in the heart as I. If we deeply reflect over the meaning of these 2 verses, it will be clear that in both of them, Sri Bhagavan is drawing our attention only to the effulgent light of self-consciousness, which is ever shining within us as I. From this, we can understand that if Sri Bhagavan is asked to say something without being given any specific subject, he will talk only about the shining of the real consciousness I. After understanding the first 2 verses thus, if we proceed to reflect deeply over the last 3 verses, it will become clear that even when Sri Bhagavan is asked to write on various specified subjects, he will connect those subjects only with the subject which alone really interests him, namely, knowing the real light of the self. After Sri Bhagavan composed these 5 verses, they were named Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam, and a devotee named Daivarata composed the verse Srimad Ramana Maharshi as a concluding verse. 5 years later, in 1922, at the request of a devotee named Sri Ayyasami Pillai, Sri Bhagavan translated his 5 shlokas into Tamil in Venba meter, and he adapted the idea of Devarata's verse in a concluding Venba, Arunagiri Ramanan. In the Tamil Parayana, which was recited daily in Sri Bhagavan's presence, as a conclusion to the program of songs selected for each day, Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam would be recited. Since Sri Bhagavan had composed this work first in Sanskrit and then in Tamil, it was the custom to recite first the Sanskrit version and then the Tamil version of each verse before proceeding to the next verse. In accordance with this tradition, we are offering Sri Arunachala Pancharatnam.
Karuna Purna Sudapte Kavalita Gana Vishwarupa Kiranavalya Arunachala Paramatman Aruno Bhavachitta Kanja Suvikasaya Arul Niraivan Amudakadale Vinikadiranavum Virungum Aruna Giri Paramanade Kilarula Punandrai Viriparidiyaga Virangu Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Sitva Pradiname Tachitram Hridyahamityatmadaya Nrityasi Voste Vadanti Hridayam Nama Chittiramamidallam Semmalaye Ninpale Uttigamai Nindre Olungidumam Nittiyamum Nanendridayam Nadittiruvayalunde Tanidayam Endriduvatam Ahamiti Kuta Ayati Tyamvishyanta Pravishtayadyamaladiya Avagamya Swam Rupam Shamyatyarunachala Tvaina Divabdhau Agamugamaranda Amalamaditannal Agamidudan Engedumendraide Agavurugai Nangarindu Munnir Nadi Polumoyume Unkan Arunachalaneyor Tyaktva Vishayam Vakyam Ruddha Pranena Ruddha Manasam Tastvam Dhyayan Pashyati Yogi Diditi Arunachala Tvai Mahiyam Te Vidayam Vittu Vilangum Arunesa Vadiyadakkanirkum Manattal Ulamadanil Unnai Dhyanittu Yogi Oli Kanum Unnil Uyarvuru Neerun Tvayarpita Manasatvam Pashyan Sarvam Tavakrititaya Satatam Bhajate Ananya Pritya Sajayat Arunachala Tvai Sukhe Magnaha உன்னிடத்தில் ஒப்புவிட்ட உள்ளத்தால் எப்பொழுதும் உன்னை கண்டெல்லாமும் உன்னுருவாய் அந்நியமில் அன்பு செய்யும் அன்னோன் அருணாச்சலா வெல்கும் இன்புருவாம் உன்னிலாண்டே ஸ்ரீமத் ரமண மஹர்ஷே தக்ஷணம் அருணாச்சலஸ்ய தேவகிரா பஞ்சகமார்யா கீதௌ ரத்னம் ஸ்திதமௌபனிஷதம் ஹி அருணகிரி ரமணன் ஆரியத்தில் கண்ட அருமறையுந்த கருத்தேயாகும் அருணா சல பஞ்சகமணியை கண்டமிழ் வெண்பாவாய் உலகு கழித்தானு வந்து ஹரியாரீதர ஜீவர தகவாரி ஜகுகையில் அறிவாய் ரமி பரமாத்துமன் அருணாச்சல ரமணன் பரிவாழுள முருகானல பரணாந்திடு குகையாது அறிவாங்கிழி திரவாணிஜம் அறியாயது வெளியாம் வாழ்க வானருணாச்சலமன்பெயர் வாழ்க அப்பெயர் வாழ்ஸ்துதி பஞ்சகம் வாழ்க வாய்மலர் மாரமணன் பதம் வாழ்க பதம் மன்னுணல் நம்பரே வாழி வாழி ரமண மகாகுரு வாழி வாழி அருண மகாகிரி வாழி வேங்கடன் வாழ் சொல்லும் பாடல்கள் வாழி ஊழிதோர் அன்பர்கள் வாழியே
भगवते दक्षिणामूर्तये मह्यं मेधां प्रज्ञां प्रयच्छ स्वाहा ॐ शान्तिः 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 विश्वं दर्पणदृश्यमाननगरीतुल्यं निजान्तर्गतं पश्यन्नात्मनि मायया बहिरिवोद्भूतं यथा निद्रया यः साक्षात् कुरुते प्रबोधसमये स्वात्मानमेवाद्वयं तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नम इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये बीजस्वान्तरिवां कुरो जगदिदं प्राग्निर्विकल्पं पुनः मायाकल्पितदेशकालकलना वैचित्रचित्रीकृतं मायावीव विजृम्भयत्यपि महायोगीव यस्वेच्छया तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नम इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये यस्यैव स्फुरणं सदात्मकम् असत्कल्पार्धगं भासते साक्षात्तत्त्वमसीति वेदवचसा यो बोधयत्याश्रितान् यत्साक्षात्करणाद्भवेन पुनरावृत्तिर्भवाम्भोनिधौ तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नम इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये नानाचिद्रघटोद्धरस्थित महादीपप्रभाभास्वरं ज्ञानं यस्य तु चक्षुरादिकरणद्वारा बहिस्पन्दते जानामीति तमेव भान्तमनुभात् एतत् समस्तं जगत् तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये देहं प्राणमपीन्द्रियाणपि चलां बुद्धिं च शून्यं विदुः स्त्रीबालान्दजडोपमस्त्वमहमिति भ्रान्ताभृशं वादिनः मायाशक्तिविलासकल्पित महाव्यामोहसंहारिणे तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये राहुग्रस्तदिवाकरेन्दुसदृशो मायासमाच्छादनात् सन्मात्रः करणोपसंहरणतो यो भूत्सुषुप्तः पुमान् प्रागस्वाप्समिति प्रबोधसमये यप्रत्यभिज्ञायते तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये बाल्यादिष्वपि जाग्रदादिषु तथा सर्वास्वस्थास्वपि व्यावृत्तास्वनुवर्तमानमहम् इत्यन्तस्फुरन्तं सदा स्वात्मानं प्रकटीकरोति भजतां यो मुद्रया भद्रया तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये विश्वं पश्यति कार्यकारणतया स्वस्वामि सम्बन्धतः शिष्याचार्यतया तथैव पितृबुद्ध्यात्मना भेदतः स्वप्ने जाग्रदि वा य एष पुरुषो माया परिभ्रामितः तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये भूरम्भं शनलो नीलोऽम्बरमहर्नाथो हिमांशुः पुमान् इत्याभाति चराचरात्मकमिदं यस्यैव मूर्त्यष्टकं नान्यत्किञ्चन विद्यते विमृशतां यस्मात् परस्माद्विभो तस्मै श्रीगुरुमूर्तये नमः इदं श्रीदक्षिणामूर्तये सर्वात्मत्वमिति स्फुटीकृतमिदं यस्मादमुष्मिं स्तवे तेनास्य श्रवणातदर्थमननात् ध्यानाच्छ संकीर्तनात् सर्वात्मत्वमहाविभूतिसहितं स्यादीश्वरत्वं स्वतः सिद्ध्येतत् पुनरष्टथा परिणतं चैश्वर्यमव्याहतम् ॐ नमो भगवते दक्षिणामूर्तये मह्यं मेधां प्रज्ञां प्रयच्छ स्वाहा ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. This reading is from the Advent Souvenir of 1996, published by Sri Ramanashramam. And the article is titled Arunachala Beckons All and is written by our own Dennis Hartle. Ocean of nectar, full of grace, engulfing the universe in thy splendor. O Arunachala, the supreme itself, be thou the sun and open the lotus of my heart and bless. 5 stanzas to Sri Arunachala. 100 years ago, on September 1, 1896, a 16-year-old Brahmin boy quietly walked straight into the inner sanctum of the great Arunachala temple in Tiruvannamalai, South India. Father, at thy call I have come, was his unspoken, heartfelt utterance. Since that day, when Sri Ramana Maharshi made his appearance at the holy Arunachala mountain, numerous seekers the world over have turned their gaze towards that ancient holy hill of light. Now, 46 years after the Maharshi cast off his mortal frame, it appears that even greater numbers of seekers from the West are being irresistibly attracted by him. His teachings are studied, disseminated, and practiced by citizens of all countries from all walks of life. In my 25 years of living and working in an ashram dedicated to the sage of Arunachala, I have observed this increase firsthand. It cannot be attributed to the efforts of any individual or groups propagating the Maharshi's teachings. Sri Maharshi is a unique powerhouse of peace. His powerful presence is his most striking feature, which even today draws us to him. During his lifetime, he did not display occult powers, nor did he raise funds for any cause, lecture on Vedanta, or go about making disciples. Rather, it was his utter simplicity, transparent love, and illumination that pierced even the most crusted hearts of unyielding skeptics. Here is a genuine, towering spiritual personality. As this decade draws to an end and the panorama of spiritual teachers and teachings of the past century narrows, we find that the sage of Arunachala is emerging as a dominant force. The spiritual power that he embodied during his lifetime is slowly being realized after his death, and in the next century it will gain momentum, influencing the lives of countless seekers of truth. And Arunachala will be the center from where this current of spirituality will flow. Throughout history, there have always been a few rare souls whose destiny required them to act as ships, ferrying myriad pilgrims to the other shore. Their influence does not abate with physical death. Their teachings are not buried in their tombs. The Maharshi still floats high on the water of our consciousness, and his power lies not so much in his spoken word recorded in books, but in his grace conferred to sincere speakers. It is a grace that opens the heart and pulls us into it. The wisdom gained by such grace is not knowledge born of thought, but rather wisdom born of intuition when thought ceases and the self alone remains. Arunachala is the visible form of the self and also represents the path to the self as taught and lived by Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. Down the ages, saints and sages have adorned its caves, and it has been said that even now invisible siddhas dwell in these caves. The Maharshi has confirmed their existence, and some have seen them moving as lights upon the hill at night. This hill is considered to be the original Shiva Lingam, and the story of its origin is found in the Arunachala Mahatmyam. Devotees of the Maharshi sometimes wondered why he would often refer to Arunachala mountain as God. Was he not an Advaitin, a non-dualist? This question was put to the sage by a learned professor, Dr. Said, and recorded in Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi. Talk 273. Dr. Said asked, I have been reading the 5 hymns. I find that the hymns are addressed to Arunachala by you. You are an Advaitin. How do you then address God as a separate being? Maharshi, the devotee, God, and the hymns are all the self. Dr. Said, but you are addressing God. You are specifying this Arunachala hill as God. Maharshi, you can identify the self with the body. Should not the devotee identify the self with Arunachala? Dr. Said, if Arunachala be the self, why should it be specially picked out among so many other hills? God is everywhere. Why do you specify him as Arunachala? Maharshi, what has attracted you from Allahabad to this place? What has attracted all these people around? Dr. Said, Sri Bhagavan. Maharshi, how was I attracted here? By Arunachala. The power cannot be denied. Again, Arunachala is within and not without. The self is Arunachala. The ancient path of self-inquiry taught by the Maharshi was previously relegated to hermits, far removed from worldly pursuits. What the Maharshi did was to make this path available to all, whether engaged in employment or rearing children or living within the confines of a monastery. With a period of meditation each day and vigilant remembrance of the ideal throughout our activities, we can experience the true nature of Arunachala within and without. This is what the Maharshi taught and embodied as a living example. The study of his life is equal to the study of the scriptures, for in his every action the individual self was absent and the supreme self shines forth. This rare example in the 20th century is an unfailing gauge to measure spirituality at its highest plateau, and we should make use of this standard to assess our life in all its varied aspects. Recited daily before his samadhi in Tiruvannamalai is this stanza composed by Kavya Kantha Ganapati Muni. Good luck accumulated to the Red Mount, Arunachala, for its having sheltered numerous sages in the past, has now grown incomparable because Lord Ramana Maharshi has chosen this hill among many other holy places for his abode. The Maharshi never admitted to having chosen Arunachala as his place of residence, but had always expressed being chosen by Arunachala. Bearing and tending me in the world in the shape of my father and mother, thou didst abide in my mind, and before I fell into deep sea called Jaganmaya and was drowned, thou didst draw me to thee, Arunachala, consciousness itself. Such is the wonder of thy grace. The necklet of 9 gems. We also feel that we have a choice to choose Arunachala, to choose the path of the practice of self-inquiry, to choose Sri Ramana Maharshi as our ideal, our goal, our guru. And if we do this with our whole heart and mind, we will also know and experience, thou didst draw me to thee, Arunachala, consciousness itself. Such is the wonder of thy grace. Om Shri Ramanarpanamastu. On behalf of the Georgia Satsang, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the organizers for giving us the opportunity to participate. Om Namo Bhagavate Shri Ramanaya. Handing
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Namaskar and welcome to the San Francisco Bay Area segment of Bhagavan's 125th Advent celebrations. We began with a video presentation reminiscing the 50th and 100th anniversary celebrations of Bhagavan's Advent at Arunachala. The young devotees of Bay Area narrate the Golden Jubilee and Centenary celebrations with excerpts from various books and videos. Also included is the video of the 100th anniversary pilgrimage with narration by our beloved Dennis Hartel, who is one of its main organizers. Enjoy.
On September 1st, 1896, a 16-year-old boy sage arrived at Arunachala, the holy hill of the beacon light in Tiruvannamalai, Tamil Nadu. On this 125th anniversary, let's turn the clock back and relive how the 50th and 100th anniversaries were celebrated. The Golden Jubilee was celebrated in 1946, when Bhagavan was still in the body. A beautiful souvenir capturing the gratitude and devotion of several devotees was published. An official video of the celebration was taken by the Government of India. For the centenary celebration, our own Arunachala Ashrama, led by Dennis Hartel, conceived the beautiful idea of recreating Bhagavan's epic journey from Madurai to Arunachala as a holy yatra. This practice has continued ever since. A sincere group of devotees performs this yatra each year.
Ashram of Saint Ramana at Arunachala drew crowds of devotees on September the 1st to mark the completion of 50 years since Ramana first set foot on the sacred soil of this historic mountain shrine. From far and near they flock for darshan of the holy sage, who by the severest austerities and profound contemplation has attained spiritual wisdom and serenity unique in the country. Thousands draw comfort from his near presence, for he neither preaches nor blames, setting at ease all who come to him by the essential goodness he radiates to all around. A good man in a troubled world.
Suri Nagama describes the Golden Jubilee celebration in beautiful detail in her masterpiece, Letters from Sri Ramanashramam. Here is a brief summary from her letters dated September 8th and September 9th, 1946. The Golden Jubilee program was held from 7 a.m. to 7:15 p.m. on September 1st, 1946. The program included bhajan's musical concerts, puja, arti, and the chanting of the Vedas. Devotees read their essays, songs, and verses composed in Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Kannadese, English, and Urdu. Profound addresses were delivered by luminaries in several languages. The temple elephant was brought to the ashram and made to prostrate before Bhagavan. Throughout this grand celebration, Bhagavan remained an observer, seeing everything silently, absorbed in his own self. Grace and kindness radiated from his eyes, piercing through the hearts of all, protecting them by giving them the bliss of Shanti.
At 7:30 p.m. on Thursday, August 29, 1996, 74 pilgrims boarded the Pandyan Express in Madurai for a 3-day journey, which culminated at the inner sanctum of the Arunachala temple in Tiruvannamalai. The pilgrims, aged 13 through 80, gathered in Madurai, traveling from all corners of India, the USA, and Canada. All these pilgrims, earnest devotees of Sri Ramana Maharshi, were observing the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the sage's advent at Arunachala, and all these devotees were highly inspired to travel the same route the youthful sage took 100 years ago when Arunachala physically dragged the boy unto himself, crowned him Siddha Purusha, and enthroned him on his sacred slopes to reign as king of the yogis. Each one of the devotees whose punya karma carried them to Madurai to participate in this pilgrimage certainly have their own story to tell.
On the morning prior to our departure from Madurai, all the pilgrims made their way to Tiruchuli, Bhagavan's birthplace. Returning to Madurai and performing puja at the shrine in Ramana Mandiram, devotees boarded the train. The train left Madurai at 7:30 p.m., and by 3:30 a.m. the train reached Villupuram Junction. Unlike the boy Venkataraman, they did not have to detrain, but continued onward to Mambalapatti station. For the next several kilometers, they walked on what is believed to be the route that Maharshi took, that was very near to the railway tracks, and reached Tirukovilur station by noon.
On Saturday morning, August 31st, all the devotees gathered in the house of Muthukrishna Bhagavatar. There has been little change in its structure since Venkataraman visited and was lovingly served a meal by the mother of the house and pawned his earrings for cash. After visiting the Viriteshwara and Arayani Nallur temples, the pilgrims then went for their afternoon meal at about 2 p.m. The Maharishi spent the last night before arriving at Arunachala in the Tirukovilur railway station, and, naturally, the pilgrims felt they should spend the night at the same place. The night was spent singing, chanting, and talking about Bhagavan. Some of the devotees chose not to sleep at all that night and remained awake, remembering their Lord in so many ways. There was no tiredness or exhaustion, as Bhagavan's grace was experienced to a high degree.
The train pulled into the Tiruvannamalai station at 6:30 a.m. on Sunday, September 1st, 1996. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, resounded in a chorus from the pilgrims arriving by train, and this was echoed back by a large group of devotees gathered to receive them. The pilgrims, joined by many local devotees, gathered in a procession following the banner, and marched to the Arunachala temple, chanting Arunachala Shiva. Entering the temple, we all offered ourselves to the Lord of Ramana, Sri Arunachaleshwara, then proceeded onwards to Sri Ramanashram.
Sri Ramana Maharshi arrived at the Arunachala hill on September 1st, 1896. 4 days earlier, the young sage, told by the holy hill of the beacon light, Sri Arunachala, had inconspicuously left his home in Madurai, 300 kilometers to the south. Exactly 100 years later, 74 of his devotees retraced the 4-day journey that Sri Bhagavan had taken. The following is a chronicle of this 100th anniversary yatra.
இந்த பக்கமாப்பா வேற யாரும் அந்த பக்கம் போயிடலையா சந்திரா
அருணாச்சலமென அகமே அறிவோடும் ஆழ்வார் சிவனுலகாழ்வாரே அருணாச்சலம் கேட்க அக்ஷரமாயே கருணாகரணியே கரமருளி காவாயே सद्गुरु महादेवा रमणेश्वर सद्गुरु महादेवा வாங்க வாங்க வாங்க
"125 years after his arrival at Arunachala, his powerful presence continues to capture the hearts of sincere seekers and guide them to their final destination, the Divine Self in the heart of all."
Not only the ashram premises are hallowed, but all the neighborhood around. The peace that abides there encompasses and permeates. No passive peace, but a vibrant exhilaration. The very air is redolent with his presence. True, his presence is not confined to Tiruvannamalai. It never was. The devotees, wherever they may be, find his grace and support, his inner presence, not merely as potent, but even more potent now than before. And yet, now as before, the solace of a visit to Tiruvannamalai sinks into the soul, and residence there has a beauty hard to describe. Now, as before, he draws to himself and to Tiruvannamalai whom he will. Now, as then, he guides whoever approaches him, and whoever submits to him he supports. To all who seek, he is here.
Sharanagati Sharanagati Sharanagati.
As we continue with our Advent Day celebrations, Bay Area Satsang now presents a video which is a tribute to Gomata Cow Lakshmi. The Kilipate, written on Cow Lakshmi, is composed by Satya Narayanan, and the video is put together by Bharati Narayanan, Mukil Narayanan, and Venil Narayanan. Presenting Sri Karave Charita Kilikani.
A jnani does not see anyone different from the self. Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi exemplified this in his earthly life by abiding in the self forever. A great Advaitin, Maharshi did not differentiate between humans, animals, plants, and rocks. He firmly believed that knowing the Atman, self, and being the Atman is possible for anyone, be it a man or woman, cow, deer, dog, or crow. He showed this very truth through the life of revered cow saint Sri Lakshmi. The story of Cow Lakshmi is a story of complete surrender. She came to Bhagavan at a very young age, and since then never left his feet until her final liberation. In the presence of Bhagavan, Sri Lakshmi had attained the state of Samadhi many a times, for which Bhagavan himself stood as an eyewitness. Here in this Kili Kanni, a traditional folk-style song, the story of Sri Lakshmi is narrated to a parrot in a catchy tune, so that young minds can also learn and recite. Let us all reflect upon the true meaning of the life story of the jnani, Cow Lakshmi, that is, complete surrender to Bhagavan. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
உள்ளதில் விலகானின்று ஊனுயிரமணர்கீந்து உள்ளதில் விலகானின்று ஊனுயிரமணர்கீந்து கள்ளமின்றிருந்தாளடி கிளியே கரவை தன் கதை கேளடி கிளியே கரவை தன் கதை கேளடி குமரமங்கலம் வாழ்ந்த அருணாச்சலம் பிள்ளை கனாவில் சமாச்சாரம் வந்ததடி கிளியே சிவசுவை சேர்க்கும்படி கிளியே சிவசுவை சேர்க்கும்படி கன்றோ
தோழு கரவையை பகவான் காலடி சேர்த்து நின்று மன்றாடி கேட்டாரடி கிளியே மாக்கன்ற ஏற்கும்படி கிளியே மார்கன்ற ஏற்கும்படி காப்பராவை என்று அண்டம் காக்கும் பகவான் கேட்க நான் காப்பேன் என்றாரடி கிளியே ராமநாத பிரம்மச்சாரி கிளியே ராமநாத பிரம்மச்சாரி வெள்ளிக்கிழமை என்றால் லட்சுமி என்றை அழைத்தார் துளியோடும் கன்றையடி கிளியே தூய்மன தோன்றலடி கிளியே தூய்மன தோன்றலடி பகவானின் சந்நிதியிலே பசுங்கன்று பயமின்றியே சுகமாய் வளர்ந்தாளடி கிளியே சுற்றமோ ஏற்களையே கிளியே சுற்றமோ ஏற்களையே பசுபதி என்னும் மூர்கோணார் பார்த்து கொல்லை செய்திடவே சிசுலட்சுமி வளர்ந்தாளங்கே கிளியே சேர்ந்ததோ நிதமும் இங்கே கிளியே சேர்ந்ததோ நிதமுன் இங்கே காலையில் தொழுவம் விட்டு காலராசமம் வந்து மாலை வரை ரமிப்பாளடி கிளியே மனமின்றி மீள்வாளடி கிளியே மனமின்றி மீள்வாளடி சிலை போல குருவின் சீதகரம் ஊட்ட மலை வாழை உண்டாளடி கிளியே மன்னன் அடி கிடந்தாளடி கிளியே மன்னன் அடி கிடந்தாளடி அன்றொரு நாள் மதியம் அணுகினாள் அனுநயனை நின்றவரை பன்மூழைகள் கிளியே நாவினால் வருடினலே கிளியே நாவினால் வருடினலே சினைத்த லட்சுமி தன் சிரத்திலே முகம் வைத்தார் அனைத்தும் மறந்தாளடி கிளியே அனுபவம் சமாதியடி கிளியே அனுபவம் சமாதியடி எத்தனை திங்கள்கள் இப்படி வந்து போனா முத்தனினம் அழுதாளடி கிளியே முடிவிலா ஸ்ரமத்தமர்ந்தார் கிளியே முடிவிலா ஸ்ரமத்தமர்ந்தார் இனியும் பொறுப்பென்று இளங்கன்று மூன்றையுமே கனியவன் கழல் சேர்த்தே கிளியே கவலைகள் துறந்தாளடி கிளியே கவலைகள் துறந்தாளடி ஆண்டுகள் தவறாமல் கன்றை காட்டிடவே கிளியே ஈசனை அழைப்பாளடி கிளியே ஈசனை அழைப்பாளடி தரிசனம் வேண்டுமேனில் துரிதமாய் நடந்தேறி அயன் அறியாததை கிளியே அவள் தலை தழுவுமடி கிளியே அவள் தலை தழுவுமடி புற்கட்டு தீந்த ஓளால் புசிக்க தீனி எல்லை அக்கறை குறைந்ததடி கிளியே ஆசை போர்களுக்கே கிளியே ஆசை போர்களுக்கே பரிமாறிய இலையின் முன்னே பரமன் காகிது புரியாது பறிவோடு தானேற்காது கிளியே பசுவுக்கு தா என்றாரடி கிளியே பசுவுக்கு தா என்றாரடி தவற்றை உடன் உணர்ந்தோர் தீவனத்தை தருவிக்கவே தவமுனியும் தேனுவுமே கிளியே தன்னுணவை கொண்டாரடி கிளியே தன்னுணவை கொண்டாரடி ஒரு கறவை வந்த பின்னே பலவாக பெருகினவே திருவினது வடிவன்றோ கிளியே தேனுலக்ஷ்மி பரம் அன்றோ கிளியே தேனுலக்ஷ்மி பரம் அன்றோ வசிஷ்டனது நந்தினி போர் வான் காமதேனுவை போர் பசி தீர்க்கீரை பாட்டி கிளியே பசுவாக பிறந்த நலோ கிளியே பசுவாக பிறந்த நலோ பாக்கம் செய்தன்னமிட்டால் பகவானின் அழகு அம்மாள் பாலுமேயும் பாய்ச்சியதோ கிளியே பகவானின் லட்சுமியடி கிளியே பகவானின் லட்சுமியடி ஆவினங்களுக்காய் சாலை ஆசிரமத்தே நிறுவ சேவகர்கள் வேண்டினரே கிளியே ஜீவனேசன் தாளினையே கிளியே ஜீவனேசன் தாளினையே சிக்கனத்தின் சிகரம் பகவான் சிறியதல்ல பெரிய சாலை லக்குமிக்க கட்ட படித்தார் கிளியே ரமணாசிரமம் செழித்ததடி கிளியே ரமணாசிரமம் செழித்ததடி பூமி பூஜை நன்னாளிலும் கோசாலை புகுநாளிலும் சாமி வர வேணுமென்றே கிளியே சென்றழைத்து வந்தாளடி கிளியே சென்றழைத்து வந்தாளடி முதிர லட்சுமியின் முடியாமையால் புரைக்கே கதிரவன் வந்தானடி கிளியே கரவையின் பாக்கியமடி கிளியே கரவையின் பாக்கியமடி இடக்கை அவள் தலையில் வலக்கை இதயத்தில் சுடர்விழி அவள் கண்களில் கிளியே நெடுநெரும் பதித்தாரடி கிளியே நெடுநெரும் பதித்தாரடி அந்திம நாளிப்படியே அவளது தேகபந்தம் எந்தை வந்து தீர்த்தானடி கிளியே பெற்றதோ விதேக முக்தி கிளியே பெற்றதோ விதேக முக்தி ஞானி அவ சமாதியிலே ஞாலத்தால் நீந்திடவே ஞானி அவன் பதித்தானடி கிளியே ஞான பசுமுக்தியே கிளியே ஞான பசுமுக்தியே ஆத்மாவில் நிலைக்கமானோ ஆவோ காக்கினாயோ சாத்தியம் யாருக்குமே கிளியே சகுருவாக்கியமே கிளியே சகுருவாக்கியமே கரவை லக்ஷ்மி சரிதம் கதையல்ல சரணாகதிக்கே கரவை லக்ஷ்மி சரிதம் கதையல்ல சரணாகதிக்கே பிரமாணம் அறிவாயடி கிளியே பகவானே சரணமடி கிளியே பகவானே சரணமடி நமக்கு பகவானே சரணமடி நமக்கு பகவானே சரணமடி நமக்கு பகவானே சரணம்
Next, we have a play put together by the Bay Area kids depicting Bhagavan's journey from Madurai to Tiruvannamalai. The actors are Shiva Ram, Kavin Sriram, Harish Arun, and Shivani Arun, and the narrator is Mira Ram. Please enjoy Bhagavan's journey in quest of his father.
செல்வத்தமே கிளியே ஸ்ரீரமணன் சரித்தம் சொல்லத்தி திக்கும்மடி கிளியே சோஹம்பலே கும்மடி.
It was Saturday the 29th of August 1896. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, as young Venkatraman, was attempting to write an imposition that his English teacher gave him in school, to write 3 times an English grammar lesson which he had failed to learn. Nagaswami, Bhagavan's brother, is frustrated with young Venkatraman's inclination to act like a sadhu, then be a studious student. Nagaswami expressed his anger through satire.
For fellows? No. For His Holiness like you, what is the use of studies? There's nothing here anyway.
Yes, what he says is true. What is there to do here? Nothing.
At that moment, the thought of Arunachalam flashed spontaneously through Venkatraman's mind. He knew that his brother was not the one speaking to him. He also knew the right way what he had to do next.
Yes, Arunachalam is the only place for a fellow like me.
Venkatrama, there must be 5 rupees in that box. Take that on your way out and pay for my college fees.
நாகஸ்வாமி தம்பியின் செய்கை கண்டே அமைதி இழந்தானடி கிளியே அரைந்த சொல் கேட்பாயடி. இப்படிப்பட்டவர்க்கே இங்கென வேலை என்றான் அப்படி சொன்ன சொல்லே கிளியே அருளப்பானதடி. தனக்கொரு வேலை இல்லை தமையன் சொல் பொய்க்கும் இல்லை இனி தருணாச்சலமே கிளியே ஏகதுணிந்தானடி. அண்ணன் கல்லூரிக்கப்போத் 5 ரூபாய் அளிக்க அண்ணாமலை செல்லவே கிளியே அருள் பொருளானதடி. திண்டிவனமே தன்னை திருவண்ணாமலை சேர்க்கும் வண்டி நிலையம் என்றே கிளியே மன்னன் நினைத்தானடி. விரதத்தில் ஏறி ஆலவாயை மறந்து தேவன் பறந்து விட்டான் கிளியே ஜகமே துறந்தானடி.
In search of my father and in obedience to his command, I have started from here. This is only embarking on a virtuous enterprise, therefore none need to grieve over this affair. To trace this out, no money needs to be spent. Your college fee has not yet been paid. Rupees too are enclosed herewith.
In the letter, Bhagavan started to refer to himself with the pronoun I, which became this, and finally even that pronoun was also dissolved with a blank signature. The ego of young Venkatraman was shed already when Bhagavan finished this letter. Young Venkatraman left his home in Madurai at the age of 17 with nothing but 3 rupees, no carry-on luggage of clothes, no prepared lunchbox for the journey ahead. He boarded the train on the same day, August 29th, 1896. Before starting home, the railway map Venkatraman consulted was an old map of Madras Presidency, which unfortunately did not show the railway branch line from Viluppuram to Katpadi, midway along which lies Tiruvannamalai, also known as Arunachala. Bhagavan therefore thought that Dindivanam was the closest railway station to Tiruvannamalai, and that was where he planned to get down, which would have been a very long walk to Tiruvannamalai. But Venkatraman did not know that yet. He was closing his eyes, sitting in meditation on the train. The meditative boy's face caught the attention of one old Maulvi Mohammedan. After many moments of observation, the Maulvi tried to strike a conversation with Venkatraman.
Who are you, lad? Are you traveling alone? Where are you headed to?
I plan to alight at Dindivanam.
Oh, are you going to Dindivanam then?
No, ultimately to Arunachala. This train goes up to Dindivanam. Need to walk from there.
Why? This train goes into Virabara Junction. There is a direct train running from Virabara to Tiruvannamalai, so no need to go to Dindivanam, lad. In fact, I plan to go to Virabara Junction myself.
Is that so? Well, I will do as you say.
The Lord of Arunachala wanted to make sure young Bhagavan was guided right, and sent this Malvi at the right time. Bhagavan did not see the Malvi after reaching the Viluppuram junction. It was early morning on August 30th, 1896, when Bhagavan got down in Viluppuram. Bhagavan could not buy a ticket to Tiruvannamalai, as there was more than the money left with him. Though he decided to walk to Tiruvannamalai from there, a generous hotel owner fed him and guided him to get back to the railway station. With only 2 annas left, Bhagavan got a ticket and got down at Mambarapattu. He then started walking and reached Tirukovilur, a nearby town to Tiruvannamalai, by the evening. In Tirukovilur, Bhagavan had a darshan of an all-engrossing effulgence inside the Aryani Nallur temple that evening. He was enthralled, but due to the tiredness, he felt unconscious in the streets. With the townfolk's help, he got fed and stayed the night. On August 31st, 1896 in the morning, Bhagavan started walking towards Tiruvannamalai and reached a town called Keelur. Feeling hungry, Bhagavan went in front of a Brahmin's house and asked for food. It was Gokulashtami Day, the day when Lord Krishna's avatar happened. The lady of the house, wife of Muthu Krishna Bhagavatar, came out to see who was asking. She saw Venkatraman, who had 2 ruby ear studs and tied black hair on his head. She saw his glowing face and got thrilled.
Oh, a Brahmachari boy. Are you hungry? Come inside.
What is your name, Aya?
Venkatraman.
Oh, Venkataraman? Oh, my husband. Come and see who's graced our home. Lord Krishna himself has come and taken form of this Venkataraman to come and bless us.
Who are you, boy? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? Did you travel alone?
I'm coming from Madurai and going to Arunachala.
Why are you walking? It is a very, very long walk from here. There is a train that goes to Arunachala right here. You should go and take that.
Let him eat first. He must be hungry. We can ask all these questions later.
Bhagavatar's wife joyfully served Venkatraman special dishes, savories, and sweets that she made for Gokulashtami celebration. After that, the Bhagavatar asked Venkatraman,
Do you need money to buy a train ticket?
You and your wife have already fed me very well. I do not want to trouble you anymore.
But I insist.
Please have these and let me borrow the money.
No, these are valuable ruby studs. You should keep them and I will give you money for tickets. Okay, I will let you borrow. Here are 4 rupees and I will write a note so you can redeem your ruby studs later.
Here, Venkatrama. Please accept these snacks and food to satisfy your hunger on your way.
On August 31st, 1896, Bhagavan reached the railway station and bought a ticket to Tiruvannamala. He learned that the train for that day was gone and had to wait for the next day. He rested on the railway platform for the night. On Tuesday, September 1st, 1896, Bhagavan caught the train for his final leg of the epic journey. Once the train enters Tiruvannamala, Bhagavan got the Vishwarupa darshan of Arunachala mountain through the train windows. He was thrilled and had a feeling of homecoming. After wandering from the railway station, Bhagavan reached Arunachaleshwara temple around midday. The doors of the temple were wide open. There was no one around throughout the distance, from Gopuravasal, front entrance, to Garbhagriha, the inner sanctorum of the Sri Arunachaleshwara.
O my Lord Arunachaleshwara, I am here on thy command. I surrender to you completely. From now on, thy will be done.
Bhagavan's complete surrender started from that moment for eternity. The intense heat, which was burning till then in his body, at once subsided. From Bhagavan's advent at Arunachala at September 1st, 1896, until his Mahasamadhi on April 14th, 1950, Bhagavan remained in Arunachala his whole earthly life. Since all freedom of mind, speech, and body had been surrendered to Sri Arunachaleshwara, Sri Bhagavan became effortlessly silent. The journey of the soul, the river, had ended once for all at its destination, the ocean of bliss. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
இரவு விடிந்த செவ்வாய் இன்பக் கிழமையிலே அருணாச்சலபதியே கிளியே ஐயனடைந்தானடி அண்ணாமலையப்பனை அணிந்தாலயத்தில் தன்னை அர்ப்பணம் செய்தாரடி கிளியே அங்கம் குளிர்ந்தாரடி.
Our penultimate item will be a dance performance by Hema Subramanian from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Hema will be performing a Bharatanatyam piece for Kale Patu from Ramanastuti Panchakam, written by Sri Satyamangalam Venkataraman. Choreography by Guru Srimati Kripa Bhaskaran of Natyarpana Dance Company, Milwaukee.
அருணனுதீதனன் அருணகிரீதனில் அழகிய ரமணரே வரும் 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 அருணாச்சலேசனே
தரி தச்சம் தஜம் தக்கிட்ட தக்கரா திங்கே ந தும் தத்தண தஜம் தஜம் தக்கத்த கிட்டத்தா திங்கே ந தும் தத்தரி தஜம் தஜம் தக்கிட்ட தரிகடதண்ண தஜம் தஜம் தத்த கணதகதொன்னு தஜம் தஜம் தக்கிட்ட ஜொணுகிட திம்மி தஜம் தஜம் தக்கிட்ட தரிகிடதர்ரி தஜம் ததண்ண தஜம் ததொன்னு தஜம் தக்க ததிக்கிட்ட தக்க
அருணாச்சலேசனே வரும் சாலக்குயிலோசை காலையில் கூவிட்ட சத்குரு ரமணரே வரும் சாலக்குயிலோசை காலையில் கூவிட்ட சத்குரு ரமணரே வரும் சாலக்குயிலோசை காலையில் கூவிட்ட சத்குரு ரமணரே வரும் சாம்பவி பாகரே வரும் சாலக்குயிலோசை காலையில் கூவிட்ட சத்குரு ரமணரே வரும் சாம்பவி பாகரே வரும்
தடங்கு தக்க திக்கு தக்க ததிக்கிட்ட தக்க தரி ததித்த தண்ண தண்ண தத்த தண்ண ஜொன்னு தத்த ஜொன்னு திம்மி தத்த திம்மி தத்த தர்ரி தத்த ஜொன்னு தாதர்ரி தர்ரி தத்தண்ண தண்ண தண்ண தச்சொன்னு ஜொன்னு ஜொன்னு தத்திம்மி திம்மி திம்மி தக்கிட்ட தத்த தர்ரி தத்த ஜொன்னு தாதரி ததண தண தாம் தஜம் தக்கும் தர்ரும் தக்கிட்ட தண தஜொன்னு ஜொன்னு தை தச்சம் தக்கும் தர்ரும் தக்கிட்ட தர்ரி தத்தண்ண தஜம் தஜம் தண்ண தஜொன்னு தஜம் தஜம் ஜொன்னு தத்திம்மி தஜம் தஜம் திம்மி தக்கிட்ட தஜம் தஜம் தர்ரி தத்தண்ண தண்ண தச்சொன்னு ஜொன்னு தத்திம்மி திம்மி தக்கிட்ட தத்தர்ரி தத்தண்ண தச்சொன்னு தத்திம்மி ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் தக்க ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் தக்க திக்கு ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் தத்தரி தத்தண்ண தச்சொன்னு தத்திம்மி ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் தக்க ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் தக்க திக்கு ததிக்கிட்ட தொம் ததீத தண்ணத சொன்னோத திம்மி கடதக தரகடதும் தக்கடதக தரகடதும் தக்க திக்கு கடதக தரகடதும்
சாம்பவி பாகரே வரும் சங்கமோலீதன தாரகை மந்திர இங்கித ரமணரே வரும் சங்கமோலீதன தாரகை மந்திர இங்கித ரமணரே श्रीरमणाय नमः ॐ श्रीरमणाय नमः
We conclude the San Francisco Bay Area segment with Arunachala Pancharatnam in Sanskrit, rendered by one of our youngest devotees, Kavin Sriram.
Hello everyone, I am going to be chanting Shri Arunachala Pancharatnam. It is usually chanted at the ashram at morning milk offering. Karuna Purna Sudate Kabalita Gana Vishwarupa Kirana Valya Arunachala Paramatman Aruno Bhavachitra Kanja Suvikasaya Tvai Arunachala Sarvam Bhutva Stitva Pralina Meta Chitram Ridya Metya Mataya Ridya Sidoste Vadan Tiradayam Nama Ahamiti Kuta Ayatityan Vishyanta Pravishtayatma Valadiyam Avagamya Swam Rupam Samya Arunachala Tvaina Divabdo Visayam Bayam Ruddha Pranena Ruddha Manasam Tastvam Nyayan Pashyaki Yogi Didit Arunachala Tvai Mahiyam Te Tvayarpita Manasa Tvam Pashya Sarvam Tava Krititaya Satatam Pajate Ananya Pritya Sajaya Arunachala Tvai Sukhe Magnaha Srimad Ramana Maharshi Darshanam Arunachalasya Devagira Panchakamarya Gita Ratnam Vidam Upanishadam.
That concludes the Bay Area Satsang Group presentation. We thank everyone from Arunachala Ashrama for putting this online event together. Over to Los Angeles now. Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Sri Ramanaya. Welcome to the Los Angeles presentation, which is as follows. A Carnatic song by Aishwarya Chandramouli, a Bharatanatyam dance by Meera Venkatesan, a Carnatic song by Janaki Viswanathan, a reading of an account of 50th anniversary of Bhagavan's advent, and finally a Carnatic song by Indira Venkatesan.
வேதமும் விளக்காத உன்னை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா? A composition of Ilayaraja set to Adi Talam in the ragam Shanmugapriya.
வேதமும் விளக்காத உன்னை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா? வேதமும் விளக்காத உன்னை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா? பரமஹிமை தன்னை பரவுலகறியும் பரமஹிமை தன்னை பரவுலகறியும் பரவுனை புகழ ஒன்றறியேனையே வேதமும் விளக்காத உன்னை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா? தேகமுண்ட அதில் தேகி உண்ட நிஜமாக புலன் பொறிதானும் உண்ட தேகமுண்ட அதில் தேகி உண்ட நிஜமாக புல பொறி தானும் உண்ட தேகம் தன்னை காட்டி மெய்யுருவை மறைத்தாய் தேகம் தன்னை காட்டி மெய்யுருவை மறைத்தாய் நோக்கும் உயிர் விதி மாற்றி காக்கும் வகையார் அறிவார் வேதமும் விளக்காத பானை எந்த கீதம் விளக்கிடுமா ஒன்றறிவேன் அதை நன்றறிவேன் நின்றான் நின்றறிந்தேன் உண்மை உரைப்பேன் ஒன்றறிவேன் அதை நன்றறிவேன் நின்றான் நின்றறிந்தேன் உண்மை உரைப்பேன் அன்பின் மொத்தம் உருவாகி தயவு கருணை அருள் ஒன்று கலந்தே வந்த வடிவல்லவோ அன்பின் மொத்தம் உருவாகி தயவு கருணை அருள் ஒன்று கலந்தே வந்த வடிவல்லவோ எதை சொன்ன போதிலும் மறுவாகி பொதுவாகி எதையும் கடந்தொளிரும் ஐயா என் ஐயா வேதமும் விளக்காத வானை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா பரமகிமை தன்னை பரவுலகறியும் பரமகிமை தன்னை பரவுலகறியும் பரவுனை புகழ ஒன்றறியேன் ஐயா வேதமும் விளக்காத வானை எந்த கீதமும் விளக்கிடுமா
The cosmic dance of Lord Nataraja in the Raga Bhagyashri set to Adi Tishanare.
पशुपते गिरिजापते हरशंकर अर्धांगी पशुपते गिरिजापते हरशंकर अर्धांगी वामदेव महादेव वामदेव महादेव ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಶೀಲಪಿನಾಕಿ ನೀಲಕಂಠ ಶೂಲಪಾಣಿ 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 காலை தூக்கியாடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கியாடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கியாடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் 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 கையிலை வாசஹரனே கருணாநிதே பசுபதே கையிலை வாசஹரனே கருணாநிதே பசுபதே கனக சபையில் திவி திவி என்று ஆடிய பெருமானே 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 ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் 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 சிற்றம்பல ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே 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 ஒரு காலை தூக்கி காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் ஒரு காலை தூக்கி ஆடும் சிற்றம்பல பெருமானே பெருமானே
Namaskaram. My name is Janaki Vishwanathan. I am living in Dallas, Texas. I am offering a Ragamaliki song in the lotus feet of Ramana Maharshi on his Advent day. Actually, the spontaneously songs come for me blessed by Sai Bhagavan. Whenever he wishes, I get the songs. This time, for Ramana's birthday, Ramana's Advent, he has blessed me with this song. So I am presenting this at his lotus feet. Thank you. அண்ணாமலை வளர் அருணாச்சல ஜோதி அத்புத ஜோதி ஆகாஷ ஜோதி அண்ணாமலை வளர் அருணாச்சல ஜோதி அத்புத ஜோதி ஆகாஷ ஜோதி ஆனந்த ஜோதி ஆர்ப்பரிக்கும் ஜோதி ஆனந்த ஜோதி ஆர்ப்பரிக்கும் ஜோதி அகண்ட ஜோதி அருணாச்சல அகண்ட ஜோதி அருணாச்சல ரமண ஜோதி ரட்சிக்கும் ஜோதி ரமிக்கும் ஜோதி அருணாச்சல ரமண ஜோதி ரட்சிக்கும் ஜோதி ரமிக்கும் ஜோதி அருணாச்சல அக்ஷரமண மாலை அருளிய ரமண அக்ஷர மணமாலை அருளிய ரமண ஆனந்த ரமண ஆட்கொள் ரமண ஆனந்த ரமண ஆட்கொள்ளும் ரமண ரமண மகரிஷியை கொண்டாடுவோம் ரட்சிக்கும் ரமணரை கொண்டாடுவோம். ரமண மகரிஷியை கொண்டாடுவோம். ரட்சிக்கும் ரமணரை கொண்டாடுவோம். உள்ளது 40 உரைத்த ரமணா, உலகில் உள்ளோர் வாழ வழிவகுத்த ரமணா. உள்ளது 40 உரைத்திட்ட ரமணா, உலகில் உள்ளோர் வாழ வழிவகுத்த ரமணா. நான் யார் எனும் கேள்வியை தூண்டிய ரமணா, நான் யார் எனும் கேள்வியை தூண்டிய ரமணா. நாதாந்த வேதாந்த சித்தாந்த ரமணா, நாதாந்த வேதாந்த சித்தாந்த ரமணா. ரமணரை துதி செய்து பாடிடுவோம், ரமணீயமாகவே பாடிடுவோம். ரமணரை துதி செய்து பாடிடுவோம், ரமணீயமாகவே கொண்டாடுவோம். அழகம்மை மகனாக அவதரித்த ரமணா, அகிலாண்ட நாயகன் அருணாச்சல ரமணா. அழகம்மை மகனாக அவதரித்த ரமணா, அகிலாண்ட நாயகன் அருணாச்சல ரமணா. மௌன குரு ரமணா, பரமகுரு ரமணா. மௌன குரு ரமணா, பரமகுரு ரமணா. மக்களை சிந்திக்க வைத்த குரு ரமணா. மௌன குரு ரமணா, பரமகுரு ரமணா. மக்களை சிந்திக்க வைத்த குரு ரமணா. நமோ நமோ ரமணா, 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 நமோ நமோ ரமணா. நமோ 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 ரமணா.
I am Natarajan Venkatesan and I will be reading Devaraja Mudalivar's account of the Golden Jubilee of Bhagavan's arrival at Tiruvannamalai on September 1, 1946. After Bhagavan had his breakfast and returned from his stroll, a number of married women, Subangalis, headed by Uma, came from the temple in a procession, doing bhajan and carrying a milk pot. Uma and her daughter sang a Tamil song and offered milk to Bhagavan. He took a spoon of the milk and the rest was distributed among the devotees. Then I read out Colombo Ramachandra's Ramanashtakam in Tamil and also my 5 stanzas composed for the Jubilee. Then Uma read out her Muttumale composed for the occasion. Printed copies of all the 3 compositions were then distributed to the devotees. Printed copies of tributes by Thuyananda in Tamil, K. Vaidyanatha Iyer of Vellore in English, T.K. Sundares Iyer in Tamil, and K.R. Seshagiri Iyer in English were also read out and distributed. Then a gentleman introduced by Dr. T.N.K. gave a performance on Go to Vadyam. Mr. Chellam Iyer of Kalaimal office read out Marunar's poems composed for the occasion. After lunch, Bhagavan would not allow himself even his usual rest, but insisted on being available for devotees who had come from far and near, and so soon after his return from the after lunch stroll, various addresses in different languages were read out. Dr. Sivarao's address in effect said, beginning of quote, I have been trying my humble best to cure Bhagavan of various bodily ailments of his, but all my efforts have proved vain, except to give some temporary relief. I believe this is due to my ego having presumed that it can cure Bhagavan. All people today are offering various things to Bhagavan: fruits, flowers, clothes, books, etc. I have decided to offer my ego. I place it at Bhagavan's feet and beg him to accept it. End of quote. About 2:30 p.m., the program already planned and published for the Jubilee was begun with Mr. Justice Kuppuswamy Iyer as president. He made a few introductory remarks in English. Then Mr. TKD read out Sir S. Radhakrishnan's article intended for inclusion in the souvenir volume. Then the following persons spoke: Swami Rajeswarananda and Professor T.M.P. Mahadevan of Madras University in English, Justice Chandrasekhar Iyer in Telugu, Chellamayar of Kalaimagal Office and Omandur Ramaswamy Reddyar in Tamil, Sri S.R. Venkatamana Sastri of Vivekananda College in Sanskrit, and Mr. Airavadam Iyer in Malayalam. After the speeches, Viswanatha Sastri recited a few Sanskrit songs, and Kunjuswamy a few Tamil songs of Bhagavan, and of one Venkatrama Iyer, author of Ramanastuti Panchakam. About 5 p.m., Mr. Annamalai Pillai, the local Congress leader, made a speech in Tamil on behalf of the citizens of Tiruvannamalai, expressing joy and gratitude on Bhagavan's completing 50 years stay here. Then Musiri Subramania Iyer gave a very moving and devotional musical performance till about 6:45. Following is an excerpt from Suri Nagamma. About 6 o'clock, the Mahout brought the temple elephant fully decorated and made it prostrate before Bhagavan. That elephant is usually kept at the 1,000 Pillars Mandapam, and it was within that Mandapam, in an underground cave, that Bhagavan resided during early days in Arunachaleswara temple. It was therefore quite appropriate that the elephant staying in that Mandapam should make obeisance to the emperor of that Mandapam. Finally, Veda Parayana brought the day's function to a close.
I am Indira Venkatesan, offering a Viritam composed by Sri Adi Shankara, followed by Sri Neelakanta Shivan's composition in Raga Bauli. Karacharana kritam va kayajam karmajam va Shravana nayanajam va manasam va aparatam vihitam avihitam va sarvam yetadirchamasva jaya jaya karunapte Shri Mahadeva Shambho Karacharana kritam va kayajam karmajam va Shravana nayanajam va manasam va aparatam vihitam avihitam va sarvam yetadir chamasva Shiva Shiva Karunapte Sri Mahadeva Shambho Shiva Shiva Karunapte Sri Mahadeva Shambho Shambho Mahadeva Shambho Mahadeva Shambho Mahadeva Shambho Mahadeva Charanam Sri Kaladisha Shambho Mahadeva Charanam Sri Kaladisha Shambho Mahadeva Charanam Sri Kaladisha Shambho शम्भोज शम्भवनुम् அன்பான மாயவனும் அம்போஜ சம்பவனும் அன்பான மாயவனும் அம்போஜ சம்பவனும் அன்பாயவனும் அடிமுடி காண நெடுமலைவான நெடுமலைவான அகில புவன் சம்போ முடி காண நெடுமலைவான அகில புவன பரிபால சகலவர குண விஷால शम्भो महादेव चरणं श्रीकालदीश शम्भो शम्भो அறியேன் சின்னஞ்சிறியேன் உனக்கனந்தம் தண்டனிட்டேன் அறியேன் சின்னஞ்சிறியேன் உனக்கனந்தம் தண்டனிட்டேன் அபராதங்கள் முழுதும் க்ஷமி தருவாய் கை கும்பிட்டேன் அபராதங்கள் முழுதும் க்ஷமி தருவாய் கை கும்பிட்டேன் பரிவாய் உன் சொல் கனவில் கொண்டு பிழைக்கும் வழி தொட்டேன் பரிவாய் உன் சொல் கனவில் கொண்டு பிழைக்கும் வழி தொட்டேன் பேதையாகிலும் உன் பாதம் பணியும் பேதையாகிலும் உன் பாதம் பணியும் என் பெருகிய பவவினை தீரும் குருபரனே கருணை கண் பாரும் சம்போ பேதையாகிலும் உன் பாதம் பணியும் என் பெருகிய பவவினை தீரும் குருபரனே கருணை கண் பாரும் शम्भो महादेव चरणं श्रीकालदीश शम्भो शम्भो नमो रमण. Now we would hand over to the Seattle satsang.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Thank you, devotees from Los Angeles. Seattle devotees would like to add to these Advent Day celebrations by chanting Gita Dhyanam followed by Gita Sara.
ॐ पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्भ त्वामनुसन्धतामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम् नमोऽस्तु ते व्यासविशालबुद्धे पुल्लारविन्दयतपत्रनेत्र येन त्वया भारततैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमयप्रदीपः प्रपन्नपारिजाताय तोत्रवेत्रैकपाणये ज्ञानमुद्राय कृष्णाय गीतामृतदुहे नमः। सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दुग्धगोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्त दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत् वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम् भीष्मद्रोणतटा जयद्रथजला गान्धारनीलोत्पला शल्यग्राहवती कृपेण वहनी कर्णेन वेलाकुला अश्वत्थामविकर्णघोरमकरा दुर्योधनावर्तिनी सोत्तीर्णा खलु पाण्डवैरणनदी कैवर्तककेशव पाराशर्यवचः सरोजममलं गीतार्थगङ्गोत्कटम् नानाख्यानककेसरं हरिकथा सम्बोधनाबोधितम् लोके सज्जनषट्पदैरहरः पेपीयमानं मुद भूयाद्भारतपङ्कजं कलिमल प्रध्वंसिन श्रेयसे मूकं करोति वाचालं पङ्गुं लङ्घयते गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं यं ब्रह्मा वरुणेन्द्ररुद्रमरुतः स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यैस्तवैः वेदैः साङ्गपदक्रमोपनिषदैः गायन्ति यं सामगा ध्यानावस्थिततद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनो यस्यान्तं न विदुः सुरासुरगणा देवाय तस्मै नमः देवाय तस्मै नमः सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वा सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Sri Gita Sara, the song Celestial, verses from Bhagavad Gita, selected and reset by Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, rendered by Prabha, Vishwanathan, Sai Kumar, Sneha, Dhaval, Shashidhar, Vaishali, Rajesh and Sridevi.
ॐ श्रीरमणाय नमः। अहो भाग्यं पुरा गीतां यो वदच्छ्रीपतिः स्वयम् अद्य श्रीरमणो भूत्वा गीतासारं तदौसनः। Glory be of that ancient Gita sung by the Lord himself as Sri Krishna is now given the quintessence drawn by him as Sri Ramana. Gita Saraha. Sanjaya Uvacha Tam Tata Kripayavishtam Ashrupurnakulekshanam Vishedantamidam Vakyam Uvacha Madhusudanaha. To him, Arjuna, thus filled with compassion and in despair, his eyes distressed and full of tears, spoke Madhusudana these words. Shri Bhagavanuvāca idam shariram kaunteya kshetramityabhidhiyate etadyo veti tam prahuhu kshetrajña iti tatvidaha. The blessed Lord said, This body, O son of Kunti, is called the Kshetra, field. Him who knows it, the sages call the Kshetranya, knower of the field. Kshetranyam chapi mam viddhi sarvakshetreshu bharata kshetrakshetrajnayor jnanam yatta jnanam matam mama. Know me also as the knower of the field in all the fields, O Bharata. Knowledge of the field and of the knower of the field I deem to be true knowledge. Ahamatma gudakesha sarvabhutashayasthitaha ahamadishcha madhyam cha bhutanamanta eva cha. I am the Self, O Gudakesha, dwelling in the heart of every being. I am the beginning and the middle, and likewise the end of all beings. Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityuhu dhruvam janma mritasya cha tasmada pariharyete Natvam shochitumarhasi. Of the born, the death is certain, and certain the birth of the dead. Therefore, for what none can prevent, thou should not grieve.
न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचित् नायं भूत्वा भविता वा न भूयः अजो नित्यः शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणः न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे. Never is he born or dies, nor having been ceaseth he any more to be. Unborn, abiding, eternal, ancient. He is not slain when the body is slain. Achedyoyam adahyoyam akledyo shosya evacha nitya sarvagatastanuhu achaloyam sanatanaha. Not to be cleft is he, not to be burnt is he, not even to be wetted, nor yet to be dried is he. Abiding he is, and all-pervading, stable, immovable, and from everlasting. Avinashi tu tad vidhi yena sarvamidam tatam vinasham avyayasyasya na kaschit kartum arhati. Know that to be indestructible, whereby all that is pervaded, of this immutable none can work destruction. Na sato vidyate bhavaha na bhavo vidyate sataha ubhayorapi drishtontaha tvanayostattvadarshibhihi. Of the non-existent there is no being, and of what exists there is no non-being. The definite ascertainment of both is seen by the seers of the essence of truth. Yata sarvagatam saukshmyat akasham nopalipyate sarvatravastito dehe tatatma nopalipyate. As ether everywhere present is not polluted by virtue of its subtlety, even so the self-abiding everywhere is not polluted in the body.
न तद्भासयते सूर्यः न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम.
Neither does the sun shine there, nor the moon, nor fire, to which having gone they return not. That is my supreme abode.
अव्यक्तोऽक्षर इत्युक्तः तमाहुः परमां गतिं यं प्राप्य न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम.
That which is called the unmanifest and the imperishable, that, they say, is the highest goal. They who reach it never again return. That is my highest abode.
निर्माणमोहजितसङ्गदोषाः अध्यात्मनित्या विनिवृत्तकामाः द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्ताः सुखदुःखसंज्ञैः गच्छन्त्यमूढा पदमव्ययम्.
Free from the pride and delusion, victorious over the evil of attachment, dwelling constantly in the self, their desires having completely retired, freed from the pairs of opposites such as pleasure and pain, the undeluded eternal goal.
यशास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य वर्तते कामकारतः न स सिद्धिमवाप्नोति न सुखं न पराङ्गतिम्.
He who, having cast aside the ordinance of scriptures, acts under the impulse of desire, attains neither perfection nor happiness, nor the supreme goal.
समं सर्वेषु भूतेषु तिष्ठन्तं परमेश्वरं विनश्यत्स्व विनश्यन्तं यः पश्यति स पश्यति.
He sees, who sees the Supreme Lord existing equally in all beings, the unperishing within the perishing.
भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहमेवं विधोऽर्जुन ज्ञातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेष्टुं च परन्तप. By devotion alone, without the otherness, O Arjuna, thus I can be known and seen, and in essence entered. O Parantapa, Sattvanurupa sarvasya Shraddha bhavati bharata Shraddhamayojam purushaha yo yat shraddha sa eva saha. The faith of every man, O Bharata, accords with his essential character. Man is instinct with faith, as that wherein a man hath faith, verily so is he. Shraddhavan labhate jnanam tatparah sanyatendriyah jnanam laktva param shantim achirenadiggachati. He that has intense faith, and to that faith being devoted has the senses controlled, gains knowledge, and having gained knowledge, he swiftly attains supreme peace. Tesham satatayuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam dadami puttiyogam tam yeno mamupayanti te. To those who are self-attuned and who worship me with affectionate devotion, I give that union with understanding, whereby they come unto me. Teshamevanukampartham ahamajnanajam tamaha nashayamyatmabhavastho jnanadipena bhasvata. Out of compassion for them and abandoning in their self, I destroy with the resplendent light of knowledge their darkness born of ignorance.
ज्ञानेन तु
तदज्ञानं येषां नाशितमात्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परम्. Verily, for those in whom the ignorance is destroyed by the knowledge of the self, in them the knowledge like the sun illumines. That Indriyani paranyahur indriyebhyah param manah manasastu parabuddhir yo buddhe paratastu saha. High, they say, are the senses. Higher than the senses is the mind, and higher than the mind is the understanding. But one who is higher than understanding Evam buddhe param buddhva samstabhyatmanamatmana jahi shatrum mahabaho kamarupam durasadam. Thus, knowing him to be higher than the understanding, steadying the self by the self, O thou strong of arm, slay the enemy in the form of desire, so hard to overcome. Yathaidhamsi samidhognir bhasmasat kurute arjuna jnanagni sarvakarmani bhasmasat kurute tata. Just as a burning fire makes ashes of its fuel, O Arjuna, even so does the fire of knowledge make ashes of all Yasya sarve samarambhaah kamasankalpavarjitaah jnanagni dagdakarmanam tamahuh panditam buddhaah, whose every enterprise is without desire or motive, whose actions are burnt up in the fire of knowledge. Him the wise call a sage.
कामक्रोधवियुक्तानां यतिनामयतचेतसाम् अभीतो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विदिता आत्मनाम्. All around the austere sages free from desire and wrath, who have subdued their mind and have realized the self, radiate the beatific peace of Brahman. शने शनेरुपभेद बुद्ध्या धृतिगृहीत्या आत्मसंस्थां मनः कृत्वा न किञ्चिदपि चिन्तयेत्. Little by little should one realize tranquility by judgment held with a steady fast purpose, making the mind abide in the self. He should think of nothing at all. यतो यतो निश्चरति मनचञ्चलम् अस्थिरं ततस्ततो नियमेत्यदात्मनेव वशं नयते. Towards whatsoever the mind wanders, being fickle and unsteady, therefrom it should be withdrawn and brought under the sway of the self alone. यते इन्द्रियो मनो बुद्धि मुनि मोक्षपरायणः विगते इच्छामयः क्रोधो य सदा मुक्त एव स. With the senses, mind and intellect subdued, the saint who devotedly seeks liberation without desire, fear or wrath, he is indeed ever liberated. सर्वभूतास्थमात्मानं सर्वभूतानि चात्मनि इक्षते योगयुक्तात्मा सर्वतः समदर्शना. The one steadfast in yoga and looking on everything impartially sees the self abiding in all beings and all beings in the self.
अनन्याश्चिन्तयन्तो मां ये जनाः पर्युपासते
तेषां नित्याभियुक्तानां योगक्षेमं वहाम्यहम्. I undertake to secure and protect the welfare of those who without otherness meditate on me and worship me, and who ever abide thus attuned. Tesham jnani nyukta yukta ekabhaktirvishishyate priyo hi jnani nyotyadham aham sacha mama priyaha. Of these, the jnani who is ever attuned, whose devotion is centered in one, is the most excellent, because to the jnani am I exceedingly dear, and he is dear to me. Bahunam janma namante jnanavan man prabhajyate vasudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabha. At the end of many births, the jnani finds refuge in me, recognizing that Vasudeva is all. Such a high soul is very hard to find. Prajahati yada kaman sarvan parthamanogataan atman vevatmana tushta sthita prajnastada uchyate. When one puts away, O Partha, all the desires that are in the mind, and in the self alone, by the self well satisfied, then is he called the man of steadfast wisdom. Vihaya kamanyas sarvan pumanscharati nispruhaha nirmamo nirahankaraha sasantimadigachyati. Having cast away all desires, that man who goes without longing, devoid of I and mine, he doth attain peace. Yasman vodijate loko lokan vodijate chayah harsha marsha bayodvegair murto yasascha me priyaha. He by whom the world is not disturbed, and who is not disturbed by the world, free from exultation, impatience, fright and agitation, he is dear to me.
मानापमानयोस्तुल्य तुल्यो मित्राह्रिपक्षयोः सर्वारम्भपरित्यागी गुणातीतः स उच्यते. He who holds honor and dishonor equal the friendly party and the foe, who has renounced all enterprise, he is said to have transcended the gunas. यस्त्वात्मरतिरेव स्यात् आत्मतृप्तश्च मानवः आत्मन्येव च सन्तुष्टस्तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते. The man who revels here and now in the self alone, with the self is satisfied, and in the self alone is content, for him there is no work which he must do. नैव तस्य कृतेनार्थो नाकृतेनेह कश्चन न चास्य सर्वभूतेषु कश्चिदर्थव्यपाश्रयः. For him there is no purpose in doing the work, nor any in leaving it here undone, nor is there for him in all the beings anything which serves a purpose. यदृच्छालाभसन्तुष्टो द्वन्द्वातीतो विमत्सरः समसिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते. Content to take what chance may bring, having transcended the pairs, free from ill will, and even-minded in success or failure, though he works, he is not bound. ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां हृद्देशेऽर्जुन तिष्ठति भ्रामयः सर्वभूतानि यन्त्रारूढानि मायया. The Lord, O Arjuna, dwells in the heart of every being, and by his mysterious power spins round all beings set on the machine. तमेव शरणं गच्छ सर्वभावेन भारत तत्प्रसादात् परां शान्तिं स्थानं प्राप्स्यसि शाश्वतम्. Unto him alone surrender, O Bharata, with all thy being. By his grace shalt thou obtain peace supreme, the abode eternal.
handing over to the San Diego devotees to continue the celebrations. Om.
Thank you, Seattle Group. One of Ramana's favorite traditional spiritual works was the Ribhu Gita. The Ribhu Gita forms the sixth section of the Sanskrit work known as Shiva Rahasya. It is the teachings of Lord Shiva on Mount Kailash to his devotee Ribhu, from whom the Gita derives its name. Ramana often referred to the Ribhu Gita in his talks with devotees and seekers, and he is reported to have said that if one repeatedly read chapter 26 of the Ribhu Gita, one could pass into samadhi spontaneously, or the natural state of self-realization. Ramana's first attendant, Palani Swami, brought a copy of Ribhu Gita to Bhagavan's attention for the first time. It is reported that later in life, Bhagavan related how surprised he was at the time to hear an exact description of his own state recited in the Ribhu Gita, and that it had been experienced by others and was the bliss of the self sought after by all true seekers. On this 125th anniversary of the advent of Bhagavan to Arunachala, this chapter, the Ribhu Gita, and chapter 26 has a personal significance for me. It is his stories like his affection of Echamal or Sampurnama and other beings who didn't think very highly of themselves, or who thought that they were maybe the spiritual truths were too high for them to attain. So I consider myself in that category, and so this story is very dear to me. That Sri Ramana gave a copy of Ribhu Gita to Sampurnama, who worked in the ashram kitchen, and asked her to study it. She considered it to be a difficult text, which was accessible only to Pandits with sufficient learning to understand it, and therefore asked Bhagavan to excuse her from it. Bhagavan replied, "It does not matter that you don't understand. It will still be of great benefit to you." It does not matter that you do not understand. It will still be of great benefit to you. Bhagavan gave another wonderful piece of bhakti-soaked advice to Sampurnama. You must cover your vegetables when you cook them. Then only will they keep their flavor and be fit for food. It is the same with the mind. You must put a lid over it and let it simmer quietly. Then only does a man become food fit for God to eat. So what Ramana did, he has 6 main points that he distilled from chapter 26 of Ribhu Gita. I will read those first, and then with the remaining time, I will select a few other passages to read from chapter 26. Number 1, the concept I am the body is the sentient inner organ, that is the mind. It is also the illusory samsara. It is the source of all groundless fears. If there is no trace of it at all, everything will be found to be Brahman. 2, the concept I am the body is the primal ignorance. It is known as the firm knot of the heart, Hridaya Granthi. It gives rise to the concepts of existence and non-existence. If there is no trace of it at all, everything will be found to be Brahman. 3, Jiva is a concept. God, the world, the mind, desires, action, sorrow, and all other things are all concepts. 4, the mind is unreal. It is like a magic show. It is the son of a barren woman. It is absolutely non-existent. Since there is no mind, there are no concepts, no guru, no disciple, no world, no jiva. All concepts are really Brahman. 5, the body, etc., are only concepts. Hearing, reasoning, contemplating are concepts. Self-inquiry is a concept. All other things are also concepts. Concepts give rise to the world, the jivas,
and God. There is nothing whatsoever except concepts. Everything is in truth Brahman. 6. Abiding without concepts is in the undifferentiated state, is inherence in Brahman. It is wisdom, it is liberation, it is the natural state of Sahaja, it is Brahman, it is Shiva. If there is no concept at all, everything will be found to be Brahman. And now few of the verses from chapter 26, beginning with the first. I shall now expound to you the method of inhering in the all-inclusive and undifferentiated reality. This teaching is secret and difficult to understand even with the help of the various scriptures. Even celestial beings and practitioners of spiritual discipline who hold it dear acquire it only with great difficulty. Follow what I say, and inhering in reality, be happy. 2. My son, realized sages say that absolute inherence in reality means becoming one with the immutable, tranquil, non-dual, absolute supreme being, which is existence, consciousness, bliss, and the self of all, and making the wandering mind one with it, like the proverbial milk and water, absolutely free from all concepts. 3. When one scrutinizes this variety of manifestation, one realizes that it does not really exist, and that everything is the undifferentiated absolute supreme being, which is not different from the self. Let this knowledge become firm with you by constant practice. Then, discarding everything, become one with the supreme absolute reality, and remaining as that, be happy. 4. Abide as that which does not, when scrutinized, show any duality in the form of these various objects or the least trace of cause and effect. That in which, when the mind is absorbed, there is no fear of duality, and be always happy, unshakable, and free from the fear arising from duality. 5. Abide as that in which there are neither thoughts nor fancies, neither peace nor self-control, neither the mind nor the intellect, neither confusion nor certainty, neither being nor non-being, and no perception of duality. Be always happy, unshakable, and absolutely free from the fear arising from duality. Abide as that in which there is neither any defect nor good quality, neither pleasure nor pain, neither thought nor silence, neither misery nor austerities practiced for getting rid of misery, no I am the body idea, no objects of perception whatsoever. Be always happy, free from all traces of thought. 7. Abide as that in which there is no work, physical, mental, verbal, or of any other kind, neither sin nor virtue, neither attachment nor its consequences, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. 8. Abide is that in which there are neither thoughts nor thinker, neither the arising nor the preservation nor the dissolution of the world, nothing whatsoever at any time, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. 9. Abide is that in which there is neither the self-limiting power of illusion, nor its effects, neither knowledge nor ignorance, neither separate soul nor Lord of creation, neither being nor non-being, neither world nor God, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. Abide is that in which there are no gods and their worship, none of the three divine aspects of creator, preserver, and destroyer, or meditation on them, no supreme formless God, nor meditation on him, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that in which there is neither maturing bondage to the way of good works, nor searching devotion to the divine, nor self-knowing wisdom, no fruit of action to be enjoyed, no supreme state separate from it, no means of attainment or object to be attained, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. Abide is that in which there is neither desire nor anger, neither greed nor delusion, neither ill will nor pride, no impurities of mind, no false notions of bondage or liberation, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. Abide is that in which there is no beginning or end, no top or bottom or middle, no holy place or God, no gifts or pious acts, no time or space, no objects of perception, and be always happy, free from all traces of thought. Abide is that in which there are no holy scriptures or sacred books, no one who thinks, no objection or answer to it, no theory to be established, no theory to be rejected, nothing other than oneself, and be always happy, free from the least trace of thought. Abide is that on realizing and experiencing the bliss of which all joys appear to be the joys of that which, when clearly known to be oneself, shows there is nothing apart from oneself, and knowing which all kinds of separate souls become liberated, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that on realizing which to be oneself, there is nothing else to be known. Everything becomes already known, and every purpose accomplished, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that which is attained easily when one is convinced that one is not different from the Supreme Absolute. That which results when that conviction becomes firm is the experience of the supreme bliss of the real, that which produces a sense of incomparable and complete satisfaction when the mind is absorbed in it, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that which leads to the complete cessation of misery when the mind is absorbed in it, and the extinction of all ideas of I, you, and another, and the disappearance of all differences, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that in which, when the mind is absorbed in it, one remains without a second. Nothing other than oneself is seen to exist, and incomparable bliss is experienced, and be always happy without the least trace of thought. Abide is that which is undifferentiated existence, undifferentiated consciousness, undifferentiated bliss, absolutely non-dual, the undifferentiated absolute reality, and with the firm conviction that you are that, be always happy. Abide is that which is I, as well as you, as well as everyone else, is the basis of all, is one without anything else whatsoever, is extremely pure, the undifferentiated whole, and with the firm conviction that you are that, be always happy. Abide is that in which there are no concepts or anything else whatsoever. The ego ceases to exist. All desires disappear. The mind becomes extinct, and all confusions come to an end. And with the firm conviction that you are that, be always happy. Abide is that in which there is no awareness of the body or the various functions of manifest existence, no perception of objects, that in which the mind is dead, the soul becomes one with the reality, thoughts dissolved, and even one's convictions no longer hold, and with the firm conviction that you are that, be always happy. Abide is that in which, when one is completely merged with it, one experiences pure bliss, never experiences misery, sees nothing, does not take birth again, never thinks oneself to be a separate individual, becomes a supreme being, and with the conviction that you are that, be always happy. Therefore, attaining purity of mind by constantly thinking that everything that is known is the supreme being, and that supreme being is oneself, and thereafter abiding in the state of complete identity with the absolute reality, liberation can be attained here and now. I have spoken the truth. In this manner, sage Ribhu expounded the true and full state of being to his disciple Nidhaga. Thank you, and I turn it over to Vancouver.
Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Namo Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Jaya Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Om Guru Jaya 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 Guru Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Deva Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Deva Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Deva Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Deva Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Deva Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Devaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Shri Guru Devaya Namo Namaha Nityanandaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha Om Ramanaya Namo Namaha श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै 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 नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः श्रीगुरुदेवाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः नित्यानन्दाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै 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 नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ नमः शिवाय नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ रमणायै नमो नमः ॐ गुरुदेवाय नमो नमः ॐ गुरुदेवाय नमो नमः अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल शिवा अरुणाचल अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव रमण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव रमण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव रमण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव रमण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव रमण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल 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 अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुणाचल शिव अरुण शिवा Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Aruna Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Arunachala Shiva, Ramana Shiva. Arunachala.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Le groupe de Paris propose la lecture de l'enseignement de Ramana Maharshi, l'entretien du 30 juin 1936, numéro 219. Swami Ramakrishna, un disciple de longue date résidant à l'ashram, demanda au Maharshi le sens de la deuxième strophe de Arunachala Pancharatnam. Ô Arunachala, en toi l'image de l'univers est formée, est établie et dissoute. Telle est la vérité sublime. Tu es le soi intérieur qui danse dans le cœur en tant que je. Cœur est ton nom, ô Seigneur. Le Maharshi l'expliqua en détail en disant que l'univers est comparable à une peinture sur une toile, la toile étant la colline rouge, Arunachala. Ce qui s'élève et s'évanouit est fait de la même substance que ce d'où cela s'élève. La finalité de l'univers est le Dieu Arunachala. En méditant sur lui ou sur celui qui voit, le soi, il se produit une vibration mentale « je » à laquelle tout est réduit. Lorsqu'on remonte à la source du je, seul le je primordial subsiste, et c'est inexprimable. Le siège de la réalisation est à l'intérieur, et le chercheur ne peut pas le trouver comme un objet extérieur à lui. Ce siège est la félicité, le centre de tous les êtres. C'est pourquoi on l'appelle le cœur. Le seul but utile de cette naissance présente est de se tourner vers l'intérieur et de le réaliser. Il n'y a rien d'autre à faire.
Le seul but utile de cette naissance présente est de se tourner vers l'intérieur et de le réaliser. Il n'y a rien d'autre à faire.
Paris Group gives you a reading of Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi, June 30th, 1936, talk number 219. Ramakrishna Swami, a long-resident disciple, asked Maharshi the meaning of Tvai Arunachala Sarvam, a stanza in the 5 hymns. Maharshi explained it in detail, saying that the universe is like a painting on a screen, the screen being the red hill Arunachala. That which rises and sinks is made up of what it rises from. The finality of the universe is the God Arunachala. Meditating on him or on the seer, the self, there is a mental vibration, I, to which all are reduced. Tracing the source of I, the primal I alone remains over, and it is inexpressible. The seat of realization is within, and the seeker cannot find it as an object outside him. That seat is bliss, and is the core of all beings. Hence, it is called the heart. The only useful purpose of the present birth is to turn within and realize it. There is nothing else to do.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Sri Ramanaya. Welcome back to the Arunachala Ashrama. So now Swami Ishwaranandji of Chinmaya Mission is going to speak on the missing ego. I'd like to say a few words about Swamiji. He was inspired by Puja Swami Chinmayananda under the guidance of Puja Swami Brahmananda from Bangalore. Swami Ishwarananda left his software profession and joined Sandipani Sadhanalaya in Mumbai, India in 1991. Upon completing his training, he served as a brahmachari in Chinmaya Mission, Bangalore, and Chinmaya Mission, Calcutta in India. In 1995, he was posted at Chinmaya Mission, Southern California. In 2000, he received the Sannyasa Diksha from Puja Swamiji Tejomayananji. Swami Ishwarananji resided in Mumbai, India between 2002 and 2004 as Acharya of the 12th Vedanta course for Brahmacharis at Sandipani Sadhanalaya. Swamiji is a dynamic speaker and has given talks on Vedanta, stress and mind management techniques and related topics. His clarity in Vedanta is apparent in his talks as he presents with ease, humor and wit complex philosophical subjects. He has also authored two highly acclaimed books, Conscious Living and Silent Search. Swamiji currently resides in Los Angeles, California, and he heads the Los Angeles Chinmaya Mission and probably the West. I request Puja Swamiji to speak about, today he'll be speaking on missing ego. Hari Om Swamiji.
अन्तर्यश्च बहिर्विदूततिमिरं स्थानं प्राप्य विराजते विनमताम् अज्ञानमुन्मूलयन् पश्यन् विश्वमपीदमुल्लसति यो विश्वस्य पारे परः तस्मै श्रीरमणाय लोकगुरवे शोकस्य हन्त्रे नमः. श्रीरमणाय नमः. Dear friends, I am happy to share my thoughts on the given subject. Thanks for the nice introduction. The topic was stated as missing ego. Actually, it is misplaced ego. Can I have the slides, please?